the record, today date is January 12th, 2023, and the time is now 9:06 a.m. This is the video recorded deposition of Brian Scully in the matter of the state of Missouri et al. Plaintiff versus Joseph R. Biden Jr. et al. Defendants, case number 3:CV-01213-TAD-KDM in the United States District Court for the Western District of Louisiana, Monroe Division. This deposition is being held via Zoom. The reporter's name is Cassandra Ellis. My name is Robin Ellis. I'm the legal videographer. We are with Lexidus Legal. Would the attorneys present please introduce themselves and parties they represent?
John Sauer from the Missouri Attorney General's Office on behalf of the plaintiffs, and I'm joined by my colleague Todd Scott, who's in the room with the witness, also of the Missouri Attorney General's Office.
And this is Josh Garner with the United States Department of Justice on behalf of the defendant, and the witness does reserve the right to re-sign. With me today is Jessica Nelson with CISA, Matt Fleischman with the Department of Homeland Security, and Andrew Neal Sir with my office, the Department of Justice. We all represent today.
Would the court reporter please swear in the witness?
If I could have the witness raise his right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Mr. Scully, could you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. Brian Joseph Scully.
How long, or what is your current job title?
Branch Chief for the MDM branch at the National Risk Management Center, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security.
How long have you had that particular job?
Almost 4 years. I started in January 2019.
What did you do before that?
I was the deputy for the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, starting in April, May 2018.
And what was your job before that one?
I was the Director for Policy and Strategy in the Office of Infrastructure Protection.
Have you ever given a deposition before?
I have not.
So this is your first one?
This is my first deposition.
Can I just go over some common ground rules with you? First of all, obviously what you and I say is being transcribed by the court reporter, so can we make an effort not to talk too fast?
Yep.
And could you give I saw you nodding your head there, and then you said yes. Could you try and give a verbal answer to my questions? You know, don't rely on or head shaking as we go forward today.
Yes, I could do that.
Can we make an effort not to interrupt each other, because that results in a kind of confused transcript?
Of course.
And then can you make an effort to listen carefully to the question that I'm asking you and respond to the question that I ask instead of discussing some other tangential topic as the day goes forward?
Of course.
And you understand, you understand at the end of the day, if your attorney wants to ask you some follow-up questions, he may have the opportunity to do that, but as I ask questions, I'd ask you to focus on the questions I'm asking and respond to those. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Let me start by showing you an exhibit, and I apologize. This exhibit is out of numerical order already, so I'm emailing it to your counsel right now. It's pre-marked exhibit 61, but it'll be the first exhibit we look at today. And I'm going to pull it up on the screen here. Can you see that screen share? Let me zoom in a little bit.
Hey, John, it hasn't come through yet, the email. So it's just, unfortunately, that's kind of far away. It's a little challenging to see, but as soon as we get your email, we'll pull it up.
So you said you can't see what's on the screen share if I zoom in?
As you make it larger, it's easier, but I don't want to speak for what the witness can and can't see.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, I'm happy to wait until it arrives on the email. Just want to make sure, because I think the day's going to go more smoothly if I can direct your attention to stuff in the screen share. So you can see the screen share, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, just looking at the top of this document, do you recognize it as a org chart for August 2022 of a subdivision of CISA?
Yes.
Yeah, and what are you familiar with this org chart?
Somewhat familiar with it, yes.
I just want to direct your attention over here on the right side of the page. You see here where it lists you as the chief of the misdis and malinformation team.
Okay.
Is that your job title?
Yes.
Yeah. What exactly, generally speaking, what do you do as the chief of the misdis and malinformation team for CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency?
Sure. So obviously I manage the team as a team lead, so I manage the staff, set priorities, things like that. The purpose of the team is to build national resilience to MDM, targeting critical infrastructure.
Generally speaking, what kind of activities are involved in building resilience to critical infrastructure?
We develop, sure. So principally, what we do is develop products for public awareness and education, or products for key stakeholders to help them understand how MDM works and steps they can take to mitigate the risks.
Do you do anything else besides developing products?
We engage with different stakeholders, civil society groups, obviously other federal partners, private sector organizations, and then we do some analysis of open source reporting, and we do, obviously, as you know, in 2020 we did some switchboard work on behalf of election officials.
And switchboard work, what does that mean?
It was essentially if an election official identified something on social media they deemed to be disinformation aimed at their jurisdiction, they could forward that to CISA, and CISA would share that with the appropriate social media companies.
And what was the purpose of sharing it with social media companies?
Mostly for informational awareness purposes, just to make sure that the social media companies were aware of potential disinformation.
Was there an understanding that if the social media platforms were aware of disinformation, that they might apply their content moderation policies to it?
Yeah, so the idea was that they would make decisions on the content that was forwarded to them based on their policies.
Whereas if it had been brought to their attention, then they obviously wouldn't have moderated it as content, correct?
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Can I kind of
aware of it?
Direct your attention to the org chart again? I want to sort of walk through the people here on your team and ask you kind of who they are and what they do. So, starting with the right column, I see Lauren, for the first Lauren as the engagements lead. Who is she and what does she do for your team?
So she's the engagements lead. So her job was engaging with key stakeholders, interagency partners, private sector partners. Essentially, a majority of our outreach and engagement efforts, she managed those.
And outreach and engagement to key stakeholders, does that include social media platforms?
It did, yeah.
When you say it did, does she still do this, or does she no longer communicate with social media platforms?
Well, she's been on maternity leave since September, but she's not currently doing it. When she returns to CISA, that would be her role.
Who's doing it while she's...
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Who's playing that role in her absence?
I am.
Okay, and so for the past, I guess, 3 or 4 months, you've served as essentially the acting engagements lead for the MDM team.
Correct.
And that goes back, I think you said, to September of 2022, is that right?
Correct.
When do you expect Ms. Potentis to return?
Her maternity leave ends in a couple weeks. I believe the 23rd. Then she'll be going on a detail assignment, so probably January 2024.
So you don't expect her back for another year because of the detail?
Correct.
Does the detail relate to anything having to do with misdis or malinformation?
I believe that'll be part of her portfolio on the detail, yeah.
Where's she going, if I may ask?
The National Security Council.
And in her absence, you're serving as the kind of person who directly communicates with social media platforms, among other stakeholders?
Correct.
I should mention, you used a shorthand earlier, MDM, and I assume that they come up again today. When you use that, you're referring to mis, dis, and malinformation, right?
Correct.
I think sometimes CISA uses MD to refer to mis and disinformation. Is that right?
I'm not sure I've ever seen us use MD, but that would be correct in the context, yeah.
Turning your attention back to the period from September of 2022 to the present, what sorts of communications have you had with social media platforms in Ms. Potentis' stead?
I would say two general types of communications. One, we did regular sync meetings between government and industry, so federal partners and different social media platforms, so it's just a coordinated meeting. Facebook was the industry lead, so I would have coordination calls with them prior to the meetings just to set the agenda for the meetings. So that was one, and then two, if a platform was putting out a public statement, or not public statement, public report on policies or activities, we would often get a briefing on that, or at least get awareness that it was going out. Those are the two main types of communications.
Were you involved in the period since September 2022, have you been involved in flagging any misinformation or disinformation issues for social media platforms?
No, not that we recall. We didn't do switchboarding in 2022.
No. When was that decision made not to do switchboarding in 2022?
I believe it was back in April that decision was made. April 2022.
Was that early or late April, do you know?
I don't recall.
Who made that decision?
I heard about it through Jeff Hale, who's, as you can see in the org chart, would be my supervisor. I believe he received that guidance from the Director Easterly.
So in sometime around, was this late April?
Honestly, I don't recall. It's even possible it was in May. My timeline memory is a little foggy on it, but it was the earliest it was probably mid-April, and it could have run any time into early May.
So the earliest would have been late April, but possibly early May is when that decision.
Objection.
Correct.
Sorry, objection is characterized as the witness's previous testimony.
Yeah, the earliest would have been mid-April.
Earliest would have been
not late.
Okay. And then possibly beginning of May.
Yeah.
And we said we've called this switchboarding. Switchboarding refers to routing particular disinformation concerns to social media platforms so they can evaluate them under the content modulation policies, correct?
So switchboarding is CISA's role in forwarding reporting received from election officials, state and local election officials, to social media platforms. CISA
forwarded disinformation concerns from any other sources besides state and local election officials to social media platforms?
I don't believe so, not that I recall.
Turning back to the two kinds of interactions you had with social media platforms the last month since September of 2022. The first one you mentioned was, I believe, a sync meeting between social media platforms and the U.S. government, correct?
Correct.
How often did those occur?
They started as monthly until, I think, October, and then we did a couple of bi-weekly, I believe 2 bi-weekly meetings.
What was the purpose
prior to the election?
Yeah, what was the purpose of these meetings?
Generally speaking, from a CISA perspective, we would provide we would try to educate the platforms on how elections actually function, how they're administered, potential threats to the election administration, things like that. So CISA has some expertise in the election security space. So our role in the meetings was generally to provide kind of expertise on how elections actually work to the platforms.
And you said that was your role. Were there other federal agencies involved in these meetings?
There were, and that role was generally Jeff Hale. My role in the meetings was generally to just MC them, facilitate the meetings. Other agencies would provide high-level overviews or strategic intelligence briefs if they had anything to share that was unclassified.
What sorts of, first of all, what agencies participated?
DOJ, FBI, ODNI, and then DHS.
We say DHS, was that just CISA, you and Jeff Hale, or were there other components of DHS involved?
The Office of Intelligence and Analysis of DHS also participated.
And that's called I&A, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did they say at these meetings, I&A?
If they put out unclassified reporting under their normal mandate, they would just talk about the reporting that they published that was related to election security. What kind of reporting do they do? Is it about foreign influence, or is it about domestic threats? What kind of reporting do they do? I'm not 100% certain of their mission or authorities. I believe and recall that they certainly talked about foreign threats. I'm not sure. They may have also talked a little bit about domestic terrorism threats, but I think but I'm not 100% certain. Like, what sorts of things are they saying to social media platforms? Are they saying, hey, you're going to see this kind of content popping up on Facebook and Twitter and so forth, and and therefore we want you to be alert to it? What's the purpose of giving them these briefings? So generally, it's hard for me to speak directly to the I&A reporting because I don't recall all the details of it. But generally speaking, it was more strategic level. So high-level things that they might be seeing, actors that might be interested in undermining confidence in the elections. If they were seeing potential domestic terrorism type threats, those sorts of things. Generally speaking, at least as long as I recall, there was never any discussion of specific content. Did they identify specific domestic actors who they believe might try to undermine confidence in election outcomes through social media? Not that I recall. Let me ask this: who, on the government side of these meetings, who participated on behalf of CISA? Jeff Hale and myself were the primaries, and then you might have others who are in listen-only mode. So Kim Wyman, for example, would sometimes be in listen-only mode. Allison Snell would sometimes be, who's essentially the deputy or / chief of staff underneath Jeff. She would sometimes be in listen-only mode. And then obviously when Warren was pre-maternity leave, she would also be on. And then for I&A, who was on these meetings? In 2022, I believe Luke Beckman was the lead. And then they would, depending on, what product they were briefing, they would bring an analyst on. So those would change. Do you remember any other human beings besides Luke Beckman from I&A who participated in these meetings in the period we're talking about from
September 2022 to the present?
I don't know. Like, Luke is the kind of principal lead and who I coordinate with. I don't recall the analyst names that they might have on there now.
What's his title?
Honestly, I don't know. I believe he's in the Cyber Mission Center, but they reorg a lot up there, so I'm not entirely sure what his title is. Sorry.
And you mentioned FBI had representatives at these meetings. Is that right?
Correct.
Who from FBI participated in these meetings?
I recall Laura Demo, at least one, and I forget who the other folks were.
How many FBI people?
Generally there'd be one, maybe two.
How about Elvis Chan? Was he on these meetings?
Oh, good reminder, thank you, yes. He would be on some of them as well. I forgot about Elvis.
You remember anyone else besides him?
There would be, again, periodically other people that would be on from different parts of FBI, but again, Laura was usually who we coordinated through. And I don't really remember the other names. I'm sorry.
When you say Laura, that's Laura Demlow, is who you coordinated through?
Correct.
When you said you coordinated through them, what kind of coordination did CISA do with FBI as it pertained to these meetings?
Yeah, so basically coordinating time and just the logistics of the meeting, and then two, if they had any particular agenda items they wanted to raise, when we were putting together the agenda, I would just check with them to see if they had any particular agenda items they wanted to raise.
What sort of agenda items did they raise?
I don't believe in the time I was working, the time frame we're talking about, I don't believe that they raised any.
How about before that, when Ms. Portentous was still handling the meeting?
Not that I recall. I don't recall in particular. Sorry.
And I think that these meetings, we've been talking about them in the period from last September till now, but they've actually going on intermittently, at least for years, right?
Yeah, so the first meeting we had was between federal and industry was in 2018.
Yeah, so we're now kind of 4 years in. And then in terms of their frequency, I take it they're less frequent when you're further away from election, then they become monthly as the election gets closer, then they become weekly or bi-weekly, within the last month or so before an election. Is that right?
I would say in 2018, 2019, they were very infrequent, so we maybe did them quarterly or less. And then sometime in 2020, we started monthly. And then, like you said, as we got closer to the election, they would pick up. And then after the election, we would spread them back out again. But 2018 and 2019 was different than 2020 and beyond.
And then is there a plan to have these meetings continue in 2023?
Not currently.
So you don't know whether there's going to be quarterly meetings or anything like that in 2023?
Correct.
Who from DOJ was at these meetings?
Rodney Patton.
Anyone else?
No, not that I recall.
How do you spell his last name?
I believe it's Patton.
Like the general?
Yeah.
What is his title at DOJ?
I don't know what his title is, but I believe he's in the National Security Division.
Was the National Security Division of DOJ participating in these meetings leading up to the 2020 election?
Yes.
Who from NSD participated in those meetings?
I believe it was Rodney back then as well.
Remember anyone else?
Adam Hickey may have jumped on a couple.
Is he also from the National Security Division of DOJ?
I believe so, yeah.
Is that Hickey?
Yes.
What, if anything, did DOJ say in these meetings?
Generally speaking, I didn't say anything. I don't recall in 2022 or even back in 2020 that they were particularly active. in the meetings.
Do you remember anyone from DOJ saying anything at any point?
I mean, I'm sure they did, but I don't recall.
Do you remember anyone from DOJ ever, putting an agenda item on the calendar for these meetings?
I don't know.
How about ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence? What human being from there participated in these meetings in 2022?
Is it okay if I ask my attorney the quick question?
The question
is called about a privilege.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If John, if you want him to answer that question, we'll need to recess quickly so we can consult with counsel about the existence of privilege.
Let's go off the record.
The time is now 9:32. We're off the record. The time is now 9:34. We're back on the record.
If I can ask everyone to slow down just a little bit, you're going a little fast.
Sure. And counsel, I will instruct the witness not to answer that question on the basis of the National Security Act. That information is statutorily protected.
Before we proceed, I'm announcing for the record that Mr. Ken Capps from the Missouri Attorney General's office joined the call on behalf of plaintiffs in the last break. Was there anyone, how many individuals from ODNI participated in these meetings in 2022?
I believe there were 2 to 3.
Without telling me who they are, do you remember who they are?
I remember one's name and one's position. The second one's position.
How about 2020? How many?
Again, it was 3 or 4.
You remember who they were?
I remember the lead person's name.
Did people from ODNI speak in these meetings during 2022?
Yes.
What did they say?
Again, generally speaking, if they had some strategic intelligence, unclassified strategic intelligence reporting, they might share a quick summary of that. It was fairly limited in the time frame from September through to the election, though.
Were you in the meetings prior to September of 2022 when Ms. Portentis was still at your team?
I joined several of them over the summer, a couple of them over the summer prior to her departure. And that was just the sync meetings themselves, not necessarily the coordination meetings prior to the actual sync meeting.
So the coordination meeting, is that a bilateral meeting that happens between CISA and Facebook?
Yes. CISA and Facebook, and then we would do CISA with the interagency. We would do federal interagency partners. We do a coordination meeting.
That be separate from the meeting with Facebook?
Correct.
So there'd be 2 preparatory meetings, one between CISA,
generally, yes.
One between CISA and Facebook, and one between CISA and other federal agencies.
Yes, that is correct.
Turning back to what ODNI said at these meetings in 2022, what do you remember more specifically that they said? Did they ever raise a specific threat advisory?
Not that I recall. Again, generally speaking, it was. I don't recall specifics, so I'll just say that up front. And generally speaking, it was higher level, kind of strategic of what a threat actor may be considering or thinking about.
And do they identify specific threat actors?
Potential state actors. Yeah, so other countries.
How about domestic actors?
No, not that I recall.
Did anyone on the U.S. government side in these meetings identify domestic actors in the lead up to the 2022 election?
They may identify domestic actors generally, but not, to my recollection, there's no mention of specific actors, individuals or groups that I recall.
What social media platforms participated in these meetings?
So obviously Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, Google, Reddit generally participated. I believe sometimes LinkedIn would join, but they're a subsidiary of Microsoft, so generally we work through Microsoft. Those are the ones that I recall. I believe there were others as well at different times that maybe participated in a meeting or two, but from September 2022 to the election, I think it was principally the 5 I mentioned.
How about Wikimedia Foundation?
I know they participated in some. I don't know how frequently, and I don't recall them participating from September on, but it's possible.
We're concerned about misinformation and disinformation on social media platforms discussed in these meetings in the 2022 timeframe.
Yes.
So what was said about those concerns and by whom?
Again, it was a more general approach. So from a CISA MDM team perspective, if we were developing any products, we would discuss those. We released, I believe, 2 sets of products in that time frame. And then others, if there was the intelligence community, if their reporting included foreign actors who were potentially going to use information operations, they might mention that in their briefings, but I don't remember specific, what the specifics of every kind of mention were. And then the platform, sorry, just to give you both sides, that was just the government side. The platforms, if they might share some high-level trend information from public reporting that they put out. So a lot of the platforms do their own regular reports on what they're seeing on their platforms and what actions they're taking. And so the platforms themselves would share that type of information.
So they would report to the government on what sorts of mis and disinformation they were seeing on their platforms and what content moderation actions they were taking with respect to it.
So they would share essentially what they were getting ready to make public or what they had already made public. So they would share kind of what they were seeing in their public reports, and then essentially provide some additional context around that. So like I mentioned, most of the platforms would put out regular public reporting on what they were doing and actions they were taking. And so they would share that, and if the government had questions or was looking for additional context, they would often talk about that. They would generally talk about any new tactics that they were seeing. Most of what my recollection for the time period we're talking about here, from September 2022 to the election in 2022, I recall most of it was foreign-based. But, when we often what you see overseas eventually makes its way to the United States, they would share kind of trends and tactics that they were seeing. But again, it was all based on public reporting that they put out.
And you say that all these things that they're doing all relate to misinformation and disinformation on their platforms, correct?
They don't call it mis or disinformation generally on the platforms. They generally define it as coordinated and authentic behavior. So that's how they would describe it. They wouldn't normally kind of say misinformation or disinformation. And they each kind of define coordinated and authentic behavior differently. I don't know that they would agree. I don't want to speak for the platforms, obviously. I don't know if they would agree that they were framing it as misinformation or disinformation.
From the CISA MDM team's perspective, is coordinated and authentic behavior typically a kind of mis and disinformation?
It could lead to mis or disinformation for sure. Yeah, but it's not always mis or disinformation.
So the coordinated and authentic behavior may be a source of mis and disinformation of particular concern.
It could be, it could be an indicator.
Let me ask this, turning back to the org chart that should still be on the screen. Below Ms. Protentes, there's Chad Josiah, who's described as resilience lead. What is his role on your team?
So he manages the production of our products. So, for putting out a fact sheet, or for example, we have several graphic novels that we've developed. He would work and manage that process to get the product out. So the review process, the drafting process, things like that.
These products you referred to, I take it those are written, publicly available bulletins or other written work products discussing disinformation and misinformation. Is that right?
Correct. All of our products are available on our website.
Below him is Alex Zahir, analyst. What does he do?
He's a more junior analyst. He supports essentially across our 3 lines of work. So he helps Chad on some, he helps Lauren on some of the engagement work, and then he supports Rob Shaw, who leads our analysis work and doing analysis activities. So he kind of cuts across all 3.
And Rob Shaw is listed over there on the left side as analysis and response lead, correct?
Yes.
What does he do?
So he does a couple things. So 1, he leads our engagement with international partners. 2, he builds relationships with the research community, both in academia, across the federal government, as well as in the private sector. And then 3, he pulled that together to identify new reporting or research about MDM that might be of interest to the team. And then the 4th bucket of it is he helps develop kind of analytic type products. So right now, for example, we're working on a risk framework to help our stakeholders understand how to determine if a MDM campaign is a risk to them or not. So he would help kind of on that side of things.
Okay, so he talks to international partners. Who are they?
It varies. Generally, all of our engagements with international partners come through either the State Department or the CISA International Office. We've engaged with NATO, G7, at the kind of multilateral level, with the CFI, Countering Foreign Interference Forum that includes several countries. And then we have different bilateral engagements. A lot of countries want to come and talk to us. And so we'll do basically MDM 101s for different countries at their request.
So this is both, these are both foreign governments and foreign non-governmental organizations.
Yeah, I suppose if you consider the multilateral organizations like NATO and G7 as non-governmental, but essentially we're always talking to governments, foreign government officials.
And the purpose of those discussions is to track misinformation that is circulating in foreign countries that might come to the United States. No,
that's not the purpose of the meeting.
So what's the purpose?
The purpose of the meeting is to share information about, from a CISA perspective, share information about resilience building. So there's some countries that are much more mature and have been doing it for a long time, and so we try to learn from them, kind of what they're doing, what works, what doesn't work. So that's, again, from a CISA perspective, that's primarily our engagement with these groups.
And then you mentioned that Mr. Shaw coordinates with academic and research partners. Is that correct?
He doesn't coordinate. He builds relationships with so that we can, if we have questions about reporting they put out or public reports that they have, public research, things like that, we can have conversations with them about that research.
Who do you have relationships like that with?
We have relationships with a range of different entities. So from an academic standpoint, we've talked to folks at Harvard, at Clemson, University of Washington, Stanford. I believe we talked to people at Georgetown and American University, Michigan, University of Michigan. Essentially, if there's an academic researcher that puts out a report that we think is of interest and kind of reflects our work, we try to have conversations with them to better understand what their research findings are. In the nonprofit space, the Alliance for Security and Democracy, the Digital Forensic Research Lab, sorry to the court reporter, I know I'm talking quickly. So, groups like that, and then from a private sector perspective, we've talked to groups like Graphica, Aletheia Group, and organizations like those who, again, kind of do that sort of work, Mandiant, different organizations. So, again, the idea is to have a relationship with them, so if they put out some reporting or some research publicly, that we can set up a meeting and kind of learn more about what they're seeing and what they're doing.
Is that kind of coordination gone on, not just in the last year, but from before the 2020 election cycle?
Yes.
I think you mentioned a few entities there that included Stanford and the University of Washington, Graphica, correct?
Correct.
And all those organizations were involved in something called the Election Integrity Partnership, right?
Yep.
Yeah. What is the Election Integrity Partnership?
It's a collaboration amongst, I believe in 2020 it was amongst four organizations, to better understand what was going on in the information environment around elections.
You say those four organizations? I think I mentioned three: Stanford, University of Washington, and Graphica. And was the Atlantic Council involved in that?
Yeah, I believe the Digital Forensic Research Lab was involved.
And then, were there other collaborators besides those four on the Election Integrity Partnership?
I think those are the official members of the partnership. I don't know if you mean something different about collaborators.
Well, let me ask this: did CISA have any involvement in the Election Integrity Partnership?
Involvement in the sense that a couple of our interns came up with the idea and that we had some communications with them, yeah.
What kinds of communications did you have with them?
So we received some briefings on the work that they were doing. And then, like I said, we had some interns that ended up working on it. Those are principally the communications. We had some communications early on in the process when they were making decisions, when Stanford was trying to figure out what the gap was. So it was just general, like we would have with any other research organization.
So it was no different than the communications you have with other research organizations?
I think the one difference, I would say, is that we probably connected them with other, so we connected them with the Center for Internet Security, and we connected them with some of the election official groups, so the National Association of Secretaries of State and the National Association of State Election Directors. And then we facilitated some meetings between those three.
Let me ask you this. You said I take it you said some CISA interns came up with the idea. Is that right?
Correct.
And who are those interns?
I'm not going to give their names.
Who are those interns?
Yeah, I'm not going to give those names.
You have no.
Stanford students have seen substantial amount of harassment from public reporting. I'm not going to include my interns in that.
You're declining to answer the question without an instruction?
Correct.
And you said those interns were also involved in the Election Integrity Partnership, correct?
I believe they worked for the Stanford Internet Observatory as well, so yes.
So they were working for CISA and Stanford Internet Observatory on the project?
When they came up with the idea, they were just interns. After their internship, a couple of interns remained as interns. Several others went back to Stanford as students and did not remain as interns. Two of the interns ended up working on those in the fall, correct?
You said two of the interns who were CISA interns in the fall of 2020 worked on the Election Integrity Partnership. Is that right?
They worked at the Stanford Internet Observatory, which was part of the partnership.
Were there any other interactions between CISA and the Election Integrity Partnership that you're aware of? So
some initial conversations with the interns. We had a conversation with the Stanford Internet Observatory folks about the gap. I believe we received a briefing from them or two on kind of what they were putting together. We facilitated some meetings between Stanford folks, the Center for Internet Security, and election officials, where they had discussions about how they would work together. And then I'm sure we had some conversations kind of throughout when they were particularly when they were putting out public reporting about what they were seeing. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some other kind of brief conversations in there, but I'm not recalling. But those are generally the categories of the conversations we had.
Did the Election Integrity Partnership or a similar collaboration of any kind operate during the 2022 election cycle?
Objection made.
So
Yeah.
I believe the EIP did operate, but I'm not certain what they did.
How do you know they operated in 2022?
I believe they put out some public reporting.
Did you have?
But
Go ahead.
We did not have communications with them. They gave us a briefing early on about what they were thinking about, and that was the extent of our communications with them on that stuff.
So when did that briefing occur?
I believe it was May, June of 2022.
Who was at the briefing on your end, CISA?
On my end, it was me, I believe Jeff Hale. Who else was in that? I think that may have been it, but there might have been one other staff person there as well. But it was primarily Jeff Hale and myself that I recall.
Who was in the briefing on the EIP side?
Renee DeResta was the lead. And then one of the staff, I believe his name was John, but honestly I forget what his name is.
So just two people?
That I recall, yeah.
What did they say in the briefing?
Essentially, they just walked through what their plans were for 2022, some of the lessons learned from 2020. That was essentially the gist of the conversation.
What were their plans for 2022?
It sounded like they were going to do something similar to what they did in 2020 in terms of trying to support election officials.
Did they indicate that they were coordinating with state and local election officials?
I think that was their goal, was to work with state and local election officials. I'm not sure how they would describe it.
Sorry, I think you said this earlier and I can't remember. When did this briefing occur? Would you say it was in May or June of 2022?
I believe it was around that time frame. My timeline recollections are awful, so I apologize for that, but I think it was around that timeline. Did you all blur together?
Did they, in fact, did they invite CISA to participate again?
No. CISA didn't, I wouldn't say CISA participated in 2020. So it wouldn't have been again, so it would have been participate for the first time.
Did they invite CISA to have any role at all in what they were doing?
Not that I recall.
Why were they giving you a briefing then?
I think we signal our role in the federal government for election security, and we have an established relationship with them. So I think they're just going around and making sure. Again, I don't want to speak for them, but my sense was they were just kind of briefing people who were involved in election security at the federal level.
Do you have any knowledge of what they actually did after that briefing during the 2022 election cycle?
No, I know, like I said, the reason I think they were operating was there's a couple of public reports. One, at least one public report that I recall that I thought was pretty good, but wasn't about specific disinformation. It's basically how to think about whether or not a narrative poses risk. As I mentioned earlier, we were particularly interested in understanding how to determine if MDM creates risk, and we thought their product was pretty good on that.
You used a phrase earlier that I passed over, and I didn't understand. It was much of a gap, and I think we were talking about putting together the IP in the first place. What's the gap that you're referring to?
Sure. So we had a conversation with the interns, and they were asking questions about kind of needs that election officials have generally. One of the gaps that we identified from 2018 is, as you know, most election officials, their offices are fairly low staff, low resourced, and so they didn't have capabilities to try to identify disinformation targeting their jurisdictions. And so that was essentially the gap, is that most election offices throughout the country just didn't have that capacity or capability to be monitoring so they could identify anything that would potentially target their jurisdictions. So that was the gap.
So the gap is that state and local election officials don't have the bandwidth or capacity to monitor mis and disinformation on social media that may affect their jurisdictions, right?
Correct.
And then I take it, was it the intern's idea that the election integrity partnership could be set up to kind of fill in that gap? Was that the idea?
Again, I don't want to speak for the interns, but at that point, I don't think they were necessarily thinking about a larger partnership. I think the conversation was more along the lines of this may be something that the Stanford Internet Observatory could look into. And then I think they went back and talked to their folks at the Stanford Internet Observatory, and the idea was formed from there. So I don't think that was the intern's initial thought, was to have the EIP.
Was there discussions of having CISA fill that gap, for example, by doing routing disinformation concerns to social media platforms?
There's no conversation with the interns about CISA filling the gap, no.
How about internally to CISA? Did CISA view itself as kind of helping fill that gap by, helping state and local election officials address mis and disinformation concerns?
So our focus generally was not to play that role, no. We weren't looking to monitor social media to share platforms. You mentioned that I think you mentioned you put EIP in touch with CIS, the Center for Internet Security. Is that right? Correct.
What is the Center for Internet Security?
I don't know how to describe them. They're essentially, as I understand it, they're nonprofits that oversees the multi-state ISAC and the Election Infrastructure Subsector Information Sharing and Analysis Center. That's what ISAC stands for. So that's my understanding of what they do. I don't know what else they do. I know them in those two contexts.
Those two contexts are overseeing an ISAC, ISAC, that involves multiple states. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's a basically sharing collaborative that they facilitate among state and local election officials. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the general role of an ISAC is information sharing with the sector. So each sector, not each, most sectors have their own information sharing and analysis center that are independently stood up to serve those sectors. And so CIS was the one who was responsible for kind of running the two that I mentioned.
And sorry, what were those two? Can you identify them again?
Sure, the multi-state ISAC and the Election Infrastructure Subsector ISAC. And just as a reminder for what ISAC is, Information Sharing and Analysis Center.
And those are, I think, referred to as the EI ISAC and the MS ISAC. Is that right?
That's correct.
And both of those, I take it, involve basically information sharing among state and local election officials. Is that right?
I believe only the election infrastructure one is focused on election officials. I believe the multi-state one is broader across state and local government. So it includes a broader set. I'm not sure if election officials are involved in the multi-state.
Is the Center for Internet Security funded in part by CISA?
To the best of my knowledge, CISA provides funding for the EIISAC.
Okay, and do you know how is that funding provided? Is it a grant, or how is it provided?
I don't believe it's a grant, but I'm not 100% certain what the actual mechanism is, vehicle for the money to go there. My understanding is that it's statutory as well, but I could be wrong on that also, so I don't want to speak too much.
But you're aware that CISA does provide funding for CIS to operate the EIISAC, is that right?
My understanding is that they provide funding to the EIISAC. I don't know if that goes, if the EIISAC is its own organization and the money goes to them, or if the money goes to CIS and then they filter it down to the EIISAC. I'm not sure how it works in practice.
Does CIS operate the EIISAC? Is it kind of run it?
Yeah, that's essentially how I see it, yeah.
And then you say you put them in touch, or CISA put the EIP in touch with CIS in 2020. Remember that?
Yes.
How did that happen?
So CISA's general position on the switchboarding role was that it wasn't a role we necessarily wanted to play because it's very resource intensive. And so we've been working with election officials to try to find an alternate way for them to have that role, somebody play that role. They seem to settle on the Center for Internet Security. And so since the EIP was working on the same mission, we wanted to make sure that they were all connected.
And so the same mission, I take it, is the switchboarding role that you talked about before?
Correct.
Yeah, so I take it CISA is playing a switchboarding role in 2020, but you mentioned that that's resource intensive and it wasn't something that you guys wanted to be principally responsible for, right?
Something we didn't want to be responsible for at all. But the election officials asked if we could continue serving in that role until they kind of got something else set up.
And you did do that, right? In 2020, you mentioned earlier that CISA performed a switchboarding function, right?
Correct, in 2020.
And then Center for Internet Security performs a switchboarding function too, is that right?
Yeah, so yes and no. So yes, in the sense they were receiving reporting directly from election officials. In the early part of 2020, they would forward what they were receiving election officials to us at CISA, and then we would push that to the social media platforms. As 2021 moved along, CIS more frequently provided that directly to the platforms themselves. And so I would say early on in the process, the switchboarding generally came through CISA. Later on in the process, it was more of a mixed bag of how the switchboarding worked.
And then did EIP play a switchboarding role too?
I believe EIP did report stuff to the platforms themselves, yes.
And was there coordination between the switchboarders, so to speak, CISA and EIP and CIS?
Most of the coordination was between CISA and the Center for Internet Security. There was a point where one of the platforms was concerned about too much kind of duplicate reporting coming in. And so we did have some conversations with EIP and CIS on how to kind of better manage that activity, just to make sure we weren't overwhelming the platforms.
In other words, like Twitter or Facebook would be hearing from CIS and CISA and EIP about a disinformation concern, correct?
Yeah, generally speaking, yes, I'll just leave it there. Yeah, that's correct. Twitter in particular reached out to us and had some concerns about that.
And I take it you talked to EIP and talked to CIS about creating a more streamlined process for the platforms?
I don't think it was a streamlined process. We just wanted to make sure that there was awareness for the platform. So I think, to be honest with you, I don't recall how we ended up calling this in practice, but I think it was just we would let everybody know when we were sending something up. through CIS, and we let CIS know, and I think CIS, through that relationship, would let the EIP know. But I don't recall specifically how we ended up kind of solving that problem.
But at least there was, I guess, kind of communication among CISA, the EIP, and CIS about who was reporting various concerns in an attempt to kind of de-duplicate what's being sent to the social media platforms.
Yeah, I don't recall it being directly from CISA to EIP. Like I said, I think we mostly worked it through CIS.
Was there, for example, was there direct email communication between EIP and CISA?
I'm sure there was.
I mean, was it your practice to copy the CISA's, the EIP's tips email address when you or CIS was reporting a disinformation concern to a social media platform?
No, that was not standard practice.
Did CIS do that?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
Well,
just to be clear, you're asking if they were CCing EIP when they sent email to social media platforms, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry.
When was EIP copied by CIS or you on disinformation emails, if ever?
I don't believe CISA ever copied EIS on emails we sent to platforms. I don't, if we were forwarding something we received from an election official to the platform, I don't believe CISA ever copied EIP. Certainly not to my recollection. That wasn't kind of our process. I can't speak for the Center for Internet Security. I don't recall who they were including on theirs.
Did you notify EIP if you were flagging a disinformation concern for a social media platform in any way?
Not directly that I recall. We would generally copy the Center for Internet Security.
And was it your understanding that they were communicating with EIP?
CIS? Yeah, that was essentially their relationship was between those two, yeah.
So you had the understanding that CIS had a relationship of communication and coordination with the Election Integrity Partnership, right?
Yes, correct.
And then you would notify CIS if you were reporting something to a social media platform on the understanding that they were coordinating with EIP on what was being reported, correct?
No, the reason we would coordinate with CIS was because generally most of the reporting we received from an election official came through CIS, and so we just wanted to let them know that we had sent it out so that they had awareness of kind of where the report had gone, and so that was the rationale for us coordinating with CIS.
And did you have the understanding that CIS was coordinating with EIP on what was being reported?
That would be speculating on exactly what they were doing there. I'm not sure.
You didn't know what they were doing?
I mean, I know they coordinated on things. I don't know the full nature of what they're coordinating on. I don't want to kind of put words in their mouth.
Let's look at Exhibit 1. Your counsel can share.
Yeah, we've got it up here.
Can you also see it on the screen share?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
In other words, is this the report that the Election Integrity Partnership did in 2021 about its activities in the 2020 election?
Correct.
Have you read it before, or how did it get on your attention?
Yeah, I've read portions of it before, and some of the folks briefed us on it.
Who are the folks that briefed you on it?
Alex Stamos and Renee DeResta.
When did that briefing occur?
I'm sorry, when or where?
When did that briefing occur?
Late spring, early summer of 2021.
This would have been around the time that the report was released.
Yeah, sometime after that.
And Alex Stamos is at Stanford Internet Observatory, right?
Yes.
Does he also serve on some committees or subcommittees?
I don't know.
Renee DeResta, is she also at Stanford Internet Observatory? Is that right?
Yes. Yes. That's check.
Remember what they said in the briefing?
I think they just walked through kind of what they did and how they did it, explain what they kind of learned, how they viewed some of the issues, things like that.
Who participated in the briefing other than you for CISA?
So I received the briefing when I was at the National Security Council. So the National Security Council colleague of mine, Mary Beth Foley.
Did CISA receive a briefing?
I don't know for certain.
Did you do, I can't remember, you said, did you do a detail at the National Security Council in that time frame?
From January 2021 to March 2022, I was on detail to the National Security Council.
Why did they report to the National Security Council?
Objection calls for speculation.
You may answer.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I mean, were they reporting back to you because you communicated with them back in 2020, or was it a report to your agency?
Objection compound calls for speculation.
Yeah, again, I don't know why they wanted to brief us.
Can you see the document on the screen share?
Yep.
Scrolling down here on the third page of the document, they list the participants here. Are these the same participants that you talked about earlier? So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think you mentioned Stanford Internet Observatory includes Alex Stamos and Renee DeResta, correct?
Yes.
And then the University of Washington Center for an Informed Public. Is that where Dr. Kate Starbird works?
I believe so, yes.
And is she also on a CISA subcommittee? Actually, isn't she on the MDM subcommittee for the CSAT?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Is she also involved in the Election Integrity Partnership?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Jumping ahead just a tiny bit past the table of contents. Here in the executive summary on page 6, the little Roman 6, you see here it says, the Election Integrity Partnership was formed to enable real-time information exchange between election officials, government agencies, civil society organizations, social media platforms, the media, and the research community, correct?
Yeah, I see that sentence.
There's a reference to both election officials and government agencies engaging in real-time information exchange with social media platforms, correct?
Yes.
What do you know what government agencies engaged in real-time information exchange under the aegis of the EIP?
I don't know who they're referring to.
Did CISA do that at all? Did CISA share information with the EIP?
Generally speaking, no.
Well, how about more specifically, did anyone at CISA share information with the EIP?
I mean, that's very broad. Did we share information? Can you be more specific about what type of information you're asking that we shared? I mean, we had conversations with them, so in that sense, we shared information. Is there something in particular you're asking about?
Sure. What conversations did you have with them? I know you summarized them earlier. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I mean, I think that summary actually is probably as specific as I can get. Like I said, we had conversations with Stanford about the gap. They gave us some briefings on what they were doing, how they were doing it. Prior to the election, we had some conversations with them to facilitate and coordinate meetings, as I mentioned. And then when they put public reporting out, if we had questions about it, we would probably have conversations with them around that as well.
Was there any communication from government officials to EIP about specific disinformation concerns?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Who at CISA was involved in any interactions with the Election Integrity Partnership?
In addition to the two interns, the primary interaction was myself and Matt Masterson.
Are you aware of anyone else at CISA communicating with them?
It's possible, but I don't recall, and it certainly wouldn't have been, they would have just been part of a meeting with either Matt or myself.
How about Lauren Pretentis? Did she communicate?
She wasn't part of the MDM team in 2020, so she would not have been communicating with them.
How about Jeff Hale?
I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff was on some of the conversations, but I don't recall him participating.
How about Director Easterly? I guess he wasn't director back then. How about Director Krebs?
I believe Director Krebs had a relationship with Alex Stamos, so he may have had conversations in that context. I don't believe he has necessarily had conversations in relation to EIP.
In fact, when he left CISA, he joined Alex Stamos at the Stanford Internet, or he joined Alex Stamos in some capacity, didn't he?
I believe they started a business together, yeah.
Do you know what that business was?
I'm sorry?
You know what that business was?
I believe the name of it is Krebs Stamos Group.
Do you know what it does?
I believe cybersecurity stuff. I'm not entirely sure.
Does it do anything related to misinformation and disinformation?
I don't know. If they do, it hasn't been something they've been promoting that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any communications between Director Krebs and Alex Stamos while Krebs was still director?
Objection, Dave.
Yeah, it's really vague. Again,
any communication is wrong, not vague. I want to know if you know any communications of any kind between Director Krebs and Alex Stamos when Krebs was still director of CISA.
Objection.
I believe Director Krebs may have participated in a couple of meetings that I'm aware of that Stamos was also in, but beyond that, I'm not familiar with. Obviously, not going to be familiar with Krebs' direct communications with Stamos.
What meetings were they both involved in? Do you recall?
So I can recall an event that occurred out in Stanford that Krebs spoke at for the Stanford Internet Observatory, for example. I believe the first government industry sync, Stamos was the Facebook lead at the time. This was before he went to the Stanford Internet Observatory, and Director Krebs participated in that meeting. So meetings like that. Beyond that, yeah, I don't have a real understanding of how they communicate with each other.
Was there any discussion of the Election Integrity Partnership at the meetings you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Turning back to the screen share, it talks about election officials engaging in real-time information sharing with social media platforms, among others. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's part of that same sentence, right? That's what you're referring to?
Yeah. Are you aware of state and local election officials engaging in real-time information sharing with the election integrity, with social media platforms through the Election Integrity Partnership?
I don't know the relationship between EIP and election officials. I'm not sure if they're referring to direct reporting to them from election officials, or if they're referring to reporting through the Center for Internet Security. I'm just not sure what they're referring to there.
How about through the Center for Internet Security? Was there election reporting through them?
Yeah, so generally speaking, the reporting that CISA received came through the Center for Internet Security.
Gotcha. And how about, to the extent you understand, is did EIP receive reporting through the Center of Internet Security, kind of from election officials through the security to the Election Integrity Partnership?
Direction, lack of foundation.
You may answer. Do you know if
Yeah, I'm not sure what their full relationship was and how they were sharing what the specifics were. It wouldn't surprise me if CIS shared some with EIP, but I just don't know.
You mentioned Matt Masterson. I think you said he was involved in a briefing with the EIP. Is that correct? No. He was involved in conversations with Stanford Internet Observatory. Generally all of our, so just to take a step back, generally our communications, when EIP stood up, were still at the Stanford Internet Observatory. So the conversations I'm aware of with Masterson were generally with the Stanford Internet Observatory. He was also briefed, I seem to recall, he was probably in some of the briefings I was in, or conversations when we had questions about reporting that they did, public reporting. So I don't know how to kind of thread the needle between, when they were just conversations with Stanford Internet Observatory and when they would be considered conversations with the EIP. And that, I think you say thread the needle, I take it that's kind of a fuzzy distinction because the EIP is a collaboration that involves the Stanford Internet Observatory, correct? Right. Do you know, let me ask this, what discussions do you know of between Matt Masterson and Stanford Internet Observatory that related in any way to the EIP? I think it would have just been if we had questions about public reporting, kind of once they were up and running. So he was involved in some of the conversations before, the first couple that I talked to you about, kind of in our engagement with Stanford Internet Observatory. He was involved, I know, in at least one of the conversations about gaps. And then after that, I don't think he was particularly involved, but he may have been involved when we had some briefings, or not briefings, I don't think it's the right word, when we had conversations with them about public reporting they put out. What is, when you say public reporting, what do you mean? So the EIP put out regular kind of regular blog posts on what they were seeing, so it was publicly available information. And did they discuss, those blog posts with Matt Masterson or you before they were posted? Not that I recall. And what discussions did you have with them public reporting?
John, just 1 second. It looks like the video is frozen on our end. Does it appear frozen on your end as well?
I see a little interference. Should we go off the record?
There's interference on top at the bottom. I'm not sitting that still. We can go off the record and try to fix that.
Let's go off the record.
The time is now 10:27. We are off the record.
The time is now 10:40. We are back on the record.
Mr. Scully, I think we were talking about Matt Masterson before we had the technical difficulty. Generally speaking, do you know what role he had, if any, in originating the concept for the Election Integrity Partnership?
So his primary role was the same as mine in terms of just clarifying the gap that election officials face for the folks at the Stanford Internet Observatory early on in the process.
And is that something that you discussed with the interns when they came up with the idea? Did the interns come to you or Mr. Masterson and talk about the gap?
I'm sorry, so you're referring specifically to the gap?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the gap came from myself. That
was your idea that there is a gap and you shared that with the interns.
I'm not sure I would say that was my idea. That was just kind of from lessons learned from 2018, I think, across the election community. I don't know that I would say that was something that we came up with on our own.
Is that something you share with the interns?
It is something I shared with the interns, correct.
And then the interns came up with the idea of putting together the election integrity partnership as a way of assisting state and local election authorities of filling that gap, right?
I don't know what the exact process was. Essentially, they identified the gap. They went back and talked to the folks at the Stanford Internet Observatory, and somewhere in that sausage-making process along the way, they decided that this partnership would be the best approach to take.
In that time frame, did they also have discussions with you about putting together something like this?
I'm sure they mentioned it to us somewhere along the line that this was something they were thinking about, but I don't know that it went beyond that.
How about Mr. Masterson? Did they discuss it with him?
Again, I'm not familiar with all of Matt's communications with these folks, but he was in the meeting where we talked about the gap with Stamos in particular, and I believe Stamos mentioned that as an option during that call. I don't know if he had any other conversations with them. I don't know about that.
When did that meeting with Alex Stamos occur?
Probably sometime in the summer of 2020. It would have, yeah, I don't know. The exact date would be hard for me to figure out. Sorry. Yeah, the interns probably arrived in the May timeframe, so we probably would have had that conversation, the initial conversation, sometime in June, and then probably Stamos, a week or two after that, so probably June, July, I would say.
Was Mr. Masterson in the meeting where you discussed the gap with the interns?
Not that I recall, no.
What did Mr. Stamos say in this meeting you recall from the June to July timeframe of 2020?
Essentially, he just wanted to confirm that we agreed with the interns that this was a gap.
What was said about the gap in that meeting, if anyone that you remember?
Yeah, it was basically along the lines. He just said, hey, the interns told me that there's a gap for election officials where most of them don't have the resources to do, to identify disinformation and maybe targeting their jurisdictions. Did the interns relay that information to me correctly? If he was thinking about potentially doing something, and he obviously didn't want to spend time and resources doing something if there wasn't in fact a gap.
How long did this meeting last, do you think?
That call was maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Was there any other communications with Mr. Stamos during this time frame?
They're too vague, also calls for speculation.
Do you remember any?
So I don't recall any conversations I had with him in that time frame. I obviously can't speak for Masterson.
Okay. Scroll ahead to page XII. There's a thanking you for contributors, and you see Kate Starbird is on that list. Do you see that? You look at the screenshot.
Yeah.
There, yeah. Do you know?
Yeah, I got it.
You know how she contributed to the election integrity partnership?
I don't.
And I see Alex Stamos up here. Obviously, he kind of set the thing up, right? Do you know how else he was involved?
I don't.
Okay. Down here it says the election integrity partnership would like to thank Matt Masterson for additional feedback. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know what feedback Mr. Masterson provided on to the election integrity partnership?
I don't.
when did Mr. Masterson leave CISA and go to Microsoft?
So Matt left CISA, I believe, in January 2021. I don't think he started at Microsoft until early 2022.
Oh, do you know what he did in the intervening year?
I believe he was a fellow at the Stanford Internet Observatory.
Oh, so he went from CISA to work with Alex Stamos's group at the Stanford Internet Observatory.
That's my understanding, yeah.
And Mr. Masterson is thanked here in this spring of 2021. I take it he was at the Stanford Internet Observatory by then.
I don't know when he officially started.
I'm going to jump ahead to page 2 of the executive summary. So if you're following on the PDF, it'll be the 20th page of the PDF. There's a discussion here where it says the initial idea for the partnership came from 4 students that the Stanford Internet Observatory funded to complete volunteer internships at CISA, right?
Correct.
And you've declined to identify them early in your testimony. Do you know who they are? Who are those 4 students? Do you know who they are?
I know for certain who 2 are. I believe I know who the 3rd is. I'm unsure who the 4th is.
What were they doing in their internships for CISA at the time they originated this idea?
They had different activities, so they supported across the election security initiative broadly. Trying to think if I can recall specific tasks that they had.
And then if you look to the next 2 sentences, it talks about responsibility for election information security is divided across government offices. And it goes on to say that, yet no government agency in the United States has the explicit mandate to monitor and correct election mis and disinformation, correct?
I'm sorry, is that the next page?
If you look at screen share, can you read that? I can zoom in if that helps.
The 2 sentences below where he was reading.
I must have been around. Okay. Gotcha.
So it says, yet no government agency in the United States has the explicit mandate to monitor and correct election mis and disinformation, correct?
Sorry, I'm just trying to read and catch up.
I'm just asking you to see where it says that.
Yeah, I see where it says that.
It seems to me that they're talking about a slightly different gap than the one you talked about earlier, right? They're saying there's a gap in federal government authority to monitor and correct election mis and disinformation, right? As opposed to a gap among the capacity of state and local election authorities to do it, right?
To be honest, I don't know what they're referencing, so I don't want to speculate on what they're trying to say there.
Let me ask you this. Do you think there's a gap in the authority of federal government agencies to monitor and correct election mis and disinformation?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Do you think that?
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer. I don't want to comment on the legal authorities of departments and agencies.
Well, I'm just asking whether you think, I'm not asking for your legal conclusion. I'm asking whether you think there's a gap in the authority of federal agencies that makes them unable to monitor and correct mis and disinformation.
Same objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, by definition, an authority is a legal determination that I'm not comfortable making.
Let me ask you this. As a practical matter, do you believe there's a gap in the ability, as opposed to the authority, the ability of federal government agencies to monitor and correct mis and disinformation?
Objection being.
You may answer.
Yeah, can you clarify exactly what you're asking? I just want to make sure I understand what you're trying to get at.
I'm using your word, a gap, right? You described that earlier, and that's a practical word. It's not a legal conclusion. So I'm asking if you talked about a gap with respect to the capacities of state and local election authorities, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Do you think there's a similar gap with respect to the ability of federal government agencies to respond to mis and disinformation on social media?
State objection, Dave.
I think that the federal government certainly would have the capability if it chose to use it and had the authority to do it.
Do you think it hasn't chosen to use that capability?
So generally speaking, I'm trying to understand your question. So is there a gap in the federal government's ability to work with to provide information to social media about what's online on their platforms? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking if there's a gap in the federal government's ability to, take any kind of action to correct mis and disinformation on social media.
State objection, instead of calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a gap in the federal government's ability to do it.
Well, let me ask this. It goes on to say, let me ask you this notion that the report says that no government agency in the United States has the explicit mandate to monitor and correct election mis and disinformation. Is that something that was discussed with the CISA interns who originated the EIP?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you remember any discussions of that with anyone else suggesting that, there's no government agency in the United States with an explicit mandate to monitor and correct election mis and disinformation?
No, not that I recall. It's possible though.
It goes on to say, this is especially true for election disinformation that originates from within the United States, which would likely be excluded from law enforcement action under the First Amendment and not appropriate for study by intelligence agencies restricted from operating in the United States, correct?
That's what the sentence says, yes.
You agree with that sentence?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Do you?
State objection.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the sentence. Yeah, this definitely gets into legal authority stuff that I would not want to comment on.
And then the next sentence says, as a result, during the 2020 election, local and state election officials who had a strong partner on election system and overall cybersecurity efforts in CISA were without a clearinghouse for assessing mis and disinformation targeting their voting operations, correct?
Yeah, that's what the sentence says.
And that, to me, sounds like it's talking about the same gap you talked about earlier, that state and local election officials were without a clearinghouse for assessing mis and disinformation targeting their voting operations, right?
That's how I read that sentence, yeah.
And I take it that this report links that gap to gaps that they perceive in federal authority, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate on what they're trying to do there.
Okay. Next sentence, students approach SIO leadership in the early summer, and in consultation with CISA and other stakeholders, a coalition was assembled with like-minded partner institutions. Do you see that?
I do.
What, let me ask you this. It says, in consultation with CISA. What consultation with CISA do you recall relating to the assembling of this coalition?
I don't recall any consultation with relation to the assembly of the coalition.
You don't recall anyone consulting with CISA about putting together the election integrity partnership?
Objection is characterized as his previous testimony.
Yeah, so I don't recall any consultation with us about who would be involved in the EIP, who their members would be, or anything like that.
Do you remember any consultation of any kind about starting up the EIP in any connection?
Just what I've referred to earlier, the conversations with the intern and the conversations with Stamos about verifying the gap existed.
How about Mr. Masterson? Is it possible they consulted with him?
Yeah, I don't know what conversations Matt had with them.
Do you know whether he had any conversations with them relating to the commencement of EIP?
I don't.
On the next page of the document, they provide an operational timeline. Do you see that?
I do.
And here in the second entry of their operational timeline, so I'm having trouble highlighting it, says July 9th of 2020, meeting with CISA to present EIP concept. Do you see that?
Yep, I see that.
Do you know what meeting that is referring to?
I don't know specifically what meeting that's referring to now.
Would that, to your mind, would that describe the 10 to 15 minute phone call you had with Alex Stamos about the gap that you talked about earlier? Would you have described that phone call as a meeting with the EIP for EIP to present, to present the EIP concept to CISA?
That 10 to 15 minute phone call only included Stamos that I recall, so I don't know that I would frame it as a meeting to present the EIP concept. As I mentioned earlier, he did kind of raise the possibility of setting up some sort of a partnership during that call. So that could be what his thinking was, but I don't know what he's referring to there.
What kind of partnership did he talk about in that call?
He just said he thought he was thinking about potentially just getting other similar institutions involved. I don't recall that. I don't even recall if he mentioned any names or not. I think it was more of a generic, where he didn't think Stanford could necessarily do it on its own and would consider kind of forming some sort of partnership.
Did he talk about forming any kind of partnership with CISA?
No.
So he didn't ask CISA to play any role in the concept he was putting together?
No. Again, beyond what I've talked about earlier, I think he knew he would need us helping him connect with election officials.
So he, to the extent okay, so he was asking for your help in connecting with election officials in that meeting.
I believe that was one of the asks, but it could have been then, it could have been at another time that happened.
Was there a later conversation with Mr. Stamos?
I don't recall, but that's why I think it was a good call. But again, I don't, it was several years ago, and my memory's a little foggy on timelines and everything that happened.
But to the best of your recollection, at some point he asked for CISA's assistance in connecting with state and local election officials, right?
Yeah.
Was that when you put him in touch with the Center for Internet Security?
I think we would have initially put him in touch with the National Association. So the two I mentioned earlier, the National Association of Secretaries of State and the National Association of State Election Directors. I'm not entirely, I don't recall when exactly Center for Internet Security got involved.
At some point, did you put him in touch with CIS?
So we put the Stanford Internet Observatory in touch with them. I forget if it was Alex himself or if it was somebody from the team there.
So at some point, you put them in touch with CIS, and were you involved in further communications with CIS and anyone at EIP?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I facilitated some meetings between them, as well as between them and election officials.
What sort of, can you unpack that a little bit? You facilitated some meetings between, was that both EIP and CIS?
Right, so, I facilitated, some meetings between EIP and CIS to make sure that they didn't have a relationship before this, they didn't know each other. So we just facilitated getting them together to talk and figure out how they were gonna work together.
Gotcha. Who was at those meetings from EIP?
I don't recall.
How about CIS? Who'd you put them in touch with at CIS?
I only recall that the CIS person's first name was Aaron. I'm blanking on his last name at this point. I suspect there are other people from CIS on the call as well, but Aaron was my principal contact at CIS, and that's Aaron, Aaron.
And I take it the purpose of that meeting was to set up a direct line of communication between CIS and EIP.
Correct.
And then, did you mention that you facilitated other meetings, for example, between EIP and NASED or National Association of Secretaries of State?
Yeah, my recollection is that we put them in contact. I don't know if we were on the calls or not. I don't recall, but I seem to recall we did put them in contact.
And specifically, you mean you put EIP in contact with NASED and NASOS, is that what it's called?
Just NASS, but yes.
Okay. And so, yeah, sorry for clarity, you put EIP in contact with both NASED and NASS, correct?
And just to be clear, we put SIO folks in contact with them, but they were part of EIP, so that's kind of I don't know when EIP was stood up in relation to the conversations, because I don't really know when the conversations occurred either. So, just so you're clear that we worked through the SIO when we made those connections.
Gotcha. Do you remember who at the SIO was involved in those connections?
I don't.
And again, SIO is short for Stanford Internet Observatory, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, what was the time frame of those, connections that you facilitated with, Stanford Internet Observatory folks and CIS, NASED, and NASS?
I don't know for certain, but I would guess they were late July or August.
So this would have been around the time that the EIP is kind of ramping up its activities.
Yeah, I don't know when they were ramping up their activities, but I would assume it was around that time.
Let me scroll down. If you can see this on the screen share to page 8. Is that size on the screen share visible to you?
Somewhat.
You see here on page 8, there's a kind of graphic where the EIP report lists 4 major stakeholders: government, civil society, platforms, and media, right?
Yep, I see that.
You got an arrow from government, a black arrow that flows from government to intake queue, correct?
Yep.
Do you know what that's referring to? Do you know government stakeholders submitting information to an intake queue for the EIP?
I don't know specifically what that's in reference to. No, I mean, I would think it was election officials, but I don't know.
How about CISA? Would CISA ever receive a report from election officials and pass it along to EIP?
I don't recall us doing that. It wasn't part of our process, and we would just send it to the platforms ourselves, so I don't know that we would send it to EIP.
How about CIS? Do you know if they did that on behalf of state and local officials?
Did CIS forward messages that election officials sent to them to EIP?
Yeah, about disinformation.
I would think so, but I don't know for certain.
And you see there's a red arrow down here at the bottom from Tier 3 mitigation, and then that flows back to government. Were you aware of EIP reporting back to CISA about what happened with disinformation or misinformation reports?
I don't recall that there was communication when, so just let me take a step back. So you're asking if we were familiar with when EIP would send reports to the platforms, were we aware of that?
Correct.
Generally speaking, we were not, as far as I know, we were not aware. I won't say generally. As far as I'm aware, we were not in the loop when they were communicating with platforms.
I apologize, I've split the screen on the screen share. Actually, stay with that graphic for a minute. Up here in the corner, it says Tier 1, detection and intent, on-call, data gathering, triage, and response. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know how the Election Integrity Partnership gathered data about what was being said on social media in 2020?
I don't know the specifics of how they did that now.
Do you have any understanding at all, other than obviously receiving reports from CIS, NASED, and NASS?
My understanding was they monitored social media in some way.
Yeah, do you have any idea how they did it? I mean, there's different ways of doing that. Do you know how they did it?
I don't know what tools or capabilities they use now.
Down here below the graphic, it talks about tickets being submitted to the EIP. And it says tickets were submitted both by trusted external stakeholders, detailed in section 1.4 on page 11, and internal EIP analysts, correct?
Yes.
You know who the trusted external stakeholders were?
I don't.
Do you know whether CISA, at least EIP, considered CISA a trusted external stakeholder?
Objection calls for speculation.
You know?
Yeah. I suspect if we scroll down to page 11, we'll find out who the stakeholders were.
Maybe, so here, the bottom page 11, section 1.4, we're discussing external stakeholders. Do you see where we are?
Getting there. And 11. External stakeholders. Yep.
It says the EIP served as a connector for many stakeholders who both provided inputs and received outputs, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and then flipping to the next page, 12, first sentence. External stakeholders include government, civil society, social media companies, and news media entities, correct?
Correct.
It says government and civil society partners could create tickets or send notes to EIP analysts, right?
That's what it says, yes.
It goes on to say they use these procedures to flag incidents or emerging narratives to be assessed by EIP analysts, correct?
That's what it says, correct.
And you know what government's partners were creating tickets to flag incidents or emerging narratives to the EIP?
I don't.
Immediately below that paragraph, they mention some government officials, right? And
Yep.
right there it says 4 major stakeholder groups in that graphic in the middle of page 12, right?
Yep.
And there's 3 that are listed there, right? There's the Election Infrastructure ISAC, right?
Correct.
And that's the ISAC that CISA funds the Center for Internet Security to operate. Is that right?
Again, I don't know if the money goes directly to the EISAC or to CIS. I don't know how the money flows, but EISAC is part of CIS, and we do fund the EISAC.
Yeah, and then the next one listed is CISA.
Mm-hmm.
And the next one listed that is the GEC, right?
Correct.
So do you know why CISA is listed there? Why the EIP listed CISA as a major stakeholder group in the EIP?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know why.
And down at the bottom, it says 4 major stakeholder groups that collaborated with the EIP. Do you believe that CISA collaborated with the EIP?
I mean, do we have conversations with representatives of the EIP? Yes. So if that's considered collaboration, then I guess we collaborated with the EIP.
Tell me about those conversations. I know you've mentioned a couple of them, or a few of them already. I take it those included a call with Alex Stamos to talk about the gap, right?
Yep.
And it included facilitating meetings between the EIP and NIAID and NASS, correct?
Yes.
And it included, in some, I take it included in some connection, putting EIP in touch with Center for Internet Security, correct?
That's correct.
And I take it were you kind of putting them in touch with the ISAC people at the Center for Internet Security?
I don't recall that we put them in touch with the ISAC people. We put them in contact with CIS specific people.
In particular, I think you mentioned someone called Aaron. Is that right?
Yeah, Aaron, as far as I'm aware, did not work for the EISAC. He worked just for CIS.
What other conversations with representatives of EIP do you recall other than those 4 we've just listed?
As I mentioned earlier, I believe we had some conversations when they put out public reports. Mm-hmm. If we had any questions about those public reports, I believe we may have had a couple conversations about that.
Sorry, go ahead and finish.
No, I think that's it that I recall.
Who was involved in those conversations about the public reports?
Again, it would likely be Masterson, and then there probably would have been some staff. So I don't know specifically, but there would have been other election security staff and probably other MDM specific team staff, but I don't recall who specifically it would have been. It could have shifted, based on who was available and things like that. So I don't recall.
About how many conversations of that nature relating to public reports do you recall?
To be honest, I don't recall any specifically. I just know that we had a few. And so I don't want to make up a number for you, but it was probably somewhere between 2 and 4.
And were you on the 2 and 4 conversations, or did other people have them?
I mean, those are the ones I recall, so those ones I would have been on. I don't know if there were others that other people from CISA would have been on that I was not.
Okay. What was discussed about their public reporting in the conversations you were involved in?
We would just ask questions about tactics and things like that, what they were seeing.
What kind of?
They were usually fairly brief. Sorry, they were generally fairly brief conversations because just based on blog posts. So if we had a question about a jurisdiction being targeted or a new tactic or things like that, we would just ask them kind of questions about that sort of thing.
And when you say tactics, those are kind of online tactics for spreading social media misinformation and disinformation.
Right, like we were talking about earlier, the coordinated inauthentic behavior. So they're using things like bots or stuff like that. Kind of what was the technique that they were using to distribute?
Were people at CISA following their blog posts to sort of, get information from them?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, could you specify who you mean by people?
Was anyone at CISA following the EIP's public reports?
Objection.
I can only speak for myself, so I was following the public reports.
Okay. How about anyone on your team?
Same objection.
Yeah, I mean, they likely were, but I couldn't say for certain.
And so,
it wasn't a job requirement. There's nobody responsible on my team as part of their job to regularly follow the EIP reporting.
I take it you did it and saw some stuff you thought was interesting, is that right?
Yeah,
And then are you the one who decided to reach out to them and ask follow-up questions about stuff they posted?
yeah.
And then, do you remember anything specific about the tactics they flagged in their blog posts?
I don't.
Who'd you talk to at the EIP when you reached out?
Question. I don't recall.
Was it Mr. Stamos?
Could have been Alex. It could have been Renee. I forget kind of how they. I honestly forget how we connected with them.
Did you already know Alex Stamos and Renee DiResta when these conversations started happening in the summer of 2020?
I knew Alex Stamos from previous familiar with Facebook, and then, as I mentioned, the Masterson Krebs and I went out to an event that Stamos hosted when he got to the Stanford Internet Observatory. So I knew him. Renee, I think I may have had a conversation or two with prior, but I didn't know her as well as Alex.
You say you knew him when he was at Facebook. What was your interactions with him then?
He headed the team at Facebook that we did the coordination for some of the initial government industry meetings. So if you recall back, I mentioned the first meeting was back in 2018. Alex was the Facebook lead for that meeting.
So he was the contact person at Facebook that would be in those meetings that involved CISA and ODNI and DOJ and the FBI.
Correct.
I just want to flip one page in the report. Up here on the screen share, if you see, they have a comment that says, additionally, the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, a subcomponent of CISA, aided in the reporting process and in implementing resilience efforts to counter misinformation. You see that sentence?
I do.
I take it the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force is now called the MDM team that you lead, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
You're the leader of that team, then called the CFITF in 2020?
I was.
Yeah. Do you know what the report means when it says that the CFITF, which was your team, aided in the reporting process?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know specifically what they're referencing. My assumption would be they're referencing the switchboarding we discussed earlier.
Tell me about that switchboarding. I take it your testimony earlier was that you were switchboarding or routing disinformation concerns to social media platforms, and that there was coordination with CIS and EIP on how they should be reported, correct?
So that's not correct. So I believe what my testimony said earlier is that we would generally receive reporting through one of three ways. One of those was through the Center for Internet Security to CISA that we would then forward to the platforms. I don't recall any reporting directly coming from EIP. So generally speaking, that's, adding EIP into your question, I think is incorrect.
What were the other two ways? You said there were three ways. One is you get them from the Center for Internet Security. What are the other two?
So the other two ways, sometimes election officials would send it in to CISA Central, which is CISA's kind of op center, watchroom type setup. And then the third way was they would just send direct to a CISA employee, often Matt Masterson, who had relationships with many of the election officials. So those were the principal ways we received reporting from election officials.
So through the CIS, kind of directly to, was there a kind of email address for reporting misinformation that CISA maintained?
not specific to misinformation. It was CISA Central had their own email address, and then obviously Matt had his. We did have an internal CFI-TF email address, but I don't believe we put that out for election officials to send messages to. I don't recall us doing that.
And then sometimes they go straight to Mr. Masterson.
Right.
And then I take it did you coordinate with CIS on what you were reporting to social media platforms?
Only in the sense that we would let them know when we reported something to a platform, to avoid duplication. Or, most of the reporting that I recall in 2020 came through CIS. And so we just wanted to let them know that we were acting on what they sent us. For reporting that didn't come through CIS, we would often let them know after we shared it with the platforms that we had shared something with the platforms for their awareness.
And then I take it you said earlier, your understanding is that CIS was coordinating with EIP.
Again, they had a relationship. I don't know how I would characterize what they were doing with EIP.
Do you know what interactions they had at all, other than the ones we talked about between CIS and EIP?
I can't specifically say what they were doing. They had a relationship. They shared information. I don't know kind of the extent of that or kind of what their policies and procedures were for what they were doing. So I know they were sharing stuff. I don't know what, how, or when sorts of questions.
I'm going to jump ahead to page 35 of this report.
35. Sorry.
And that's going to be page 53 of the PDF.
Almost there, sorry. All right, I'm on 35.
If you look here on the last sentence before that heading on the page, it says, according to the EIP, interestingly, just 1% of tickets related to COVID-19 and less than 1% related to foreign interference. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your understanding of the reports that you were making to social media platforms in that time frame, that only a small minority related to foreign actors?
Objection, Electric Foundation calls for speculation.
If you know.
So CISA does not do attribution. We didn't do analysis of what we received from election officials, so we would not know what percentage were foreign derived.
So you'd receive reports and you would forward them on to social media platforms, for consideration under their content moderation policies, without assessing whether they were originated from foreign or domestic sources.
That's correct.
In other words, a report would come in and you didn't take steps to see whether this came from a foreign or domestic source.
Correct.
You would just pass it along to the social media platforms.
Right.
Are you familiar with the Gateway Pundit?
Am I familiar with it? Yeah.
How do you know about it? What is the Gateway Pundit on your understanding?
It's some sort of a website.
How do you know about it?
I believe they've written some articles about CISA.
Now, how did that get on your radar screen?
Articles probably in our clips.
Do you remember hearing?
I don't recall specifically how they got on my radar.
Remember hearing of them in any other connection other than writing articles about CISA?
I just think as a general, trying to recall. Yeah, I think probably just as a general site that has news on it, I think it's probably the extent of what I know. I'm sure I've just seen them, in reading other stories and things like that. I honestly, I don't know how I came to know them.
Are you aware of anyone at CISA raising concerns that the Gateway Pundit might be spreading misinformation or disinformation?
No.
I'm going to jump far down in this document to page 196.
Let me see if there's a quick way for me to get down there.
Yeah, it's page 213 of the PDF.
Yeah, I think you can go here. That's a lot.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
All right, John, we're getting there.
The two right in the PDF, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's page 214 of the PDF.
Okay, 196. Almost there, sorry. Okay, yep.
Okay, you see here there's a whole section that begins the Gateway Pundit in a book.
Yeah.
In the first sentence of that says the Gateway Pundit was among the most active spreaders of election-related misinformation in our analyses, correct?
That's what it says.
Does that ring a bell at all? Do you recall anyone at CISA ever raising the concern that the Gateway Pundit was a spreader of so-called election-related misinformation?
Objection asked and answered.
You recall that?
Yeah. As I said earlier, I don't recall any examples of that, no.
Jump ahead to page 211. This is page 229 of the PDF.
Almost there. Okay. 211, policy?
Yeah, chapter 6.
Gotcha.
There in the introduction at the very beginning, it says platform policies establish the rules of participation in social media communities, correct?
Yes.
It says recognizing the heightened rhetoric and the use of mis and disinformation during the 2020 election, all the major platforms made significant changes to election integrity policies, both as the campaigns kicked off and through the weeks after election day, correct?
Yes.
And let me ask this, are you aware of social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and so forth changing their election integrity policies to limit election-related misinformation and disinformation during 2020?
I'm aware that they changed policies. I don't know. Again, I don't know that they use mis and disinformation as their terminology, so I don't want to go there. But I do recall that they changed policies in 2020 related to election security.
How did you know that at the time? Did they report it to you?
They did talk about some of it in our regular sync meetings, and then I believe there's some media coverage and public statements that they made about their changes.
In the sync meetings, were there any questions on the government side? Did the government ask, what are you doing to change your policies?
I don't recall that. I think generally speaking, the platforms would just talk, in a regular course of the conversation, that would be one of their briefing points if they were making significant changes, but it wasn't a central part of the conversations, generally speaking.
Were you aware of anyone in the federal government kind of asking or encouraging them to change their content moderation policies to address election integrity?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you recall, was it placed on the agenda for the sync meetings?
Was what placed on the agenda?
Changes in content moderation policies?
Not that I recall.
Do you know how it came up in those meetings?
Again, I think, part of the meetings were generally the different participants providing updates on what they were doing related to election security. And my recollection is that platforms might raise those sorts of things during that portion of the agenda.
Did they ever separately email you to notify you of content policy update?
Not that I recall, though it's certainly possible. You know, I would get press releases that they would put out sometimes to look forward to, but I don't recall a specific email on that.
Do you know whether anyone at the Center for Internet Security discussed content policy changes with the social media platforms?
I don't.
Do you know whether anyone at CISA did so during the 2020 election cycle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
How about Mr. Masterson?
Not that I'm aware of.
What was Mr. Masterson's title, or what was his role at CISA during this time frame in 2020?
He was the senior, I don't know what his exact title was, but he was basically the senior election security person at CISA.
So did you report to him when you were the head of the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force?
No, Matt was a political appointee, and so for organizational reasons, I reported up to Jeff, and Jeff reported to a normal chain of command, so there was just something weird about Matt being a political appointee and where he could fit in the org chart, so none of us technically reported up to him.
Okay, so he was, as a political appointee, is he higher than you in the org chart?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you coordinate with him on the sort of disinformation and misinformation related activities that CISA was engaged in 2020?
Objection vague.
Yeah, could you just be a little more clear on what you're asking, please?
Well, did you work with Matt Masterson on election disinformation and misinformation related issues in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, what sort of work did you do with him?
Again, a majority of our work, as I mentioned earlier, was resilience building, so trying to develop products, public education, public awareness, products to help election officials, those sorts of things. And then I would have discussed with him, he would have been familiar with the switchboarding work that we were doing.
Did he participate in the switchboarding work?
Not beyond when he would receive emails, he forwarded them to us.
He would send them to you to be switchboarded, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, he would send them to me or the team email address.
And you mentioned earlier that he had close relationship with social media platforms.
No, I don't think I ever said that. He had close relationships with election officials.
Okay. Did you also mention that he had contacts with social media platforms?
Again, he would have participated in the sync meetings that I talked about, the government industry sync. If we had a briefing or something or other meeting, he would likely participate. Those are the only communications I'm aware of, but he may have had others, I'm not sure.
Are you aware of anyone at the Election Integrity Partnership communicating with the social media platforms about changing their policies to, kind of restrict election-related misinformation?
I am not, no.
Is that something, that idea of advocating to the social media platforms to adopt more restrictive policies on election-related misinformation, is that something that you recall coming up in any meetings or discussions you had in 2020?
So did we ever have this, so one, if you could clarify who the meetings were with that you're asking about, or the general, did anybody at CISA need to discuss changes in platform policy? To the best of my recollection, the answer is no. We never met to discuss asking the platforms to make any changes to their policies.
Do you recall, I take it that was a response as to internal meetings. Are you aware of any meetings with anyone external to CISA to discuss, changes in platform policies?
I am not aware of any external meetings along those lines.
Recall any communications of any kind that related to that in 2020?
Any communications that related to what? To platforms changing their policies? Any communication with, I mean, that's a very broad, I mean, it's possible that somebody at Cisco along the way had a conversation about that, but I don't recall any specific conversations where we sat down and talked specifically about that. I don't recall any of that. It's a very broad ask, so I don't want to say definitively that nobody at Cisco ever had any conversations in 2020 about policy changes.
How about you? Do you recall communicating with anyone outside of CISA about social media platform policy changes in 2020?
I don't.
Have you ever heard of the Virality project?
I have.
Now, what is the Virality project?
My understanding was Stanford's attempt to mimic the EIP for COVID.
How do you know about that?
Good question. I believe they sent me some of their public reports.
The Virality project did?
Yeah.
Who would have sent those to you? Was it the same people involved in the election integrity partnership?
I think Alex was involved, and I believe Renee was involved. I don't know if the rest were similar or not. I don't recall who was sending it, the exact individual who was forwarding me the reports.
Was that?
And to be honest, I'm not sure if they sent them directly to me or if it went to somebody else in government who forwarded it to me.
Okay. Did you ever have an oral conversation with anyone associated with the Virality project about what they do?
Not specifically about what they do, but I did have some conversations where they were asking me, not us, for any connections I had with HHS or CDC.
And did you provide them with connections?
I did not.
What did you say in that conversation?
I don't recall that I had any relevant points of contact to provide them.
Did you have any other conversations with them relating to the Virality project?
Not substantial. I'm trying to think. So most of that work took place when I was over at the National Security Council, so I had substantial less communication. But I believe there were some informal kind of outwork conversations that I may have had with Alex in particular, maybe Renee as well.
Do you believe when you were detailed to the National Security Council, you had conversations with Alex Stamos and Renee DiResta about the Virality project?
Just in the sense that it was something they were doing, and that was when I think Alex asked if I had any contacts, was when I was at the National Security Council.
Did you and Alex discuss anything else about it? And let me ask this, did he give you kind of an overview of what they plan to do in the Virality project?
Not beyond that it was similar to what they did with the EIP. That was the extent of kind of, we didn't get into any details or anything like that.
And he asked you for contacts at kind of federal kind of health agencies.
Yeah, that's my recollection of what he was asking for.
And did you have any other discussions with him that related to the Virality project?
Not that I recall. I don't know that we ever got briefed on their work, so I don't think there's anything like that. I think the extent was that conversation about that, and then, like I said, I believe I received some of their reports, their public reports.
And you say either they or someone within government forwards you their public reports.
Right. Yeah, I don't recall exactly how I got them. I think it was from the Virality project itself, but I'm not 100% certain of that.
And let me ask this: was CISA active in or take any activities to follow or address misinformation relating to COVID-19?
I believe we did at least one product for our critical infrastructure stakeholders related to COVID-19.
How about
it should be on our it should be on our public website.
How about switchboarding? Did CISA do any switchboarding with relate to COVID-19 misinformation concerns?
No.
And again, the switchboarding, that when I use that term, I'm using your term for the kind of routing disinformation concerns and misinformation concerns to the social media platforms, correct?
Correct, yeah, as far as I'm aware, there's none of that occurred related to COVID.
I'm gonna pull up Exhibit 2 on the screen share, which has also been emailed to you, which is projects.
I'm sorry. Unmute me.
Hold on one second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of the answer, or the question rather.
Which is the Virality Project's public report. Virality, Virality.
Yeah, hold on, John. All right, hold on now. Hold on.
Okay, got it.
Before we turn to the document, you mentioned that you had conversations with Alex Stamos and Renee DiResta about the Virality Project. What were the nature of the conversations with Renee DiResta?
They were at the same time as the conversations with Alex, so I believe it was similar content. And it wasn't a lengthy conversation, it was just, hey, we're doing something, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Did she ask you for any contacts or anything like that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did she ask you for any contacts or anything like that?
Not that I recall, but I think she was with Alex when we had that conversation.
So you believe it was the same conversation with Alex and Renee kind of at the same time?
Yeah, I believe we were having a meeting. They were briefing us about, so I think this was connected to when I got the brief on the report, the election report, when I was at the White House. I think that's when they mentioned that they were going to potentially do something similar around COVID and asked if we had any contacts.
And did you, and I think you said earlier you didn't have any contacts, right?
Yeah, I didn't have any good contacts at CDC or HHS.
Did you ask anyone else in government if they had contacts that would be useful to them?
I don't recall doing that, so I don't think so.
Did you notify people at the White House about, the briefing you got from them or the information you got from them?
So I'm sure I talked to my supervisor about the election briefing. I may have mentioned, although I don't recall if I did or not, that they were going to do something similar for COVID.
What did you report back about the election briefing? I take it that's the long fuse report from the Election Integrity Project, right? Or partnership, right?
Yeah, just in general, we met with them. They shared kind of the lessons learned, kind of what some of the big takeaways were. I don't recall what the specifics were. It was a brief kind of conversation in passing.
Who was your supervisor at that time?
Caitlin Dirkovich.
Looking at the Virality Project report, skipping ahead to page 4 of the report.
4 or Roman numeral 4?
It's regular 4.
Gotcha.
There's a recommendation.
Okay.
See under the heading government.
I'm sorry, there was some
There's a recommendation here to implement a misinformation and disinformation center of excellence housed within the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. You see that?
I do.
So Stanford recommends that the government create a misinformation and disinformation center of excellence housed within CISA, correct?
Actually, he said calls for speculation.
That's what the sentence says.
Did they ever
What
discuss
they meant by that, I don't know what they meant.
Did Alex Stamos or Renee DiResta ever discuss that with you? You know, having CISA take on a new and more formalized role with respect to misinformation and disinformation?
Not that I recall. I don't think I was ever briefed on this report, so I don't recall having that conversation.
You know, if they talked to anyone else at CISA about that?
I don't know. I don't know.
By the time of this report in 2021, Matt Masterson was actually working for the Stanford Internet Observatory, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Have you ever read this report before?
I think I've read a little bit of it, but I don't think I've read the whole. I don't recall. I haven't read the whole thing, I should say. I don't recall. I'm fairly certain I haven't read the whole thing.
You know when you read it?
I don't.
Do you know why you read it?
I mean, I read it, generally speaking, I'm interested in understanding what researchers find related to this malinformation.
Sorry, related to what?
What researchers find, understand, what they're learning related to this malinformation.
And did you have any takeaways from this report that informed your work at the MDM team?
I don't think there's anything specific that we took from this, from a product standpoint or anything like that.
Do you know how the Virality project tracked, you know, misinformation narratives about COVID vaccines on social media?
I don't.
I'm going to jump ahead to page 30 of the report. And very usefully, that's also page 30 of the PDF.
Making things easier.
I think they learned a lesson after the first report.
Yeah.
There's a reference here under
Okay. Gotcha.
There's a reference here under tiered ticket analysis. It says their analysis consisted of lateral research that used CrowdTangle and Google searches to assess the spread of the incident or content and so forth. Do you see that?
I do.
What CrowdTangle is?
I believe CrowdTangle is a Facebook-owned social media monitoring service.
And is that something that's available to the public? Can the public kind of subscribe to CrowdTangle? Or is it kind of a...
Objection. Sorry, I thought you were done, John. Wait.
Okay.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Sorry, objection, lack of foundation.
I don't know. I don't know the nature of CrowdTangle, if it's publicly available or not.
Have you ever heard of it before?
I have.
What connection have you heard of it?
Just talking, you know, in the general this malinformation research community. I know it's a tool that some researchers use.
Okay, next page of the report. There's a reference to collecting video view data for links associated.
I'm sorry, there's a reference to?
There's a reference to, it says the engagement data or video view data for links associated with each ticket is collected differently depending on the social media platform in question, : You see that?
I do.
It talks about how Facebook and Instagram, they used CrowdTangle API, right?
I see that, yeah.
Do you know what API stands for?
I don't.
And, okay, same question that as to Twitter. It says Twitter API, YouTube API. Do you know what API refers to?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a little above my technical knowledge.
Let's jump ahead to page 143.
Okay.
Okay. Here, under maintain clear channels of communication across all levels of government, do you see that?
I do.
And then there in this sentence it says, or sorry, in this paragraph, it says, for example, as voting related mis and disinformation arose in the 2020 presidential election, the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center, EISAC, served a critical role in sharing information with the Election Integrity Partnership in pushing its rapid response analysis back out to election stakeholders across the states, right?
That's what the sentence says, yeah.
And I take it, we've asked you this before, but are you aware of the EISAC serving a critical role in sharing information with the EIP during 2020?
I'm not. My understanding and recollection is the Center for Internet Security. It's of course possible that the Stanford folks are conflating the EISAC with the Center for Internet Security because they're, you know, kind of, we talked about earlier, they're kind of part of the same organization, but I'm not aware of those sorts of direct communications with the ISAC.
What is the difference between the EISAC and the CIS? My understanding was the CIS is a nonprofit, and like the EISAC is kind of like a program that it runs that allows for information sharing among state and local election officials. Is that the distinction, or what's the difference?
Objection 4.
You may answer.
What's the difference between what? CIS and EISAC?
Yeah, what's the distinction between them?
I mean, to be honest, I don't fully know what the distinction is. My understanding is it's roughly as you kind of stated it, right? CIS is an umbrella organization that has organizations underneath it. I don't know what the operating relationship is between the EISAC and CIS. If it's a direct line, I just don't know how they operate that way. But my understanding is that the CIS has its own staff, and that those staff and their own funding, and that staff and funding was what supported the 2020 election switchboarding work.
So in other words, you think the CIS was switchboarding to EIP during 2020?
I'm not sure that's what I said. I mean, the relationship that I understood was between CIS and EIP. What specifically they were doing as part of that relationship, I'm not, again, I don't necessarily want to speak to, but because I'm not 100% sure how it worked.
Well, is the EISAC kind of a vehicle through which CIS receives reports of misinformation and disinformation from state and local election officials?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know how the EISAC played in the switchboarding role.
Down here at the bottom of the same page, there's another reference to the recommendation to implement a misinformation and disinformation center of excellence housed within the federal government, correct?
Yeah.
In that paragraph, it specifically recommends that it be housed within the federal government at CISA, correct? See where I've highlighted?
Yeah, I'm just reading it now. Yes, that's what the sentence says, yeah.
Yeah, do you have any recollection of, let me ask you this. I think you testified earlier, you don't remember discussing that recommendation with anyone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, how about any discussions of changing or increasing CISA's role in kind of tracking or monitoring online dis and misinformation.
Objection to the extent that answer calls for the disclosure of information subject to limited process privilege. I'd instruct the witness not to answer. To the extent you can answer that without disclosing information subject to the privilege, you may do so.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question just to make sure I understand it?
Let's break it down. Do you recall any discussions with anyone outside of CISA about expanding CISA's role in addressing misinformation and disinformation concerns on social media?
CISA's role, expanding CISA's role. Yeah, yes.
Okay, what conversations do you remember about that?
So we were piloting a capability that would allow us to monitor narratives online.
When was this piloted?
I believe it was, we did one short pilot, I believe, in summer 2020. So I believe it was all 2020.
What sort of piloting? Can you explain what you mean by piloting something to track mis and disinformation online?
So it wasn't necessarily to track; it was to understand the information environment, what narratives were kind of perking up. The piloting was, as I'm sure you're aware, there's extensive privacy rules around that sort of work, and so it was just kind of piloting it to see if it would work, if it did what we wanted it to do. In particular, we were trying to predict the likely impact of narratives on stakeholders, and so we weren't sure if the predictive activity that we were doing was actually worked. So we wanted to test that, and then we wanted to just get a sense of the privacy and other kind of rules that might be in play, and if it's something that we could do.
What exactly was the pilot? I mean, what did you have a computer program that would, go out and track what people were saying on social media, or what exactly was the pilot? I don't understand.
I'll object on the grounds that calls for disclosure of information subject to deliberative process privilege and instruct the witness not to answer.
The deliberative process privilege only applies when there is no indication of any government wrongdoing. Our court has already found that there's at least a substantial concern that there were significant First Amendment violations here. So I ask you to withdraw the objection.
I understand your position and I decline your invitation.
Are you declining to answer the question, sir?
Yes.
So in that case, can you kind of explain more generally what this pilot project involved in 2020 to track social media on the internet?
To the extent that calls for the disclosure of information subject to deliberative process privilege, I instruct the witness not to answer. To the extent you can answer that question at a high level of generality, you may do so.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, our mission is to build resilience to MDM targeting critical infrastructure. So essentially what we were trying to understand is if we could predict the likely impact of MDM narratives in terms of increasing risk to critical infrastructure by better understanding the information environment. So the pilot was essentially trying to test that theory out.
Yeah, kind of, again, at a high level of generality, how do you test that theory out?
So it's, the predictive model essentially was, so say you had an image, it would pull particular components of an image out, and based on, I don't want to get too, I don't know that I understand the black box that they use all that well, that's why we were trying to test it, but there's a methodology that they use to do that, and so we were just trying to see if that methodology in fact worked from a disinformation standpoint.
When you say they, who's they? Is this people at CISA, or was there a contractor that created a product?
It was a contractor.
What contractor?
The name of the company is Limbic.
Sorry, can you spell that?
Limbik. And then there's a separate pilot just more generically around situational awareness of potential narratives online that didn't feed into the predictive modeling.
Was that a Limbic product too, that second pilot?
Yeah, that was a different contractor, I forget who it was.
Did either of these pilots ever get any actual programs, something that you use?
No, the rules we operated the pilot on was that none of it could be used for operational purposes because there's privacy requirements around that. And so it was essentially, we were just using it for internal deliberations in terms of if the tools were helpful or not.
Did you conclude that they were helpful?
Object on the grounds of deliberative process privilege. I instructed this not to answer.
To be clear, I'm asking for the conclusion, not the deliberation. Did you conclude they'd be useful?
Same objection, same instruction.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer.
I've emailed around Exhibit 9. And if you have a minute to look at it, I'm also putting it on the screen share. It's a collection of emails from October of 2020 produced by the government involving CISA, and I think they relate to the switchboarding you testified about earlier. Do you see the document?
I do.
Just look here on the first page. There's an email, if you look here, kind of on Thursday, October 1st at 4:23 p.m. It shows misinformation reports, sending an email to you, to CISA Central, which I think you mentioned earlier, to CFITF email address, and misinformation reports. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is, I take it some report that relates to misinformation in social media from CIS, correct?
Let me just scroll down to the beginning of the email chain. Yeah, there's a report I received from CIS.
And when CIS emailed you this report, if you look here towards the top or right in the middle of the first page, CIS, first of all, it's signed by Walter Oberez and Aaron Wilson, correct?
Yeah.
And that Aaron, is that the Aaron you talked about earlier as your CIS contact?
It is, correct.
And how about, who's Walter Oberez?
I don't know.
Okay. And they say, Brian, referring to you, we know many are already aware of this case, but the impact seems to be escalating. Our hope is the platforms can do more to take down the misinformation, correct?
That's what it says, correct.
And then it goes on to say, the EIP has been tracking this spread under ticket EIP-243 and has more examples, correct?
Correct.
Did they commonly tell you when the EIP was tracking online misinformation as well as CIS?
I don't think that was common, no.
Okay. Were you aware at the time of what an EIP ticket was?
I understood that EIP was using a ticketing system. That was the extent of it, so that's what I assumed it was.
How'd you know that?
That they were using a ticketing system? So as I mentioned earlier, we did get some briefs from them when they were setting things up to let us know how they would work, and there was mention of a ticketing system during those conversations.
When you received this report, you forwarded it on to Facebook, correct? We're directly above.
I did.
And you said,
Correct.
And you said this is not Facebook-related reporting, but thought it would be of interest to your team, right?
Right.
How'd you forward it on to Facebook if, you know, it appears to relate to tweets or Twitter as opposed to Facebook?
Well, related to Twitter and I believe YouTube, if I'm reading this correctly.
You know, why'd you forward it on to Facebook?
A lot of ways that people generate traffic to YouTube in particular, but Twitter as well, is by posting it across platforms. So something like this we would sometimes share across other platforms if we thought that there might be relevant content showing up on their platform.
In other words, if the disinformation or misinformation might be spreading to other platforms, you would notify not just the platform reported, but other platforms as well, so that they could be aware of this content. Is that what you did?
Yeah, so if I'm reading this correctly, it sounds like it already jumped platforms. So maybe I'm misreading. And so yeah, so sometimes we would share.
When you say we would share, you mean you would share it with other platforms than the one that was currently hosting the reported content?
Correct.
Okay. And just scrolling down a few pages. There's a page with the case number 9676 at the bottom.
Page 9676.
That is the 7th page of the PDF.
All right, let me just make sure I got the right one. Got it.
And again, on this one, here's another email where you said, "Hi, Richard, this is not Google-specific reporting, but thought it might be of interest to your team," correct?
Correct.
So this is another situation where a misinformation report had come in that related to content of other platforms, but you shared it with a different platform, right?
This looks like the same example we talked about above.
Oh yeah, is this the one being tracked under ticket EIP 243?
I believe it's the same. Reading email is the same.
Is this something that was kind of a common practice when you were performing the switchboarding function that you described in 2020, that you would report misinformation concerns, not just the platform directly affected, but other platforms as well, to get ahead of it, so to speak?
Objection asked and answered.
I wouldn't say it was a common practice, but we did do it periodically.
You jump ahead to page number 8356.
Which PDF page is that?
It looks like it's going to be page 12 of the PDF.
Okay. Just so you know, for the email, the PDF page number is going to be a lot more helpful.
Sure.
8357, is that what I'm looking at?
356, I think it's the page before.
Okay, yep, one above, gotcha.
Yeah, I think this still relates to the same ticket, right? Look at the middle of the page, you're still dealing with the same report from CIS that has that same EIP ticket number, correct?
Yeah, it appears so, yep.
In this one, you passed this on to Twitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the platform that was directly affected, right?
Correct.
And then talking to Twitter at the very top there, you said, good afternoon. Suspect you all are already aware of these issues. I wanted to pass along this reporting from Sonoma County, California, to see if there's anything you can share on how you're approaching, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, sorry, can you answer with a yes or no?
I'm sorry, yes.
is that something you did when you were serving the switchboarding function, was ask the social media platforms to report back how they had addressed the contents reported?
Generally, we would do that if the election official asked.
You know, why did you do that?
So, well, if the election official reported something, they just wanted to know if a decision was made often, not often, sometimes. And so, if the platform was open to sharing if they'd made a decision or not, we would just push that back to the election officials so they were aware of where the platform landed.
So CISA would, if the state or local official wanted to know, you know, whether the reported misinformation had been actioned in some way, CISA would ask the social media platform to report that back, and then CISA would relay that to the social media, to the state or local official. Is that right?
Yeah, we did that periodically. So we just asked if a decision was made and if we could share it back.
Did you
The
do
platforms got better along the way of communicating directly with the election officials themselves.
Sometimes they report that directly later in the process, especially.
Yeah, I believe it got better kind of as time went on.
Did you do anything else with that information about whether and how the reported misinformation had been actioned by the social media platform?
Did we do anything else with it? No. I mean, if it came through CIS, we would push the response from the platform back up to CIS. If the information we received from the election official came direct to us, we would push that back to the election official.
How about anyone else? Would anyone else be notified how they acted?
I think we may have put a notation in the tracking spreadsheet we kept if the platform said something in return, but that was an internal CISA document, so it would go to normally our attorneys or privacy folks would just see the tracking list, review it periodically.
So there was an internal spreadsheet created by CISA to track these reports.
Yeah.
And did you enter, you know, all of your switchboarding activity reports into that spreadsheet?
Yeah, we did the best we could to make sure everything was captured in there.
That spreadsheet still exists?
I believe, I would assume so.
Who else, or who would enter the information in the spreadsheet?
So the MDM team took shifts in terms of receiving and doing, like I said, it was very resource intensive for us. And so other members of the MDM team would have inserted stuff in there as well if it was their shift.
Who took shifts other than you?
So back then it would have been myself, Chad, Rob, from the org chart, Rob Shaw, Chad Josiah. Who else was doing it back then? Myself, Alex Zahir, an intern, I'm not going to name, and I think that was it.
Let me see if I caught
that was it.
Let me see if I caught all those people. Chad Josiah did that.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think you said Rob Shaw did that. SCHAL, correct?
Correct. And then Alex Zahir, who also should be on the org chart.
How do you spell her name?
His name, Alex, ALEX, space ZAHEER.
Okay, anyone else?
There's an intern.
Can you name the intern, please?
I'm not going to name the intern.
They're refusing to answer that question without an instruction again.
Yes.
Okay, anyone else?
I feel like there was, but I'm forgetting names right now. But those would have been the John Stafford, sorry.
What's his role at CISA?
He's not at CISA any longer. He left sometime in 2021.
What was his role?
He was an analyst, like the others.
And would all those people be involved in emails like the ones we're looking in here in October 9, in Exhibit 9, where word would come in from, CIS or somebody like that, and they would forward it on to a social media platform?
Yeah, so they would, if they would see something, they would play that switchboard role and they would forward it to the platforms.
And then would they, like you, report back sometimes to CIS or whatever reporter on how things have been actioned?
I don't recall if they did that or not. If the platform sent something back on their own, which sometimes happened as well, they would report that. I don't know that they did anything beyond that.
Did any of them communicate with anyone at the Election Integrity Partnership?
Well, the intern, I believe, worked both. Although when he was on duty, he was only working for us. Beyond that, I don't know. I don't know that they would have conversations. Not about the switchboarding, I wouldn't think.
You say the intern worked both. You mean the intern part of the time was working for CISA and part of the time was working for EIP?
So my understanding, so the intern was a Stanford student. So he worked part-time for us. On election day, when he would have been on the agenda, he was just working for us. And my understanding is he also did some work for the Stanford Internet Observatory. I don't know what that work entailed, if it was EIP specific or not. But yeah, he did do some stuff with the Stanford Internet Observatory. I'm just not 100% certain of the nature of it.
Do you know whether he was involved in tracking misinformation and disinformation for the Stanford Internet Observatory?
I don't know if that intern was responsible for that or doing that work.
Was that the only intern during 2020 who was simultaneously working part-time for CISA and also working with Stanford Internet Observatory?
No, there was one other. As I mentioned earlier, there were two.
And so I see. In other words, it wasn't sequential. Those two interns, do they maintain their part-time internship at CISA through the end of the election cycle in 2020?
Correct. They were summer interns, full-time summer interns, and then they went back and continued their studies at Stanford and part-time interns for us.
Okay, and then they also, I take it, when they went back to Stanford for the fall semester, they also worked for the Stanford Internet Observatory?
That's my understanding, correct?
And at least one of those interns was involved in doing these switchboarding emails like we're looking at in Exhibit 9, right?
Correct.
Okay. What did the other intern do during this time frame for CISA?
He also did some of the switchboarding.
Okay, so should we add intern number 2 is also a person who engages switchboarding emails?
Correct.
Are you declining to disclose the name of intern number 2 as well?
Intern number 2 is on our staff now.
What's his name?
Alex.
Alex what?
Here.
So Alex Zahir was he one of the interns who originated the idea of the EIP?
Correct.
What's his role in CISA now?
He's an analyst on the MDM team.
What does he do for CISA?
He works on the MDM team. He does. We talked about him earlier in the org chart discussion.
Yeah, sorry, I don't remember. What does he do?
So he cuts across the range of work. So he does some analysis, he does some engagement, he does some product development work.
What's engagement as we talk to social media platforms for CISA?
He does not, no.
Does he still do any work for Stanford Internet Observatory?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When was the last time he was involved in working for Stanford Internet Observatory, to your knowledge?
I don't know. It would have been before he graduated, as far as I'm aware.
I'm asking again, what's the name of intern number 1, the one who was involved in routing disinformation concerns to social media platforms during the 2020 election, whose name you haven't disclosed yet?
I'm still going to not disclose his name.
Council, on the break, let's talk about that. Moving on a little bit. If I could direct your attention back to, or actually, let's jump ahead in the Exhibit 9. Actually, let's stay on this page.
Which page?
I think we're on page 11 of the PDF.
Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry. Let's jump ahead to page 10603, Bates, and then that's going to be page 18 of the PDF.
All right. Okay. Page 18.
Okay, if you look here, this is a reporting chain of a misinformation concern from you to Twitter on October 10th, correct?
Yeah, that's what it appears to be.
And you're making this report on a Saturday afternoon, right? Or is that an early Saturday morning? It looks like it's a Saturday afternoon at 12:52 p.m. there at the bottom of the page. Do you see that?
I do.
So you talked about this being resource intensive. Were you guys staffing, the misinformation reports and doing the switchboarding on nights and weekends?
So we ramped up as we got closer to the election. At this stage, I think it was primarily me that would receive them. Over the weekends, I forget when I started handing some of that off to my team to also pick it up over the weekends. But at some point we did have people on the schedule. It didn't mean that they were 24/7 waiting for things, but they just needed to monitor their phones in case something came in.
Somebody was kind of tasked with, I think you called them shifts earlier. Someone was tasked with covering a shift at all times, and not at all times, but at times over the weekends.
Yeah, particularly as we got closer to the election. I wouldn't say it was the entire election cycle. It was, I don't know when it started, but probably sometime in mid-October when we started just shifts so that people could review. Before that, it was mostly me that would receive them from CIS.
And then how about, did you ever have it where you're doing shifts in the middle of the night?
No, I mean, technically, you'd be on for a day if you were on your shift, but there wasn't an expectation if something came in at 3 o'clock in the morning that you were forwarding it on.
How about between 11 and 12 at night?
Yeah, I mean, if you were awake at 11 or 12 at night, I think that we would push it on, and then obviously on election night, we were up until at least midnight. So if we received anything, we push it forward. But again, it was more when we got into kind of off hours. We just asked people to monitor their phones if they could, and if something came in, to push it forward. But there wasn't an expectation that at some obscene hour that they would be responsible for forwarding something.
Let me ask you this. If you look at this email chain we're looking at where it says you had forwarded on a concern at 12:52 p.m. And looks like about 20 minutes later on a Saturday afternoon, maybe Saturday morning for them, Twitter responds and says, "Thanks, Brian, we will escalate." You see that?
Yes.
So it looks like the people at Twitter are monitoring their phones to respond promptly to your reports. Is that right?
I mean, I don't know what their monitoring behavior was. In this case, she certainly responded relatively quickly on a Saturday.
And that's not the only case. It happens again and again and again where you get almost immediate responses from not just Twitter, but Facebook and others, correct?
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure you could show me documents that shows that, but I obviously don't know the timeline of sends and returns.
Do you remember them pinging you back promptly and being very responsive when you would make reports like this?
They were generally responsive and making sure that we knew that they received it. Yeah.
And not just received it, for example, in this case, not long after that, at 6:30 p.m. the same day, she notifies you these tweets have been actioned for violations of our policies, right?
That's what the email says, yeah.
And was that time frame typical? Were they turning around, content that was flagged and taking action on it within hours of your reports?
It's hard to say because they didn't always get back to us that they had taken any action. So I don't know if I would say that's typical. Sometimes they would let us know, sometimes they wouldn't. Generally speaking, I think they made their decisions relatively quickly. So I would assume if they did get back to me, it would be relatively quickly, but I can't speak to their timing or their processes or any of that stuff. A lot of times they just didn't let us know beyond that they had received it.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
No, I just wanted to say, normally we would get a note that they received the message I forwarded to them. We often didn't receive any kind of notification that they had taken action or no action, or what their decision was. So it's hard to say kind of what their typical timeline was for making decisions.
Let me ask this, were they more responsive to you as a representative of a federal national security agency than they were to ordinary people who made such reports, if you know?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't know what the timelines are generally.
Were there ever discussions between you or anyone at CISA and anyone at the platforms about making sure the platforms are monitoring their emails for the government's reports of misinformation?
No.
How about in the sync meetings that you talked about between the USG and the industry? Was it ever brought up that, hey, we're going to have people standing by and watching for misinformation reports so we can move quickly on them?
Not that I recall. I believe on election night, several of the platforms set up their own operations center. But I don't know if there's ever a conversation about from the government expecting platforms to have any particular timeline.
And again, these sort of emails that we're looking at here in Exhibit 9 from you to the platforms responding back about misinformation that you guys have switchboarded to them. I take it there's a set of emails like this for not just you, but also for Chad Josiah, Rob Shaw, Alec Zahir, John Stafford, and an intern that you haven't named yet, right?
Objection, compound.
So, if I'm understanding your question, would you find emails from those individuals to platforms notifying them or forwarding information from an election official? So yes. Would there likely be, it's hard for me to know if they always responded back beyond received, which I think was pretty standard. So I would assume that you would find chains with other members of the team where they send something over to a platform and the platform said received. Yes, if that's your question.
So in other words, at least those 5 individuals I just listed were involved separate from the emails that we're looking at that involve you, they were sending their own emails when it was their shift to social media platforms, flagging disinformation concerns.
Yeah, that's correct. But keep in mind, over the entire course of the election, I think we forwarded about 200 emails total. So I'd imagine a vast majority of them are mine, because for a period of time I was the principal in relaying it. But to answer your question, yes, there's probably other email chains with those 5 representatives on it.
Don, we've now been going almost 2 hours. I think now it's probably maybe time for a break.
Let me ask one more question that's right on this topic, and how about that, or one little set of questions. Sure. Did you ever discuss with Alex Zahir what he did for the Election Integrity Partnership?
I'm sure I had conversations with Alex about his work with SIO, which was part of the Election Integrity Partnership.
What did you discuss with him about his work for SIO?
I think he just talked about that he was participating in it. I don't know the specifics of the conversation, but that he was participating in it, and he was one of the people that were working with the ticketing system.
When you say working with the ticketing system, what did he say he was doing with the ticketing system?
I don't recall. I mean, I don't know how the ticketing system works, so I don't know kind of how his role would have played in there or what it was.
When you refer to the ticketing system, is that the system that Stanford had for receiving reports of disinformation that they would analyze?
Right.
How about the other intern, the one you haven't named yet? Did you ever discuss with that intern the work he did for the Stanford Internet Observatory?
I don't recall. I don't think, certainly not in the level of detail with Alex. Obviously, Alex came to work for us, so I have a little more familiarity with what he did with SIO. So I didn't have a clear understanding of the other intern's role.
What did the other intern go on to do?
I don't know. Well, I know he's still at Stanford, but I don't know if he graduated.
Why don't we take a break there?
Okay, I mean, it is now, let's go off the record.
The time is now 12:34. We're off the record. The time is now 1:41 p.m. We are back on the record.
Thank you, and as I mentioned before we got back on the record, the witness wanted to say something before we begin.
So the intern that did both SIO and CISA switchboarding was Virality.
Is that Lowary?
I believe so, yeah.
And that intern worked simultaneously with CISA and the EIP.
And SIO, who was a member of the EIP.
Right. What did he do for SIO while this was going on? Do you know?
I don't.
What did he do for CISA while this was going on?
Again, he was part-time in the fall, so he would support kind of the analytic stuff, and then as I mentioned, he did some work in terms of the switchboarding. I'm obviously not sure the extent of the emails or anything like that, but he would have forwarded over to the platforms.
So if Pierce Lowry was involved in forwarding emails to the platforms?
Correct.
Yeah, and that's in addition to Chad Josiah, Rob Shaw, Alex Zahir, John Stafford, and yourself, correct?
Correct.
Anyone else in 2020 who'd engage in those switchboarding emails?
I believe that was all. That's my recollection.
Was Pierce Lowry one of the 4 interns who originated the idea of the EIP?
Yes.
Okay, who were the other 2? Well,
I don't.
What about Alex Zahir? Was he one of the ones?
Alex was one.
Yeah.
He was.
Well, hold on, guys, you keep talking over each other, so let Mr. Feller ask his question and then please answer. John, can you react?
Was Alex Zahir one of the 4 interns who originated the idea of the EIP?
He was.
And he went on, like Mr. Lowry, to simultaneously work for CISA and for Stanford Internet Observatory during the 2020 election cycle.
Correct.
Who were the other 2 interns who originated the idea?
The 4th intern, I do not know who they're referring to, so I'm not sure who that is. The 1st intern is Isabella Camargo. I forget the rest of her last name, I'm sorry. I have to look.
Is it Isabella Garcia Camargo?
Yes.
Okay, when did she intern for CISA?
Over the summer of 2020.
Did she do that into the fall?
She did not.
Did she go on in the fall to work for Stanford Internet Observatory?
Yes.
And did she work for Stanford Internet Observatory during the summer when she was also working for CISA?
Yes.
Who is Ayelet Drazen, D-R-A-Z?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry, can you repeat that last question?
Which question? Who is Ayelet Drazen? Or
No, the one before.
did she work for Stanford Internet Observatory during the time she was also working for CISA?
I don't believe so, but I'm not sure kind of their arrangement on the SIO front.
What she do?
I think SIO may have been, I'm not sure how that worked with SIO when they were interns, but she did not work for us in the fall when she was working for SIO, that I'm certain of. So I don't know what the relationship was over the summer internship.
What did she do for CISA?
Again, like the other analyst, typical intern stuff, supporting product development, helping with, any research projects, the standard kind of intern work across the 3 kind of lines of effort I mentioned before: engagement, product development, and analysis research.
Who is Ayelet Drazen, D-R-A-Z-E-N? First name A-Y-E-L-E-T.
I don't know.
Who is Ashwin Ramaswamy?
I believe he was one of the election security interns.
During 2020 at CISA?
At least in the summer of 2020. I don't know kind of how long he stuck around. I didn't really work with him.
Is he another Stanford intern?
Yeah, I believe so.
Did he go on to work for the Stanford Internet Observatory?
I don't know.
How about Jack Cable, C-A-B-L-E?
He was a Stanford intern. I don't know what he did after, just for the summer that I'm aware of, but I'm not entirely sure of his role. Again, he didn't work on the MDM stuff with me.
What did he do at CISA, do you know?
He was more cyber focused, so I'm not entirely sure fully what his projects are.
Just a second, I'm emailing you 2 new exhibits. Let me ask this, were you involved in, Mr. Scully, were you involved in preparing CISA's discovery responses to written discovery in this case?
I believe I provided names of the team, and the IT folks searched my records for me.
You provided names
So
to the team. What does that mean?
I believe I provided names of the people who are part of the MDM team or CFITF.
So you provided names of key custodians, for example, who might have relevant emails in their inboxes, stuff like that.
Right.
Okay. Were you involved in drafting interrogatory responses?
If I recall correctly, I reviewed some of them.
Did you review the ones that were submitted on behalf of CISA?
Yeah, those would have been the only ones I reviewed.
Before the break, you mentioned that there were about 200 emails that CISA forwarded to serve this switchboarding function of routing disinformation concerns to the social media platforms in 2020, right?
Yeah, give or take a few. I don't know the exact number, but it's about 200.
How do you know how many there were?
Well, as I mentioned previously, we kept a tracking spreadsheet. Everything we sent over, we logged.
Did you consult that tracking spreadsheet when you were preparing or working on responding to written discovery in this case?
I don't recall that I did. It's possible, but I don't recall doing it.
Let me show you Exhibit 12.
Okay. That's a complaint.
Should be amended interrogatory responses that have also been filed publicly with the court as document 86-3.
I don't see that.
I don't know.
Where is that? Nope, that's right. That's right.
Okay.
You go to page 19 of that document. I've also got it up on the screen share.
All right. It's 19. Okay, I'm at 19.
Here at the bottom of page 19, you see where it says CISA :
Yes.
It's identifying people with relevant communications in response to our discovery requests. CISA has identified the following custodians as having relevant communications as produced in response to requests 2 and 3. Correct? You see that?
I do.
The CISA custodians listed are Jen Easterly, Christopher Krebs, Matt Masterson, Jeff Hale, Brian Scully, and Laura Pretentis, right?
Yep.
So these other people, Chad Josiah, Rob Shaw, Alex Zahir, John Stafford, Pierce Lowry, who were involved in forwarding emails to social media platforms to flag them, were not disclosed in this part of the interrogatories, correct?
I think if you scroll down another paragraph, you see most of those names.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting, isn't it? Very next paragraph, it says, we've also identified some other people as appearing in the communications you produced. And it lists 4 of those 5 people, Chad Josiah, Robert Shaw, Alex Zahir, and John Stafford, right?
Yes, that's who is listed there.
So it appears that
I don't know that that's interesting.
it's interesting that CISA knew about the involvement of these people in relevant communications, but didn't search their inboxes in response to our discovery requests. Isn't that what this indicates?
I have no idea what this indicates.
Well, let me ask you this. You testified before the break that those 4 people there, plus Pierce Lowry, who you just disclosed, all forwarded disinformation reports to social media platforms as part of the switchboarding function. Isn't that right?
They were all part of the switchboarding function. I don't know who sent emails or how many emails or any of that.
Excuse me.
They took shifts and sent emails to social media platforms reporting disinformation, correct?
They took shifts, and if they received something, they would have sent an email, but without going through the spreadsheet I mentioned, I wouldn't know if an actual individual who was on the shift sent one, but that would be my expectation that they did. There's generally 2 people per shift, so it's possible that just one of those people was sending emails.
Pierce Lowry is not identified anywhere in these discovery responses, is he?
I mean, he's not identified in this small section. I don't know if he's elsewhere.
Well, you said you reviewed them when they were being prepared. Do you remember seeing his name anywhere in the government's discovery response?
I don't recall, but I don't think I would have reviewed the entire document, so I don't know. I obviously didn't see the final document.
Who would have reviewed the final document?
Objection calls for speculation.
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Exhibit 62, which I've also emailed you.
John, did you take 62?
62 should be the most recent one in your inbox.
Okay.
Here's Jeff.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is Jack Cable's publicly available online LinkedIn profile. Do you see that?
I do.
If you scroll down, a fifth page of this document, it looks like he was a research assistant at Stanford Internet Observatory from 2019 to 2021, correct?
That's what it says, yeah.
And that he ended in June 2021, correct, at SIO?
That's what it says, yeah.
And immediately below that, it looks like he was an election security technical advisor at CISA from June 2020 to January 2021, correct?
That's what he says.
So he also overlapped for an entire year in working simultaneously for CISA and for the SIO, correct?
You actually lack a foundation.
According to his LinkedIn profile.
Big objection.
LinkedIn profile says he worked at CISA for 8 months.
Excuse me. If I could ask the witness to remove his hand from his face, thank you.
Sorry. The LinkedIn profile said he worked at CISA for 8 months.
Right, does the LinkedIn profile also indicate during those same 8 months, from June of 2020 to January of 2021, he also was an intern, a research assistant at Stanford?
It appears that way.
You aware that Jack Cable was working for Stanford Internet Observatory while he was also interning for CISA?
Jack didn't work for me, so I didn't really pay attention to what he was doing.
And he's shares this simultaneous employment with SIO and CISA, along with Alex Zahir and Pierce Lowry, correct?
You actually lack a foundation.
Correct.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Pierce Lowry and Alex Zahir also simultaneously worked for CISA and SIO, correct?
They did.
And then if you scroll up a little bit to the page before, it looks like he went on to work for the Krebs-Stamos group. Were you aware of that?
No, I don't think so.
And then he went on to work for the Senate, correct? Does that ring a bell?
I mean, that's what it says here.
So you didn't know what Jack Cable went on to do after he left CISA?
No, I didn't really pay attention to it. Like I said, he didn't work for me, so I didn't really follow him. In fact, a couple of my interns, I'm not sure what they're doing either.
Let's go back to Exhibit 9. Is it possible that Jack Cable was another one of the interns who originated the EIP? You mentioned there's one who you're not sure if it was them.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Let's go to page 8769 in this document, Exhibit 9.
Do you know what the PDF page is, John?
I'm scrolling down to it. So I can tell you as soon as I get to it. I think it's PDF page 62.
Correct.
If you see here, it looks like Alex Zahir on October 30th sends a report about misinformation to CFITF, which is the CISA reporting email address, correct?
John, I'm sorry, are you gonna post this on the live?
Oh, I didn't realize it wasn't that. You see it on the screen share.
Yeah, we got it now, thank you.
Alex Zahir on October 30th sends an email to CFITF, correct?
Yep.
And he's actually, he says, FYSA, EIP has reported the following to EI, ISEC, and Twitter from EIP, and then there he reports on an EIP ticket, correct?
Correct.
And then this, you responded to him, thanks, Alex. Do you see that on the page before?
Yeah.
And then you sent an email, it's not clear to whom, saying, FYI, the EIP submitted the below to Twitter, no need to respond. But it looks like you were sending that to Twitter, right?
Yeah, there's no header there, so I'm not certain, but that's what it appears.
It appears that from your intern who was simultaneously working for EIP, you received a report of alleged misinformation and submitted it on to Twitter, right?
Yeah.
And that was an EIP specific report, correct?
Yep.
And then Twitter responded and said, thanks, Brian, we received that report from the EIP and escalated, correct?
Yes.
And then she goes on to specify to you the action they took against that, correct?
Yeah, they apply the contextual label pursuant to the policy and civic integrity, yeah.
Are there other instances where this occurred, where an EIP report was forwarded to you and you forwarded it on to a social media platform?
As I said earlier, it's possible, but I don't recall.
How
It wasn't
about
our standard practice.
the other 5 people who were monitoring these misinformation reporting emails? Did they ever do that? Do you know?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it wasn't part of our normal process, so I'm not sure.
Would that be reflected in the spreadsheet you referred to multiple times?
Yeah, it should be.
So if the EIP is referenced or is the originator of the report, you would note that in the spreadsheet?
I believe so. We would have the case number.
Can you scroll back up to page 33 of the PDF?
Yep.
It's Bates A349.
A349, yep.
Yeah. And you see at the top of this page, there's a misinformation report from Oregon that's being sent on by the CIS, Center for Internet Security reporting email. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's sent to you and a couple other CISA CISA emails there in the first line, right?
Yep.
In the second line, it's sent to tips@2020partnership.atlassian.net. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that?
I don't know.
Is that the reporting email for tips to the 2020 Election Integrity Partnership?
Objection calls for speculation. Also asked and answered.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Is your testimony that you're not aware whether or not that's the reporting email for the EIP?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
the reporting,
okay.
excuse me, the reporting email for the,
EIP.
and the answer?
Yeah, I'm not aware. The answer is I'm not aware of what email that is.
Were you aware that, did you notice that CIS was commonly forwarding reports to both you and that tips at 2020 partnership email?
I'm not sure that I paid that much attention to it, no.
You didn't notice?
Again, I like I said, I wasn't aware of what processes they were following.
So you didn't know they were looping in the EIP on their reports? Is that what you're saying?
I don't recall it, but again, as we discussed earlier, it could have been part of the effort to deconflict for the platforms.
Up here on page 51 of the PDF. Scrolling to the bottom of that page, down to 52, here's another CIS report. Once again, it's sent to you, to CISA emails and tips at 2020 partnership at Atlassian.net, correct?
Yeah, I see the email address in there.
You don't recall that being, that being copied on emails of this nature?
I don't.
Really briefly, jumping ahead to page 10539, page 55, once again, CIS is copying you and tips at 2020 partnership.atlassian.net, correct?
That's the email, yes.
Jumping ahead to page 7565. Here's a report from the Colorado Secretary of State's office. If you see on page 59 of the PDF, where they're reporting it to EIISAC, CISA, and Stanford partners, correct?
That's what the email says, yep.
So Stanford is presumably
calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know what they meant by Stanford.
So Stanford might be some other Stanford entity to which state and local election officials are reporting disinformation concerns during the 2020 cycle.
Objection calls for speculation. One foundation.
Do you know?
I don't know.
Scrolling above this, again, CIS forwards this to you and tips at 2020 partnership, that reporting email or that email address, correct?
Are you up on, what page are you on now?
Page 58 of the PDF, immediately above. That shows CIS forwarding that report from Colorado Secretary of State's office to both you and tips at 2020 partnership.atlassian.net.
So Colorado sends to CIS, CIS sends to me, CISA, and Atlassian, yeah, okay.
And you forward this on to Twitter, correct? You're immediately above that.
Again, there's no header, but the response is from Twitter, so that's what I assume.
You say, please see below reporting from Colorado. These do not appear to be connected to the imposter parody accounts previously shared, correct?
Correct.
Twitter responds within 15 minutes. We will escalate, thank you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if you scroll down a couple pages, you see that Colorado Secretary of State's office has flagged some parody or imposter accounts, including one with 14 followers, correct?
What page you on?
59 of the PDF.
59 of the PDF. I don't see what you're talking about there. This is the same email chain we were just talking about. Are you?
Maybe look up at the screen share. Can you see where Secretary of State's office has forward a screenshot of a Twitter account that's got 14 followers?
I do.
The Secretary of State's office in Colorado says, these are concerning to us here in Colorado because of the recent FBI/CISO warnings about impersonation accounts, correct?
That's what it says there.
So they say that we're reporting this because it's the sort of thing that the FBI and CISO warned us may warrant reporting, right?
I mean, I don't want to speak for the Secretary of State, but that's kind of how the sentence reads.
Did you, in fact, were you involved in warning state and local election officials about impersonation accounts spreading false information about the election?
I'm sure I would have reviewed the document that went out along those lines. I'm not aware of the document, but I'm sure if it went out, I would have reviewed it.
Do you remember reviewing it?
We put out, in 2020, we put out a couple of joint FBI CISO products. I don't remember specifically which one this is, but it certainly sounds like something we would do.
Okay, scrolling down, there's another one that's flagging here. Below it that has 2 followers, correct?
It's what it appears.
And you forwarded that onto Twitter, and Twitter said will escalate, right?
Yep, they said they will escalate.
Scroll on to page 10, 5, 12. Just a few pages down. That's going to be page 63 of the PDF.
Hey.
You see here in the middle here, it's an inquiry from Twitter. And she says, hey, Brian, can we talk about CIS misinformation reporting, duplicate reports to EIP? Possible to have just you escalate, correct?
Yeah, that's what the email says.
What is she talking about? Is this the duplicate reporting issue that you talked about earlier where they were getting reports from you and EIP and CIS?
That's what I would imagine it is, yeah.
Okay, do you remember anything about this? We're talking about October 27th, so maybe a week before the 2020 election. Do you remember the social media platforms having this concern about duplicate reports from CIS and EIP?
I remember Twitter in particular having that concern. Our screen is screwy again.
Can we go off the record and?
Yeah, we can go off the record.
The time is now 2:11 p.m. We're off the record. The time is now 2:13 p.m. We're back on the record.
Okay, so, and then Mr. Scully, you responded to this. So here's the deal. EIP will only report something to Twitter if they have additional context to provide based on their research, correct?
That's what I wrote, yep.
How did you know that was going to be their policy or their practice? Did you talk to EIP?
I would imagine I did.
Who'd you talk to?
I don't recall.
And then he goes on to, or you go on to say they'll not send Twitter reporting unless it has that additional context that would help you make a decision, correct?
Yep.
And then it says EIP will also let CISA know when they are reporting something to you, so I can give you a heads up, correct?
Yep.
Is that what happened after this email that EIP reported to you when they were reporting something to the social media platforms?
I don't recall that in practice, although obviously we just went through at least one email that did that. I don't remember it being a common thing, but again, I don't know. It's possible.
Okay. And then it says EIP will continue to use the CIS case number to facilitate identifying duplicate reports, correct?
Yep.
So EIP was talking to CIS enough to know what CIS's misinformation reporting case numbers were, right?
I don't know if that's true.
Were you aware that EIP was using CIS's case numbers? Because you said it in this email.
I can give you a heads up when they will continue to this. Yeah, I mean, if that's what I wrote, that's probably what they're doing.
Okay, do you remember discussing that with CIS or EIP, that they were gonna, kind of share case numbers?
I don't recall any that specificity. I know we had a conversation. I recall that we had conversations about how to deduplicate, make sure we weren't overtaxing the Twitter in particular.
And that deduplication process involved some kind of coordination between EIP and CIS, correct?
Again, reading it, it appears we're just making sure we're sending something over, everybody was aware of it.
Right, so everybody would tell everybody else they were sending something over, and there was an attempt to avoid sending duplicative reports to Twitter.
Direction compound.
Correct?
Yeah, can you break that? Can you start that over again?
Was there an agreement for EIP and CIS and CISA to coordinate and let each other know what they were reporting to platforms like Twitter?
I think that's generally right, yeah.
Let me send you a couple more exhibits, 10 and 11. I'm going to pull up 10 on the screen share while you're waiting.
John, did you send them over?
Yeah, they should be in your inbox.
Yeah, I'm looking.
They're in my sent box.
Okay, I believe it. I can do it. Hold on.
Let me ask this, can you see it on the screen share?
I can't.
He hasn't shared it yet, John. Trick question.
Now can you see it on the screen share?
Yeah.
Just looking here at the first page, this exhibit's a collection of your switchboarding emails from November of 2020. You see you copied here on a misinformation report from CIS on November 2nd of 2020.
Yes.
Once again, CIS continues to copy tips at 2020 partner.atlassian.net. You see that?
I do.
Does that ring a bell for you about what that email is after we talked about that last email where you were arranging to coordinate with EIP about deduplicating reports to social media platforms?
I don't recall the email. If you tell me that was the tips for the 2020 EIP, I would believe you.
Let me scroll down to page 13603.
What page was that? I'm sorry.
Bates 13603, 10 of the PDF.
Okay.
You see here, there's a report from the Iowa Secretary of State's office on November 2nd that's sent to CIS. You see that?
Just scrolling to it. Sorry, give me a sec. Yes.
And then it looks like the Iowa Secretary of State's office also sent this to 3 FBI email addresses, right? With the recipients redacted, FBI number 2, FBI number 3 and FBI number 4, correct?
Lack of objection, lack of foundation.
I don't see the email addresses you're referring to.
You see at FBI, if you look at the screen share at fbi.gov.
Same objection.
With the handle omitted in 3 emails.
Okay.
Were you aware of the FBI being involved in receiving misinformation reports from state and local election officials?
Generally speaking, we told election officials to report what they saw to either DHS or the FBI, and it would end up where it needed to be.
So you told them to report it to either DHS or the FBI?
Correct.
Who at the FBI was receiving those kinds of reports?
I don't know. I think, generally speaking, right, the FBI has field offices, and so the idea was that there were election officials had established relationships with an FBI field office and the elections coordinator in that office, and that's where they wanted to report it, that they could do so.
So there was these FBI officials tended to be FBI field officers.
I don't want to speculate, but again, that was, us trying to help the election officials just to have something they needed to report, to have as many different options to do that as possible.
Okay. Do you know what FBI did with its misinformation reports? Was it switchboarding them like you guys were doing?
I don't know, to be honest.
Is that notion that you could forward things to the FBI, is that something that was discussed in those USG industry meetings you talked about?
Not that I recall, but it's possible we talked to them about the guidance we gave to election officials, that election officials could report it either way, but I don't recall a specific conversation along those lines.
Can you scroll down to page 27 of the PDF? If you look here, kind of at the bottom of this text chain, Aaron Wilson, he's your contact at CIS, right?
Correct.
And he's forwarding something to November 3rd with a report about alleged election misinformation, right?
So co-working EAPA announced that on Instagram they will put away pro-Trump votes. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's the subject of the email.
He uses the EIP case number for this report, correct?
He does.
He sent it to CISA at the CFITF email, correct?
He does, correct.
And the CFITF email forwards it to you, and you forward it to Matt Masterson in Facebook, correct?
No, that's not correct. Matt was still at CISA at the time. I forwarded it to Salahudin at Facebook.
Copying Matt Masterson.
I'm sorry?
Copying Matt Masterson.
Yeah, who was at CISA? You said he was at Facebook. I just want to make sure that it was clear that he was still at CISA.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I meant to say and Facebook, not at Facebook.
Gotcha.
And then Facebook came back to you for clarification, right? You recall this?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, you're free to go. What were you going to say?
I said, just to be clear, we forwarded the statement from Pennsylvania about that incident to Facebook and Matt Masterson.
And so
that's what the
and they came, and it looks like Facebook asked you Could you please confirm that A, the worker in question who is supposedly destroying pro-Trump ballots is not a poll worker, or B, that he did not in fact destroy ballots, or at least there's no evidence he did. So Facebook asked you, Brian Scully and Matt Masterson, for that clarification, right?
They did.
Yeah. And then you responded, not sure I understand the distinction you're trying to make, but both components of the narrative are false. The person is not a poll worker and no ballots were destroyed. I suppose that makes the entire thing a hoax, correct?
Yes, that was my response.
What was your basis for concluding that both those components of the narrative were false?
I believe the statement from Pennsylvania. I assume if you have that document, we can take a look and confirm.
So you read the statement from Pennsylvania and reported its content back to Facebook?
Correct.
Okay. Did that happen from time to time where you wouldn't just forward the disinformation concern, but then you would provide, information that would help debunk it to the social media?
I think I'd frame it a little differently. If social media platforms needed additional information from an election official, we would try to support that. There was also one time when I believe it was Facebook had a question about DHS, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, having agents at polling places, where we also provided a response back on a specific piece. But generally speaking, we would do what we did here, which is if the jurisdiction made a public statement, or if there's additional information the jurisdiction could provide, and the platform asked for it, that we would try to facilitate getting the information asked for.
Would you merely relay that information, the sort of debunking information from the election official, or would you sometimes find it on your own and helpfully supply it to the social media platform?
If it's a public statement, I'm sure we pull it ourselves. If there's not a public statement, I would imagine we go back to the election official.
You might kind of.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
So I don't want to say that every case was exactly like that, but again, if there's a public statement that was put out by the jurisdiction, we would refer to that.
Did you take any steps to find out? For example, suppose there's a public statement that disputes what a private citizen has said on Facebook or Twitter. Would you do further research to figure out who is telling the truth, or would you just relay the official government explanation of the incident to the social media platforms?
We would relay the official statement from the jurisdiction.
I take it sometimes you would go find that official statement on your own, and sometimes you would reach out to the state or local jurisdiction to see if they'd issued a statement.
Yeah, we find, I think, implies that we're doing a rigorous search. Generally, we would be aware if a jurisdiction put out a statement until we just pull it ourselves.
Flip ahead to.
And sometimes obviously we would reach out to the jurisdiction and they would just provide the statement they had already made public as well.
Would you relay that to the social media platform?
Yeah, if they were asking for additional information, we would.
Here's another one, page 35 of the PDF, Bates 8663. Do you see that on the screen share?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling down here. 8663?
Yeah.
Yep.
And here in this email chain, it looks like it's another situation where Twitter asked for some clarification. For example, she says on November 6th, have Pennsylvania state officials provided additional information to you on the authenticity of the video or the circumstances underpinning it? You see that?
I do.
And then you respond, scrolling back up. You say there are two reports in the email chain, and you explain what you understand, what Pennsylvania is saying about the disputed information, right?
Sorry, I'm just going down to make sure I understand the context of the chain. Okay. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So my question is, you provided clarification to the social media platform about what you believe the Pennsylvania reporter meant, correct?
I don't believe that is correct.
Well, did you say, for example, on the video's authenticity, Pennsylvania states
Okay, I see what you.
that they believe the videos are false and we're reaching out to our partners to validate, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then later that day, if you scroll up, you say, hey, to Twitter, just came across this debunk of the video on Twitter, correct?
Yes.
And then, so you were looking around to find information that would debunk it, correct?
I don't know if that's correct. It's possible somebody just let us know that there was something there.
Okay. And then 17 minutes later, Twitter responds, thank you so much, we've applied a label to the tweet, correct?
Yes, that's what they sent back, correct.
Scroll down to page 8669.
What page of the PDF?
46.
46?
Yeah. And here you've got a misinformation report from the Secretary of State of Arizona's office. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says this post was on a private Facebook page above. I've included a screenshot, correct?
That's the Arizona email says, yep.
How did they, was that unusual for them to be reporting statements on a private Facebook page?
I don't know. We didn't do any analysis of that kind.
Okay, so you don't know whether someone was monitoring how posts appeared on a private Facebook page containing alleged misinformation.
I don't know how Arizona Secretary of State came across that information now.
Jumping ahead to page 8640. Here at 954. Sorry.
50.
Oh, sorry.
54?
Page 54 of the PDF. Yeah, sorry. Actually,
Okay.
no, I'm sorry. That's not the right page.
Okay.
No, sorry. Page 59 of the PDF.
59? Okay.
Here's a chain on Tuesday, November 10th at 7:23 in the evening. You forwarded a report of misinformation to Twitter, correct? 7:23.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what appears correct. Again, there's no header on the email, but since the response is from Twitter, I assume that's what I sent it to.
And Twitter responds in 2 minutes. We will escalate, right?
Yep.
Then Twitter responds to you a few hours later after midnight, at 12:11 a.m. Hey, we've labeled all the tweets except 2, right?
Yes.
So Twitter was working on this well into the evening, along with, were you guys doing that well into the evening time frame?
So was Twitter working on it well into the evening? I mean, I guess, were we, again, if somebody was checking the phone, most of the post-election stuff would have been me. we would have done something with it, but it wasn't a requirement.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 11, which should be in your inbox.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
On the last page of this PDF, there's an email from Aaron Wilson.
I'm sorry, John, do you want to post it on the screen?
Oh, thank you.
You don't need to if you don't want to, and we have the.
I thought it was up. See it last page of the PDF. There's a report from CIS.
Yeah.
And actually, this is interestingly, a report from CIS to Gwinnett County, right? Where they say, hi, Christy, the EI, ISAC, and our partners at the Election Integrity Partnership are tracking a social media post that's gaining traction very quickly, right?
Yes, that's the email read, yeah.
So this is a situation where the reporting was actually originated by CIS or EIP, or actually, according to his email, both of them. They're the ones who noticed the misinformation online first, right?
Objection to form.
Correct.
That's what the email appears to say, yeah.
And they reached out, proactively to Gwinnett County, asking them to debunk it, right?
Yeah, they're just trying to get what was actually going on. Yeah.
Yeah, they say we're tracking a social media post that is gaining traction very quickly. It's likely a misunderstanding, but being portrayed as a nefarious act. If you can clarify for us what is being shown, if it even happened, we can work with the social media platforms to try to have the posts removed as misinformation, correct?
Yeah, that's what he wrote.
And then Gwinnett County comes back with an explanation of the post, correct?
Yeah.
And that's forwarded to Twitter by CIS along with their explanation, correct? Well, actually, before they reported to Twitter, they reported to you, right? Here, there's an email that says,
yeah.
Brian and EIP, right? So Brian and EIP is Election Integrity Partnership, right?
Yep.
And that's what CIS says, and they sent this to your email, to CISA emails, their own email, and tips@2020partnership@Atlassian.net, right?
Yep.
Can the witness please?
Right?
Excuse us. Can the witness please remove his hand from his face? And if
Sorry.
you can ask that question again.
So they sent this email where they say Brian and EIP to you, two CISA accounts, their own accounts, and tips@2020partnership.atlassian.net, right?
Yep.
So it sure appears that tips@2020partnership email is an EIP email, right?
Objection has to be answered multiple times.
Does that refresh your memory?
I wouldn't say it refreshes my memory, but it's going on just a CIS email there, so it's probably a reasonable assumption to make.
And then you forward this on, having received a report from CIS, right?
Yep.
And then Twitter reports back to you and says they've labeled the tweet and are taking steps to limit trending, right?
Yes.
What does that mean to take steps to limit trending, you know?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know. Twitter has a range of tools that they use. I couldn't possibly speculate on what they were doing here.
Let's put Exhibit 12 back up. These are the interrogatory responses.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, John. You said 12?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
You can go to page 38. Yeah.
38?
Yeah, if you would.
Okay. I'm on page 38, John.
Oh, sorry. I'm on page 28. My mistake.
Right?
38 asks, here you see where it says CISA, and it says CISA responds that meetings taking place with social media platforms relating to misinformation include, but are not limited to, and then there's a bullet list, right?
I think that is 38, not 28.
Yeah, it's going to be on page 38.
Sorry. Let's put 28. Let me get back down here.
Oh, I meant I was mistaken.
Okay, so there's a table. Am I looking below the table or above the table?
Right.
Below the table?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what am I looking for?
Were you involved in identifying meetings between CISA and social media platforms relating to misinformation and responding to discovery requests?
Yes, I believe I was.
And what meetings did you identify?
Certainly the recurring meeting listed here that we talked about, the preparation meeting we talked about, going through the list, the joint MDM working group. I think on this list, those were the ones I would have identified.
Start with the first one. First bullet point, a recurring meeting, usually entitled USG Industry Meeting, which has generally had a monthly cadence, right?
Yep.
And that is the one that you've referred to as the sync meeting between industry and social media platforms, correct? I'm sorry, industry.
Right.
Right.
Yes, correct.
And you list there, I think 7 or 8 social media platforms in the response: Google, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Microsoft, and then Verizon Media, Pinterest, LinkedIn, and Wikimedia Foundation, correct?
Right, that's correct.
And when you say this generally had a monthly cadence, in fact, far away from elections, it was only quarterly, and then it became monthly close to elections. It became weekly before the 2020 election, right?
I would say from summer 2018 to 2020, they were to early 2020, they were quarterly. Sometime in 2020, they became monthly, and then as we got closer to the election in 2020, they became weekly.
Why did they become weekly close to the election?
They were mostly just touch points in case there's anything kind of popped up. Those were much less formal than the monthly ones. Again, we didn't have an agenda for those. Just an opportunity for folks to share if they had any questions or anything like that.
What sort of stuff did folks share in these weekly touch point meetings?
So from a CISA perspective, we generally provide updates on any election security related issues. So if there were any administrative kind of problems that states were having, things along those lines. The other federal partners, if they had any, again, kind of strategic unclassified intelligence reporting that they felt was relevant, they might share that. And in the platforms, I don't know if they're sharing generally. probably just general trends that they might be seeing on their platforms, but I don't recall specifically what they talked about.
And all these things that are being shared relate to election-related misinformation and disinformation on social media platforms.
No, it also included cyber security. In fact, I'd say most of it was, wouldn't say most of it, a lot of it was cybersecurity. And then there's a little bit on any physical threats that were occurring.
So that's if someone was actually threatening a poll worker or something like that.
Correct.
And so in addition to physical threats, there was cybersecurity and issues related to misinformation and disinformation.
Correct.
Was there anything else discussed at these meetings?
I mean, I think those are the main topics that I recall.
Was the risk of hack and leak operations or hack and dump operations discussed in these meetings?
I don't recall a specific incident of that, but it's definitely possible as a tactic that had been used in the past.
Did you remember you raising concerns about hack and leak operations?
Me personally, I don't recall myself raising that, but it's possible.
How about Laura Demlow? Did she ever raise that? Discuss hack and leak operations?
Again, I don't know. It was a tactic that had been used globally previously, so it wouldn't surprise me if there was some discussion of that somewhere in these meetings.
Do you remember anyone on the government side discussing it?
Not specifically, no.
How about on the industry side, anyone from the social media platforms discussing hack and leak operations?
Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't have that kind of recollection of conversations. So no, I don't specifically remember that. Again, it's possible, and I wouldn't be surprised.
How about Elvis Chan? You know who he is, right?
I do.
Do you remember him ever talking about hack and leak issues in these meetings in 2020?
Again, I don't have any specific recollection of that, but it's possible for sure.
How about Matt Masterson?
Same answer. It's possible, but I don't recall specific conversations.
Let me email you a couple more exhibits.
Sure.
Do you know who Yoel Roth is?
Yes, I know who you all Roth is.
Do you know him personally?
Only the fact that I've met him a couple times. He was at meetings, some of these think meetings he would be at.
Were these meetings relating to misinformation with CISA?
Again, these are the regular SIG meetings that we talked about. It's also, I do recall, we had some Twitter-only calls as well that he participated in. So again, general meetings, we have conversations.
What was discussed in the Twitter-only meetings?
Similar basic relationship building stuff would be some of it. So, just going and making sure we know who's who, and having conversations about, just relationship building side. I also believe we had some briefings from them on some of their public reporting, if I recall correctly. So things like that. There wasn't a ton of them.
Is this public reporting relating to misinformation and disinformation issues?
Yeah, again, I don't know that that's what they called it, but that was kind of our interpretation of it. I think they used coordinated and authentic behavior too, but I don't recall how Twitter articulated it.
You would view those briefings in these bilateral meetings with Twitter as relating to misinformation and disinformation on social media.
Yeah, some of that, and some of it I'm sure was us kind of just talking through how elections work, because a lot of education, they weren't super familiar with election administration, how they work, kind of different roles and responsibilities, about elections. So again, we tried to educate as much as we could.
Were there bilateral meetings with other social media platforms like this, where misinformation was discussed in any way?
Yeah, again, generally from a relationship building standpoint, particularly early on in the process, we would meet, with the platforms just to talk about kind of our role, what we would do, kind of how the relationship should act. So just as an example, you could relate to the case here, that is, in those early meetings, we wanted to make sure that the platforms understood that we would never ask them to take any specific actions. And so we would reiterate that in all of our meetings. And that was something that we continued throughout the process. We would educate them on elections, as I mentioned. We would talk to them a little bit about our resilience building work, as I discussed. They would just kind of, again, relationship building type stuff, very general kind of conversations.
And what you describe as the process, is that the process of, referring disinformation concerns to them that we've been talking about today?
We did have conversations, but I think I was referring to the election processes, how the election processes work.
No, you said when you said early in the process, you meant early in the election.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You had meetings bilateral meetings with Twitter and Facebook and other social media companies.
Right, so in 2018, we didn't have any relationships with the platforms at all. So in our initial stages of trying to build those relationships, we would go meet with each platform one-on-one, just to make sure we could kind of talk through, understand what their concerns are, and then, basic relationship building stuff.
Did those bilateral meetings happen in 2020 as well?
I would say they probably had bilateral meetings in 2020. I'm not remembering any specifics off the top of my head, but I believe prior to starting the switchboarding work in 2020, we had conversations with each platform individually.
And those are conversations to talk about what you'd be doing in the switchboarding area, right?
Yeah, kind of what we would be doing, and again, to reaffirm our position that we would never ask them to take any specific actions, but they should make decisions based on their terms of service.
So you were specifically talking about the fact that you'd be sending them reports of disinformation during the election cycle.
So we'd be forwarding them reports from election officials, yeah.
Just putting Exhibit 12 back up here. Can you show me where interrogatory responses you disclose those bilateral meetings with social media platforms? Here in
we're putting 12 back up, John. Hold on.
Page 38 to 39. It actually goes on to 40.
Yeah, hold on. Whoa. Almost there. You said 38, John?
Page 38. 40. There's a list of 5 bullet points of meetings.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was your question?
Can you show me where in this interrogatory response you disclosed, for example, bilateral meetings between CISA and Twitter, CISA and Facebook, YouTube, relating to the misinformation reporting that we've been talking about?
So I don't want to speak on behalf of whoever submitted the final product, but my assumption would be that they'd be on the preparation meetings, but I'm not sure how they captured those in here.
Are those the same as preparation meetings for the USG industry meeting?
I probably wouldn't consider them the same, but they're similar types of meetings.
Let's get Exhibit 13 back up. See, this is a document filed before the FEC entitled Declaration of UL Law.
Okay,
And scrolling, have you seen this document before?
I have not.
Scroll down to paragraph 11. Sorry, paragraph 10. Mr. Roth says in this declaration, since 2018, I have had regular meetings with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers regarding election security, right?
Yep.
Is this a description of the sync meetings that we've talked about today between the U.S. government and social media platforms?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking. Obviously, I can't tell for certain what he's talking about.
No. Since 2018, has the Department of Homeland Security had regular meetings with social media platforms, ODNI, and the FBI?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Yes.
Yes, it has, because you've testified about them repeatedly today, so there obviously is a foundation, isn't there? You have been personally involved in multiple meetings, these sync meetings between USG and industry, and they involved 7 or 8 social media platforms, ODNI, the Department of Homeland Security, specifically CISA, and the FBI, didn't they?
We had regular meetings that I've talked about. Whether or not that's what Yoel is also talking about here, I can't say, but I don't think that's a bad inference to make.
Okay, he's going to go down to paragraph 11. During these weekly meetings, the federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected hack and leak operations by state actors might occur in a period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. You see that?
Yes.
Do you recall that kind of communication occurring in any of these sync meetings that occurred in 2020?
Again, I don't specifically recall, but as I said earlier, it's certainly possible because of the common tactic.
So you don't remember any federal agencies talking about hack and leak operations in these meetings, but you don't dispute that it could have happened?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, next sentence, Mr. Roth says, I was told in these meetings that the intelligence community expected that individuals associated with political campaigns would be subject to hacking attacks, and that the material obtained through those hacking attacks would likely be disseminated over social media platforms, including Twitter. You see that?
I do.
You recall that being communicated in any of these sync meetings?
Again, I don't remember specifics, but it would not surprise me if this was discussed.
Next sentence, Mr. Roth says, these expectations of hack and leak operations were discussed throughout 2020. Does that ring a bell? Do you recall this being raised multiple times or repeatedly in these sync meetings?
Again, it's the same response. I don't have specific memories of every item that was discussed or very good memory of the conversations in general, but I would definitely not be surprised if these were included in those conversations.
Okay, and then the very next sentence, just going on to page 3, I also learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. You see that?
I do.
Do you recall any mention of Hunter Biden in any of these meetings with social media platforms?
I don't.
So you don't know. Do you dispute that Mr. Roth remembers it correctly?
I mean, I have no basis to dispute or not dispute.
Okay.
These aren't topics that CISA would be briefing on, so it's possible another agency did brief on them.
How about the FBI? Do you remember the FBI, Laura Demlow, Elvis Chan, saying anything about Hunter Biden in these meetings?
I don't.
How about ODNI?
I don't know.
How about DOJ, National Security Division?
I don't know.
This is dated December 17th, 2020, so that would have been within a couple of months of of these meetings, a month or two of the last meeting. Is that right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
I was just scrolling down to the fourth page of the document where it's dated December 17th, 2020.
Oh.
You see that?
Yep.
So this declaration would be executed close in time to the meetings that are being discussed, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to email you Exhibit 14. And I'm pulling it up.
John, did you say 14?
Should be 14. Yeah, do you have it?
Okay, yeah, we already had that. The deposition of Elvis Chan.
Yeah. Sorry, Mason.
Yep.
This is the third page of this document. There's an exchange here where Mr. Chan is asked, he refers to the federal law enforcement agencies plural in that sentence. Do you see that? Answer, yes. You see where that is?
Line 4?
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, you're referring to the question at line 4?
Right.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
And Mr. Chan was asked the question on line 8, whether other federal law enforcement agencies other than the FBI talked about hack and leak operations. You see that?
I do.
And he says he doesn't think of any other federal law enforcement agencies there in line 15. The only federal law enforcement agency I remember conveying our concern about hack and leak operations was the FBI, right?
That's his response, correct?
And then he was asked, how about any other agency, non-law enforcement? And he answered, as I mentioned, I believe CISA would have had the same concern as the FBI, right?
That was his response, yep.
And I asked him, that was relayed through Mr. Masterson and Mr. Scully, I think you said, correct? And he answered correct, right?
Okay. Yep.
Do you remember either you or Mr. Masterson relaying a concern about hack and leak operations in those meetings?
I don't.
Next page of the document, page 222, fourth page of the PDF. He testified, I believe that the senior election official from ODNI would also flag that as a concern, correct?
Yes, that's what he says, yeah.
Do you remember anyone from ODNI raising a concern about hack and leak operations in these meetings?
Again, as I said in your previous questions, I don't recall specifics, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were mentioned.
I'm sending you Exhibit 15 by email.
John, are you attending screen share?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see.
Sorry, I think I got my exhibits switched up. Yeah, here, I'm showing you exhibit. I've emailed you exhibits 15, 16, and 17. And the one that I thought was 15 is 16. The one that I thought was 16 was 15. So I'm showing you exhibit 16.
So when we receive your email, you want us to pull up the document marked 16?
Yeah, you should have received it already.
Yeah, no, not yet. But
There should be an email with 15, 16, and 17 all attached.
yeah, not yet.
Really? Well,
Here we go. Do you want us to pull up 16 first?
yeah.
Okay. So John, I have 15 here, and I got 7 up. I see what's happening. Hold on. All right, we have to do it this way.
It's a full page email. We should be able to see it on the screen.
Yep.
Here's an email. Yeah. And Mr. Scully, you see an email here from Facebook to you and Mr. Masterson, as well as Elvis Snell and Jeff Hale. Correct?
I do.
It indicates that it's called today's industry statement, right?
Joint industry statement.
Right. And Facebook says to you, wanted to ensure you had the statement we will look to release following today's meeting, right?
Correct.
And then under the joint industry statement, it talks about how there are these meetings that have been going on, right?
Yes.
And it's the joint industry statement says, at today's meeting, we specifically discussed 3 things, right?
Yes.
And the second one of those says, ways to counter targeted attempts to undermine election conversation before, during, and after the election, right?
Yes.
And the industry statement goes on to say, this includes preparing for possible so-called hack and leak operations, attempting to use platforms and traditional media to amplify unauthorized information drops, correct?
Correct.
So the industry prepared a public statement saying that hack and leak operations were discussed at one of these meetings, correct?
Correct.
Does that
Yes.
refresh your memory at all about hack and leak operations being raised at these sync meetings in 2020?
Again, I don't have any specific recollection of the conversations, but as I've said a few times now, that it doesn't surprise me that we did discuss it because of the common tactic used globally.
Were you aware of any pending investigations at that time into actual possible hack and leak operations?
No.
I'm showing you, which should be labeled as Exhibit 15.
Got it.
Okay.
And here's an email from Lauren Protentis to people at Facebook and CISA that refers to the PrEP USG industry call monthly in the subject line, correct?
Yes, correct.
I think you testified earlier that Facebook was kind of the point for the industry, and so there'd be a preparatory meeting between CISA and Facebook to kind of set the agenda for the big monthly meeting that involved all the platforms and at least 4 agencies, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Here it says, among other things, industry prompts, themes, narratives, approaches you anticipate for races you think will be targeted, right? Is number 2.
Yes.
Okay, what's that talking about? Are they asking the industry to report back on what themes and narratives on social media they anticipate may happen in certain election races?
So I'm not sure what specifically they were talking about here. it's possible they were trying to understand if there were particular races that were being targeted by foreign actors. But I don't know.
How about themes and narratives?
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty.
Go ahead.
I think that'd be the same kind of idea. Again, as I mentioned earlier, in a lot of these calls, the intelligence community would provide kind of high-level assessments of unclassified reporting that they had done.
What does industry prompts mean?
Generally speaking, these would be the questions that industry had for government.
So industry.
Or,
go ahead.
Actually, let me rephrase. Sorry. I think in this case, yeah, I'm not sure. That's how I would have interpreted it, but based on what it is in the agenda, I'm not sure if that's what Warren meant.
In other words, is this questions of government for industry? Say, hey, social media platforms, tell us what themes, narratives, approaches you're anticipating for the upcoming election.
No, my interpretation of this is that it's industry questions for government, because the government portion of the agenda. So industry, if possible, would like to hear government's perspective on these questions.
Did government share that with the social media platforms in these meetings? Did the federal agencies talk about what themes and narratives and approaches they anticipated on social media for election races?
Production compounds. Yeah, can you just kind of break that question down for me?
In the actual meetings, did the federal agencies provide information to the social media platforms about the themes and narratives they anticipated seeing on social media for particular races, election races?
I don't think it was ever broken down by particular races. I think there were, again, there's intelligence, if there's intelligence that was unclassified that could be shared about targets and things like that, the intelligence community would share that. But generally speaking, I don't think we would necessarily get down to the individual race level. But again, I don't have a memory of every specific item that was discussed.
How about, do you remember themes and narratives being discussed? Like, hey, we expect people to be, talking about, we expect, social media postings to reflect this theme or that narrative.
So I think there are two components to this one. I believe there was some discussion about what we've seen historically in the past and may see going forward. So I believe there might have been some discussion around that. And then if the intel community had reporting that talked about foreign actor efforts, they would share those. I don't recall specifically what was discussed, so I don't know what level of detail, if any, they got down to in those conversations. And I'm not even, to be honest, I'm not even sure if I attended this meeting. I think I either just got back from my detail or it was right before I got back from my detail. So I'm not sure I attended this one.
I'm going to share Exhibit 17. Should be in your inbox.
Okay.
And this is a collection of emails again. Here on the first page, in April of 2022, this year, Lauren Protentis is sharing the agenda for one of these USG sync meetings. And among other things, she says, one-pager reminder. Do you know what she's talking about?
Yes, we had asked industry to provide a one-page summary of their content moderation rules that we could share with election officials.
What's the purpose of that? A one-page summary of their content moderation rules?
So we would receive a lot of questions from election officials about how different platforms made decisions about their terms of service, and We thought this was a way to help the platforms be more transparent with election officials, so we asked them to just put together kind of a one-page summary.
A one-page summary of basically what their content moderation policies were as applies to election misinformation.
Yeah, that we could share with election officials.
I take it then the election officials, when they see something on social media that they view as disinformation or misinformation, would be educated on whether or not it violates that platform's policy. Is that right?
I'm not sure that was the full expectation, but I think it was just to try to provide some transparency and some understanding of how the platforms make the decisions.
And why is it useful? I think this was your idea, CISA's idea, not was it something that the election officials had asked for?
To be honest, this ask was made before returns, so I'm not entirely certain, but I suspect it was some combination of election officials asking me to. We got a lot of questions over the years about that, and us just, raising it with the platforms the way to kind of help the election officials.
Jumping ahead, 15743 should be on the 7th page of the PDF. There's a discussion in the April.
Sorry, I just accidentally got out. I'm back in. Let me just get to the page.
Excuse me.
Okay, I think I'm there.
There's a discussion, or there's a bullet point here in the agenda for the August 2020 USG industry meeting of election day coordination. Do you know what that was discussed under that?
Yeah, and just to be clear, we just jumped from 2022 back to 2020, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So CISA regularly stands up an operations center on election day, around the election, and the platforms and some of the other agencies do the same. So I think it was just a conversation about how all the different organizations were going to be managing on election day.
What is the nature of what does CISA's election day operation do? Does it receive disinformation reports?
It's more of so just taking a step back, right? Essentially what CISA does is it invites key stakeholders to CISA to facilitate information sharing about what's going on within the elections. Most of it is cyber related, but the NAS and NASA that we talked about earlier were there. And so if they heard reporting up to their numbers, they might mention it. Generally speaking, we would have, in 2020, it was a little different because of COVID. But generally speaking, we'd have somebody from our team there, or we'd have team kind of working on the chat. And so the switchboard reporting might come in, and in 2018, for example, our guys were sitting in the room. In 2020, I think I was the only one in the room, maybe one other from our team. And then they would, so that's, I don't know if that helps clarify. I feel like I just talked in mode right there.
When you say in the room, is there like a physical location where CISA and NIAID and NASS and social media platforms all have people? Or what room are we talking about?
Yeah, so in 2020, CISA had a room where we had some of our stakeholders attend in person. I don't know the full list of who was there. It was obviously not substantial because of COVID restrictions. But we'd have federal partners and we'd have NAS and NASA there. I don't know who else was there, but I believe there's a couple other, maybe election security vendors, folks like that, just to facilitate information sharing in case an incident occurred.
Who were the federal partners?
I don't believe in 2020 we had too many in the room, but CISA's Watch Center operations for the CISA Central I talked about earlier, there are liaisons for many of the different agencies there. And then we had connectivity with FBI, DOJ, DNI, INA, folks like that. Again, 2020 was a little unique because of the pandemic.
And part of what happens in this election day operation is that NIAID and NAS may receive misinformation reports from their members and report them up to you guys, right?
Generally speaking, they would handle them themselves with the platforms. But I'm sure there are examples of where they send it to us.
And then would you guys perform the same misinformation routing function and pass that along to the platforms?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Did this happen again in 2022? Was there an election day operation?
There was an election operations center in 2022. We didn't do switchboarding in 2022, as we discussed earlier.
So you didn't do switchboarding in 2022. Did you relay any misinformation or disinformation concerns to social media platforms at any time in the 2022 election cycle?
Not that I recall, no.
How did the state and local election officials relay those concerns to the social media platforms? Did they go to CIA?
Yeah, my understanding was twofold. One, I think some of the platforms developed a little more robust infrastructure to engage directly with election officials themselves. And then I also believe that CIS was up and running, but I'm not certain what kind of how it all worked.
So you believe that CIS continued to receive misinformation reports from state and local election officials during the 2022 election cycle and relay them directly to social media platforms?
Yeah, I'm speculating a bit on that because I'm not particularly familiar with what they actually did in 2020, but that was a general understanding I had.
Did they copy you on those reports like they were doing in 2020?
They were not, no.
Why not? Did you tell them not to? Did you say, don't copy us on these? Or did they just stop?
Yeah, as we discussed earlier, CISA was not doing switchboarding in 2022, so there's no reason for them to copy us.
And did you tell?
So I didn't have a conversation myself with CIS about it, so I'm not sure who told them not to do it.
Turning back to the 2022 election day operation, was that another case where CISA, NIAID, NAS, and other federal agencies all had representatives in one room?
I think there was some federal representatives there. Like I said, most of that was in the Ops Center. There were other non-government partners there, like I said, like the vendors, election security, election system vendors, and folks like that.
What's the Ops Center?
That's CISA Central. That's kind of the 24/7 situational awareness area that CISA runs. And my understanding is has liaisons from across the federal agencies.
And were you there at the Ops Center in 2022 election day?
So the room we would be in would be a separate room. We wouldn't actually be on the Ops Center floor. We called it a situational awareness room.
Okay. On election, were you there?
I was in the situational awareness room on election day in 2022. Yep.
Did any misinformation or disinformation concerns arise on election day in 2022? I don't think there was too much. I'm not recalling specific incidents. I would imagine it's rare, but I don't think there was very much if there was. What happened?
I'm sorry, that's not very clear. I just don't recall if there's anything specific. I have a general sense that there was a couple of items, but I don't think there was very much.
What happened to the ones that did occur or that did arise? Did they get routed to platforms?
Yeah, I think if any of those kind of were mentioned, I think it was just in a general conversation. of what might be happening, but we didn't have anything with social media platforms.
Did NASAID and NAS about things to social media platforms?
I don't know for certain. I would guess they did.
Jumping ahead in Exhibit 17, page 14545. It's page 12 of the PDF. And here's an agenda for one of these sync meetings from July of 2022. Do you see that?
Is it 14545?
Yeah, page 12 of the PDF.
Making sure. Sorry, it's weird how it shows the pages here. Yeah, okay. Yep.
And then Laura Portentis here is circulating an agenda for a sync meeting, correct?
This looks like it's for a prep meeting.
Prep meeting, okay. And then here in item 4, it says CISA elections infrastructure risks, Scully, correct?
Yep.
So is that referring to the plan that you would give a briefing on elections infrastructure risks at the big sync meeting?
Yeah, I believe normally Jeff Hale would do that. I believe this meeting Jeff was going to be unavailable, so they asked me to cover the election infrastructure risks portion of the agenda.
Know what you said about them? What does that mean, election infrastructure risks? Does that refer to informational infrastructure?
No, that's kind of the broader understanding how elections function, so the systems, physical security, things like that. It would just be an update on kind of where things stand across kind of the broader election infrastructure community.
Below that, item 6, it says FBI, domestic adversarial actor update, DEMLO. You see that?
I do.
Do you recall Laura Demlow giving a briefing at that meeting you were at about a domestic adversarial actor?
I don't, and if I recall correctly, and I don't know if you have the actual agenda for the meeting, I think that changed.
Oh, you don't think she gave that? What? That briefing?
I don't believe so, no.
What kind of domestic adversarial actors is the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force concerned about?
I don't know.
Let's jump ahead to page 7599.
John, before we go on, we've been going about 2 hours again. I think now would probably be a good time for a break.
I've just got a few more questions about this document. Can you keep going for a couple more minutes?
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, let's just hear 7599.
What page are we on?
That is page 16 of the PDF. And you see here at the bottom half of the page on July 1st, 2020, Facebook sends an email to you and Matt Masterson. Matt and Brian, thank you so much for the outreach on our next sync, right?
Yep.
And then she gives a proposed agenda for a meeting that she proposes having on July 15th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And then in that agenda, there's an item here under number 2 that says hack/leak in USG attribution speed/process. You see that?
Yep.
What was that referring to?
I don't recall. I'd have to speculate based on what it says here.
So you don't remember hack/leak being put on the agenda for one of these meetings?
Again, as I said earlier, I don't remember all the agenda items on the meetings or specific discussion points, but I'm not surprised that it's on here. No.
Do you know why Facebook would have put that on?
Direction calls for speculation.
If you know.
I don't know.
And then what
I
is?
mean, again, sorry, just as I said, a few times, right? It's not surprising. It was a common tactic that was used globally. But I don't know why if there's a specific reason that they put it on here.
How about that, the second half of that line, USG attribution speed / process, right? You know what that means?
I don't. CISA doesn't do attribution, so I'm not sure what that could be related to.
Is attribution, when you say CISA does not do attribution, what does that mean?
Normally the way I would think about attribution is attributing specific actors to something. And in the MDM context, CISA does not do attribution.
So attribution is figuring out who actually is the source of the social media posting?
I mean, if you're talking about a social media posting, that would be attribution. If you're talking about hack and leak, I assume that would mean the attribution to who the hacker and leaker was.
So this then could be a discussion of, you know, and by the way, this is listed there under 40 minutes deep dive topics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if you participated in that July 15th, 2020 meeting?
I would imagine I did, but I'd have to go back and look at my calendar. I don't know.
You don't know.
For certain, but
sorry, you don't know about whether there was a deep dive on hack leak and USG attribution speed process?
I don't know for certain. I mean, I'd have to go back. Do you have the actual agenda that we used for the meeting, or just the proposed one by Facebook?
No, let me ask you this. I take it you interpret in the context of hack and leak, USG attribution. USG is United States government, right?
Yeah, that's what I would assume it is.
Attribution, I take it, is having the USG, the government, figure out who did the hack and the leak, right? That's what attribution means in this context.
Assuming I was connected to hack and leak, I obviously don't know what this is specifically referring to, but if I were reading that bullet point, that's how I read it. That the attribution was USG attributing to hack and leak.
And then the question is how fast, speed, and how USG would go about doing it, right? Speed / process.
Again, that's what the agenda says. I don't know exactly what that means.
Let's take a break there.
10 minutes good?
Yeah, how long have you been on the record?
The time is now 3:34 p.m. We're off the record. The time is now 3:50. We are back on the record.
Before we go back to questioning, I'm formally requesting on the record a supplementation of the document production directed to CISA custodians. If you look at those pages where the key custodians are disclosed, we've had testimony today that list of custodians as ESI should have been searched, should have included the 5 names that the witnesses testified today: Chad Josiah, Rob Shaw, Alan Zahir, John Stafford, and Pierce Lowry. And in fact, I think it's astonishing that 4 of those names were specifically identified as people who are copied on emails from the key custodians, but whose ESI was not searched. So I request a supplementation by tomorrow, which is the close of fact discovery. We are entitled to that going back to August. And this is the first time we've heard about it one day before the close of discovery. So I'm asking for those emails from those custodians, including their communications with social media platforms, and it now appears there were communications with the EIP potentially. Those be produced by tomorrow.
I understand your request. We'll take it back.
Thanks. Let's go to Exhibit 18.
Oh, sorry. Hello.
Should be in the inbox.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
This document is another one of these collective exhibits of a bunch of CISA emails involving you. if you look at the first page, in the middle here, it indicates there's reporting that you are forwarding from the State Department's Global Engagement Centers about disinformation on YouTube, and you're forwarding it on to a social media platform. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask this: what role does the State Department's Global Engagement Center have in addressing misinformation and disinformation on social media?
I don't know what their specific authorities are.
Do you know what they do generally?
Yeah, but also just to be clear that this email is regarding a State Department employee that was targeted overseas, I believe. But to answer your question, I believe they have the mandate to deal with information operations overseas.
Do you interact with them at all in your MDM team activities?
Yeah.
Well, how do you interact with them?
In a couple ways. So one, they do a lot of reporting on what they're seeing overseas, particularly as it relates to elections. So it's a good source of understanding tactics and things like that are occurring overseas. We often see what happens overseas ends up showing up domestically. So it's a good source of information for that. They also have a tech demo program that they run where they bring in different tech companies that work in the information operations space. So we'll go, we have members of the team that'll go and watch some of the demos. So I think those are the two main ones. We trying to think if there's others.
You know George
B-E-E-B? I know George, I'm sorry, could you spell that again?
B-E-E-B-E.
The name does not sound familiar.
Do you know if the GEC was involved in the election integrity partnership in any way?
I don't. I know you showed me on the document earlier that they were listed, but I don't know what they did.
Okay. Second page here, where this misinformation report, you said, it indicates in the last sentence there, the journalist tells me there is a YouTube channel run by Americans falsely claiming that this diplomatic officer is patient zero for COVID-19, correct?
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
Second page of the PDF.
Okay. Yes, that's what the email says.
You said, well, maybe overseas, it looks like the thing they're challenging is something posted by Americans, correct?
I don't know. I mean, that's transformed to a YouTube channel run by Americans. That's what they say, yeah.
And you forward this on to Facebook, right?
I believe that's true. Yes.
Scrolling down to page 10718. Oh, by the way, did you flag these accounts? If you look here on the 11th page of the PDF.
Sorry, page 11 of the PDF.
Here, there's a screenshot of unofficial CO.gov, and the Twitter handle says, DM us your weed store location, open parentheses, hoes be mad, but this is a parody account, correct?
It appears I forwarded it to Twitter, yes.
Okay, and then that was the only one on the next page. There's one you forwarded to Twitter that says, smoke weed every day. I think I mean every day. the official, unofficial Twitter account of the state of Colorado, right?
Yeah, it seems to be part of the same email in Colorado.
Those two accounts you forwarded to Twitter, you forwarded those to Twitter for consideration, correct?
Yeah.
And then, sorry, looping back a little bit in the document, I apologize. On the 9th page, there's an email on September 25th of 2020 from you to Twitter saying, good morning, do you all have 5 minutes for a quick call today? I'd like to give you a quick update on our reporting process this year. Do you know what that was about?
I don't. No specifics about, no.
It looks like the specific subject you mentioned was election disinfo reporting, correct?
Let me scroll down. Do you have the rest of the email chain? That obviously there appears to be a reply to something, or am I missing something here?
Well, this is all we got. It says.
Oh, there's no header again.
But Twitter's response to you says election disinfo reporting.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember having a call with them about your process for reporting election disinformation on that date?
I don't.
Next page, 9703, 10th page of the PDF. There's an email from Twitter to you and Matt Masterson in September of 2020 where it says, hi, Matthew and Brian, hope you're both very well. We want to give you an update today. We are updating our civic integrity policy. Our existing policy does such and such. And it says starting next week, we'll label or remove false or misleading information intended to undermine public confidence in an election or other civic process, right?
Yep.
Do you know why they gave you this report?
You actually calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know why. Specifically, it looks like there's links to public information about it. So, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes they're putting things out publicly. They would just give us a heads up.
Had you ever asked them to give you a heads up, or Matt Masterson asked them to give you a heads up about changes in their content moderation policies?
Not that I recall.
Page 8519. Sorry, I'm in the wrong spot in the document. Let me ask you this. Do you remember sharing with Facebook a disinformation report about CISA and Director Krebs? Does that ring a bell? Where the disinformation was disinformation about your own agency?
I don't recall that specifically now.
Here it is, 19th page of the PDF.
19?
Yeah, page 19 of the PDF.
Okay.
And it says, good afternoon. You sent an email on November 5th of 2020 to Facebook saying, good afternoon, Facebook. Wanted to share this disinfo report about CISA and Director Krebs. You know what that was about?
I don't.
In your
I don't
subject,
recall.
your subject line says IG disinfo report. Do you know what IG means?
It appears based on the link in the email that it was referring to Instagram.
But you don't remember. You don't remember anything specifically relating to Director Krebs, do you?
No, I don't.
Let's scroll ahead a few pages to 10394. Well, let me ask this. Do you remember disinformation about Director Krebs circulating in that time frame just after the 2020 election?
I recall that he was named on a Iranian-driven enemies of the people list. Beyond that, I don't recall any other specific MDM related to the director now.
Okay, scroll down to the 22nd page of the PDF.
Okay.
You see, you sent an email to Facebook on November 10th, 2020, saying, "Good morning, Director Krebs is particularly concerned about the Hammer and Scorecard narrative that is making the rounds." Do you see that?
Yep.
Do you know what that was, the Hammer and Scorecard narrative?
If I remember correctly, it was something about the NSA and maybe a different federal agency conspiring to change votes or something along those lines. Like there's new technology that the NSA developed. I forget the specifics of the narrative itself, but something along those lines.
This is a narrative on social media suggesting that the federal government is engaging in intellectual or sort of election interference in some way.
It could have been social media, it could have been other media. I'm not sure what I was referring to when I said making rounds. I don't recall.
Okay, well, your next sentence says, "Wanted to see if you all," meaning Facebook, "have been tracking this narrative and if there's anything you can share around amplification," right?
Yep.
What does amplification mean?
If a particular narrative is being amplified.
So in other words, you wanted to know, you're asking Facebook to tell you whether or not that narrative is being amplified on its platform.
Correct. That's how I read that, yeah.
Okay. And then Facebook responds by saying, "Our teams have been actively monitoring developments on this at this time. And the extent you or USG have information about confirmed misinformation or other information of note, we'll welcome that," correct?
Yep, that's what they wrote.
And then they follow up by saying, "Wanted to follow up below to say that our teams have confirmed that we have a third-party fact checker verification that the Hammer and Scorecard narrative is false," right?
Yes, that's what they say.
And they go on to report to you, "Our systems are labeling and downranking the content as identified," correct?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what they've done in other emails where they report back to you on how they've taken action against content that you flagged?
Yeah, generally consistent, I think.
Let's jump ahead to 10390. That is going to be page 24 of the PDF. And here at the bottom of the page, you sent the very same email to Twitter as well, right?
Yep.
Director Krebs is very concerned about the Hammer and Scorecard narrative, and I'm wondering if you have been tracking this one, and if there's anything you can share in terms of sharing and amplification, correct?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Your usual context says, "We have been tracking this issue. I will allow UL to follow up with detailed information," right?
Yes.
And that's UL Roth, right?
I believe so, yeah.
He was then the chief content modulation officer for Twitter, right? The head of their trust and safety team.
I I don't recall what his title was, but he certainly was in charge of some trust and safety stuff.
Yeah, trust and safety, that means enforcing content moderation policies, right?
I suspect that's one of those responsibilities.
He comes back to you with a kind of detailed report here at the top of the page about what Twitter's been doing on this. He says, we've been tracking the Hammer Scorecard issue closely, particularly since Director Krebs' tweet on the subject, which was pretty unambiguous as debunks go, correct?
That's what you wrote, yep.
Do you recall Director Krebs debunking this in a tweet?
I suspect, and well, one, let me just say, I don't recall Director Krebs' specific tweet. Two, it's possible as part of our Rumor versus Reality page, and Director Krebs would, if we put a new item up on our Rumor versus Reality page, he would tweet out the new Rumor versus Reality entry. But I'm not aware of this specific tweet, but that would be my guess as to what was going on.
Were you aware that the social media platforms were following the rumor page posted by CISA and using that as a debunking method for content on their platforms?
We had the sense they were doing that, yes.
So, and that's kind of the point of it, right? The point of the rumor page is to debunk things, right?
No, the point of the page is just to provide accurate information about rumors that we were hearing.
You were aware, I think you just said, that the social media platforms like Twitter were following the page and using it to fact check, essentially, things that people are posting on their platforms.
Yeah, so the platforms were looking for a place to get accurate information about different things that they were seeing on their platforms, and I know some of them used the Rumor versus Reality page to do that.
And in fact, this email indicates that they used it to debunk the Hammer Scorecard narrative if the tweet that Director Krebs did refers to the rumor page. Correct.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Actually, let's move on to page 8625. There's a couple pages down, page 27 of the PDF. Here you're flagging on Friday, November 13th of 2020. You've been flagging a tweet for Twitter, and you at one point you say, at 11:26 p.m. on a Friday night, you email Twitter and say, some Friday night fun for the two of us. Hope you are well, right?
Yeah.
So you were forwarding and routing disinformation concerns to social media platforms near midnight on a Friday.
It appears so.
And they were responding in real time. For example, 7 minutes later, at 11:33 p.m., Twitter's responding to you late on Friday night, correct?
Yeah.
And she says, among other things, we have labeled so many tweets tonight that so I'm afraid that for now the answer is it isn't ending tonight, correct?
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
Directly above, she said, we've labeled so many tweets tonight that it isn't ending tonight, correct?
We have labeled so many tweets tonight, so I'm afraid that for now the answer is that it isn't ending tonight.
Right.
Yes, that's what you wrote.
And this is based on an exchange a little lower down that you flagged something on Dominion machines for her at 11:20 p.m. And she responded at 11:21 p.m. within 1 minute saying, thanks, Brian, we will escalate, correct?
Yep, that's what the timestamp say.
You getting, were you kind of reporting misinformation on social media late at night to social media platforms during this time frame?
I just accidentally closed. Was that page 24?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, as I said, if I were on my phone and I saw something come in, I would push it along.
Jump ahead to, and was it common for Twitter or Facebook or other platforms to respond almost immediately, even near midnight on a Friday?
I mean, it's hard to say common. I know it happened. They were generally pretty responsive. I don't, you know, common's a pretty loose term, so, you know, I don't know how to respond to that.
But you say they were generally responsive, and that includes prompt in their responses to you.
Correct. And just right, so they were prompt in letting me know that they received an email I sent them. That's essentially what I was talking about.
Let's go to 8557. It's page 42 of the PDF.
42. Oops, sorry. Okay.
Here it looks like Facebook is emailing Lauren Pretentis and saying they got an account security doc that they've been working on, and we're grateful for any feedback, right?
Yep.
You know what account security document they're talking about here in April 15th of 2022?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know what specific documents they're talking about.
Is it possible this is the one pager that we were talking about earlier? Does that ring a bell?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, next page up. Lauren Pretentis, thanks so much for sending. This looks great. The only thing I'd recommend is any steps for flagging or escalating MDM content if possible, right?
Yeah, that's what Lauren said.
And she says, I think then that would make this a comprehensive product on both the critical needs of officials, account security, and MDM concerns, correct?
Yeah, that's what she wrote.
She says, we discussed this a bit in our in-person meeting 2 weeks ago, right?
Yep.
Okay. Were you aware of Lauren asking for Facebook to produce a document and asking them to include steps in flagging or escalating MDM content for officials?
I was not aware of this document. No, I knew there was conversations about the one pages we discussed earlier, but I'm not entirely sure what this is referring to.
I think you said earlier the one pagers would talk about what their content moderation policies are. If you look higher at the same page, Facebook is replying to Lauren and saying, would it work to just provide my email when you share out this one pager, right? See that?
So I'm scrolling up.
When you share out this one pager, you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems that Lauren is talking about the one pager that all the social media platforms were asked to provide for state and local elections. Is that what's going on?
Again, I'm not certain. It could be two different one pagers that she's talking about. One on account security and the one that Lauren was working on. I wouldn't be surprised if they were similar, but I can't. I don't know.
Regardless, for the purpose of this one pager, Lauren is specifically asking that they add to it a procedure for state officials to flag and escalate MDM content, correct?
It appears she's asking for a process for election officials to report MDM content to Facebook, yeah.
Jumping ahead to 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Here, on the starting in the 48th page of the PDF and spilling to the 49th page, there's another email from Lauren Pretentis, this time to people at Microsoft, which is, the subject is one pager for election officials. Do you see that?
Did you say 48?
And 48 spilling over onto 49. It's the headers on 48 and, oh, I'm sorry, 43. Bad eyesight. Sorry. 3 looks like an 8.
That's okay.
43.
I understand that. Okay, so one page for election officials. Got the header, okay?
And in this email, Lauren says to Microsoft, Meta is working with industry partners to create one-pagers for election officials in the lead up to the midterms that provide steps to create secure accounts, and to report MDM. You see that?
I did.
And she said, we'll be sharing these products in our various engagements with officials, presumably meaning state and local election officials, right?
Introduction, call to speculation.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know what you mean by officials, but I think that's a fair assumption.
And then that's one pager for the elections officials, correct?
Yeah.
Skipping ahead to 12053. So page 45 of the PDF. Going on to 46.
Okay.
You see here on May 11, 2022, Lauren Portentis is writing to Twitter. I hope this email finds you well. Wanted to circle back on this and see if you have any questions. The team has a few upcoming engagements with elections officials where this one page would be particularly helpful to share as a leave behind, correct?
Yes, that's what she's written.
And Twitter goes back and says, I'll have the one pager for you later today, just getting the final sign off, right?
Correct.
And then once he sends it to him, scrolling back up, first she says state and local officials in New Hampshire and Illinois will be the first recipients of this, right? There at the top of the page. First line on page 45 of the PDF. Lauren.
Yeah, just the email chain was a little funky, so I was just trying to read and make sure the emails were connected. Okay, so Twitter provided the one pager, and the line said thanks. State and local officials in New Hampshire and Illinois will be the first recipients of this. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Then she follows up with another email saying, actually, one question. Is there a way to include something about how to report disinformation? You see that?
Yep.
And Twitter says the best way for them to do that is to contact gov@twitter.com, right?
Yep.
And I can add that to the doc if that would be helpful, correct?
Right.
And Lauren says that would be so helpful if you could add that to the doc. Thank you, right?
Yep.
And Twitter says they do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the second time she's pushed the social media platform to expand the one pager to include a reporting process for MDM from state and local election officials, correct?
I'm not sure that's how I characterize it. I think she's just trying to make sure that election officials have the information they need should they want to report. I'm not sure that's expanding, or I don't know. You're making it a little more dramatic than it was, I think.
Well, suffice to say that she's asking Twitter to include information specifically about how you report MDM, correct?
That how election officials should report MDM, correct?
Yeah, and Twitter had not included that in theirs, and she asked them to put it in, and they did, right?
It appears so, yeah.
Same thing happened actually with YouTube in the earlier email, right? They hadn't included it in a one pager, and she asked them to put it in, correct?
I don't recall that email. What email was that?
Let's move on, actually. I'm going to email you some new exhibits. I'm pulling up exhibit 27, which should also be popping up in your inbox. Here's a news report entitled, CISA expands efforts to fight election disinformation ahead of challenging 2024 vote. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, John, we're still waiting for your, I just got it. Hold on. You said 27?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay.
You see that headline, CISA expands efforts to fight election disinformation ahead of challenging 2024 vote. You see that?
I do.
What steps are you aware of CISA taking to expand its efforts to fight election disinformation going into the next election cycle, 2024?
At this time, I'm not aware of any.
This is dated August 12th, 2022, if you scroll down.
Sure.
Were you aware of any discussions or efforts any efforts at that time?
And when this was written in August of 2022? I'm sorry, what time?
No, I'm just saying, are you aware around August of 2022, was CISA expanding efforts to fight disinformation?
No specific efforts that I'm aware of. I believe there might have been some additional funding requested in the budget, but I'm not sure if that actually went up or not.
What efforts did CISA undertake to fight election disinformation during the 2022 election cycle?
We've put out a couple of sets of products.
Anything else?
Not that I recall. We honestly, we didn't do a ton in 2022.
And what were you guys doing? You're the MDM team. What did you do to fight MDM?
So again, as I mentioned, our role is to build resilience. So we put out the two sets of products, as I mentioned earlier in 2022. We put out additional products. I'm sure we engaged with some stakeholders to build relationships. But generally speaking, we did a lot of foundational work to better understand how risk functions, those sorts of things, as opposed to very election-specific activities.
Here in the article, it says the danger, in the second paragraph, it says the danger of disinformation has become an incredibly difficult problem, CISA Director Jen Easterly said on Friday. Did you see that?
I do.
And goes on to report that Easterly has taken several specific steps to fight the problem, including bringing Kim Wyman, former Secretary of State of Washington, into CISA to bolster its election work, correct?
That's what the article says, yeah.
What has Kim Wyman done to fight election-related disinformation? That's CISA.
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
You may answer.
Yeah, could you be more specific about what you're trying to get to?
But what does Kim Wyman do at CISA?
Kim Wyman is essentially the new Matt Masterson. So she's a senior advisor to the director on election security. Most of her work has been engagement with election officials. I also think she was CISA's representative on the CSAC for MDM. So beyond some public speaking and the CSAC work, I'm not sure what else she would have been doing on MDM.
Down here in the very last paragraph, second page of the document, sorry, it's hard to highlight. Very last paragraph, it says, while it's not CISA's role to police social media, Easterly said, her team has discussions with platforms, but they're more to understand large trends, not specific tweets. Is that right?
That's what the article says, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have discussions with platforms discussing large trends of online disinformation?
Yeah, I think that's consistent with what we talked about from the sync meetings and the discussions around the public reporting that the platforms have done.
Any other time when there would be where there was discussions with platforms about disinformation trends?
I think it's just the two, the normal sync meetings we discussed, and then the normal, if they're putting out public reporting, we might get a briefing on it. I'm trying to think if we ever see, yeah, I think those are the briefings. We may have done a briefing where we had a platform maybe talk with the election officials, but I'm not sure if I'm remembering that correctly. So just those two, I think, would be the main ones.
Exhibit 28.
Should be right there. Good.
Should be on the screen share too. Here's an email chain starting with Facebook, sending an email directly to Jen Easterly saying that she had spoken to Facebook about receiving a briefing from us on 2022 election approach. You see that there, the second page of the document, the beginning of the chain?
I do.
Were you aware that Easterly had reached out to Facebook directly and asked for, I guess in January of 2022, a briefing on how Facebook planned to approach the election?
I was not.
Facebook says, we're happy to do this with your team at your convenience, and we'd also love to discuss further how we might help support the JCDC effort. You see that?
I do.
What does JCDC stand for?
I was afraid you were going to ask me that. I don't know exactly what it stands for. I think it's Joint Cyber something or another. Sorry, I forget the exact acronym. Too many acronyms.
Is it a committee or a subdivision within CISA or within DHS?
I believe it's an effort by CISA to collaborate with private sector on cyber defense.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Director Easterly responds to Facebook saying, looping in Chris and teammates to please follow up. You see that?
I do.
And then Chris Rose, do you know who Chris Rose is?
My understanding is a counselor for Director Easterly.
And he says, thank you, Director, moving you to BCC. Does that stand for blind carbon copy?
That would be my understanding.
And he says, per Jeff, Geoff, I presume that's Jeff Hale, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like we may want to discuss three primary topics that include 2022 elections, right?
Mm-hmm.
Risk management in the face of influence operations. Do you know what that means?
I mean, I don't know what context he was saying it here, but generally speaking, that CISA's mission is to reduce risk to critical infrastructure. So I'd assume it's risk management to critical infrastructure from influence operations.
And then JCDC, that's the thing you justified before.
Yeah.
You know, let me ask this, were you included in this meeting between Director Easterly and Facebook?
I was not. In fact, I don't know if the meeting actually ever occurred.
Do you know if Jeff Hale participated?
I don't.
That's like exhibit 29.
Okay.
Here's a series of text messages that were produced to us as coming from Director Easterly. So if you see the blue text, that would be Director Easterly. The other side in the gray is the interlocutor. Here on the first page, it's this gentleman from Facebook. Do you see that?
Yeah.
He issues a series of texts. Do you know why he would be texting Director Easterly? Does he know her?
Objection, compound objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know is the short answer. I don't know what the relationship is.
You know him, Mr. Gleicher?
Yeah, I know, Nathaniel Fauci, yeah.
Yeah, does he interact with CISA about misinformation issues on Facebook?
He does. He participates in the monthly things, the regular things that we talked about.
What else does he do, you know, for Facebook?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
What else does he do for Facebook on misinformation?
Again, I think he would articulate it that they do the inauthentic behavior, coordinated inauthentic behavior. So I don't know that he would talk about it in the context of disinformation, but my understanding is he leads the team, one of the teams there that deals with the coordinated inauthentic behavior.
He asked about Rob Silvers. Do you know who Rob Silvers is?
Yes.
Who's Rob Silvers?
He heads up the DHS Office of Policy. I don't know what his exact title is, Assistant Secretary, Undersecretary, something like that.
He's in the Secretary's office.
I believe he referred up to the Secretary, yeah.
And Mr. Gleicher says to Jen Easterly, do you have any context you can share on the role Rob Silvers is playing on disinfo, right?
Yep, that's what the text says.
I understand his team is a task force they've set up, and it was suggested that his team is handling policy on disinfo while CISA is handling operations, right?
Yeah, that's what Nathaniel wrote.
What is what was your understanding of Rob Silver being involved in policy on disinformation?
So as the head of the DHS Office of Policy, he would be involved in most, I would think, policy activities related to any topic across the department, including disinformation.
And Director Easterly says she's happy to chat with Mr. Gleicher, right?
Yep.
You don't know if they actually talk to each other, do you?
I don't.
She goes on to say, Rob is on his board to look at potential new areas of confronting MDM, correct?
That's what she wrote, yep.
And then she says, it doesn't change or impact anything we, meaning CISA, are doing or have already established, right?
Yes, that's what she wrote.
What potential new areas of confronting MDM were discussed, you know?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I don't have any clue.
Next page, there's an email from Matt Masterson to the director, right?
Yep.
And this isn't, does Matt Masterson know the director well? I take it he was a political appointee. Did you say that?
In the previous administration, excuse me, yes, he was a political appointee. I don't know his relationship with the director was, so I don't know how well he knew her.
What was the director's role in the previous administration? Was she at CISA?
No, Director Easterly was not at CISA, no.
Or was she?
I'm sorry?
Was she in government?
Prior to in the previous administration?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think their immediate previous job was in the private sector, but I don't know how long and if she spent any time at all in the previous administration and government.
And here, Director Easterly says to Matt Masterson, just trying to get us in a place where Fed can work with platforms to better understand the mis-dis trends, so relevant agencies can try to pre-bunk/debunk as useful, correct?
That's what she wrote, yep.
That discussion of trends is similar to her statement in the media article we just looked like about how CISA is interacting with social media platforms to identify trends, correct?
She mentioned trends in both, correct?
And here, the reason she wants to understand the trends from the platforms is so that the relevant agencies can try to pre-bunk or debunk the mis and disinformation, correct?
Yeah, I think that's what she's saying.
Do you do that at CISA? When you find out about a trend, do you go try to work with another federal agency to pre-bunk or debunk it?
So again, from a resilience building perspective, what we try to do is provide accurate information about the issues and topics that are relevant to us. So from an election perspective, we will try to provide appropriate information about elections. So the Virality page would be an example of that. That would fall more into potentially into the debunking side. Pre-bunking is trying to understand ahead of time what could happen so you could fill information gaps. And so that's generally kind of how resilience works. So yeah, we would try to do some of that. I don't know. So we worked a little bit with the FBI on products, resilience-based products, as I mentioned. I think it's probably, we worked, as I mentioned earlier, we worked with the GEC when they shared information about tactics and such. Those are the types of things we would do that, again, to help people understand how MDM works and then steps they can take to reduce the risk.
Her next text here, Director Easterly's next text says, not our mission, but was looking to play a coord role. So not every D/A is independently reaching out to platforms, which could cause a lot of chaos, right?
That's what you wrote, yep.
What does D/A mean? Is that department or agency?
Direction, culture, speculation.
You know.
That is one of the common abbreviations for department and agency, but I'm not sure if that's what she's referring to here.
You know, let me ask this, do you believe that if every federal department and agency is independently reaching out to the platforms, that could cause chaos?
Yeah, I think chaos might be a little strong, but it does create challenges and provides the platforms opportunities to play departments off each other.
Does CISA try to play a coordinating role in that? It's coordinating between the federal agencies and the social media platforms on disinformation and misinformation issues.
So we did do that as it relates to the sync meetings we've discussed throughout the testimony. Beyond that, we didn't attempt to play a substantial role in terms of coordinating between.
Let me ask you this, Matt Masterson responds to this email or this text and says, we'll get there, and that kind of leadership really helps. Platforms have got to get more comfortable with government. It's really interesting how hesitant they remain, correct?
That's what Matt wrote.
Yeah. Is that consistent with your experience that the social media platforms have to be kind of pushed or encouraged to coordinate with the government on misinformation issues?
I don't think that's how I would characterize it. We operate in a voluntary kind of manner, so it's voluntary, whether for CISA, again, for CISA, the MDM team. So it's always up to the platforms what level of engagement they want to have with us.
Do you know whether Masterson and Easterly had any further discussion of these issues?
I don't know.
Let me send you a couple more exhibits. And while these are coming, do you know, were you involved at all in the formation of participation?
I'm sorry, John, I'm sorry, the witness just asked me if we could take a break.
Just a 2 minutes bathroom break.
Yeah, well, why don't we make it 5 and try to make it the last break of the day? How long have we been on the record?
We got back on at 3:50, so it's 4:40, so it's 50 minutes.
Like an hour and 10 minutes.
Let's go off
the record. Reliable timekeeper.
Let's go off the record.
We need to off the record first of all.
The time is now 4:42. We're off the record. The time is 4:53. We are back on the record.
Exhibit 30 should be hitting your inbox. I'll put it up in the screen share. Here's an article in The Intercept called Truth Cops. Leaked documents outline DHS's plan to police disinformation. You see that?
Yeah, we don't have it on here, but I saw the headline in your screen share.
Okay, sorry. Then scrolling down, still on the first page, it says the Department of Homeland Security is quietly broadening its efforts to curb speech it considers dangerous. Do you see that?
I see that in the article, yep.
Are you aware of DHS broadening its efforts to address disinformation?
I am not, no.
Has CISA been expanding its MDM team?
As I mentioned earlier, we have not.
Let me ask you this. Scrolling down here, third page of the document, it says there is also a formalized process for government officials to directly flag content on Facebook or Instagram and request that it be throttled or suppressed through a special Facebook portal that requires a government or law enforcement email to use. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that in the article.
It actually provides a link for it, facebook.com, xtakedowns-login. Are you aware of that reporting channel for government officials?
I am not, no.
On the next page, fourth page of the document, it says, according to a draft copy of DHS's quadrennial Homeland Security Review, DHS's capstone report outlining the department's strategy and priorities in the coming years. The department plans to target inaccurate information on a wide range of topics. You see that?
Yeah, I see that in the article.
Are you aware of the document? That's a draft of the quadrennial Homeland Security Review.
I know what the quadrennial Homeland Security Review is. I don't know that I've seen a draft of the most recent one.
Have you seen any drafts of the most recent one?
Not that I recall.
When does it get finalized?
I don't know.
It says, including the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic and the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines, racial justice, U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the nature of U.S. support to Ukraine, in quotes. You see that?
I do.
Are you aware of discussions anywhere in DHS about addressing misinformation about the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic?
I am not.
So how about the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines?
Yes, I'm aware of some discussions on that.
What discussions are you aware of?
As I mentioned earlier, our to build resilience to critical infrastructure, health and public health is one of the sectors of critical infrastructure. So we engage with CDC and HHS to help them. We've also put out one product sometime in mid-2020 for infrastructure stakeholders about COVID-related disinformation.
What do you do to assist CDC and HHS?
For the most part, not a lot, to be honest. Like I said, we did the one product related to them, and we just participate in meetings with them. From our perspective, again, we're trying to understand trends, how disinformation is spreading, tactics, so that we can help the public and organizations, critical infrastructure organizations, as well as some others, understand the risks from MDM and how it works and things they can do about it.
Do you obtain information from CDC and HHS about how COVID vaccine misinformation spreads?
I believe they provided some briefings on that, yeah.
And do you also provide briefings to them or information to them?
We did some work on the kind of biolab narrative. So this is essentially foreign governments, whenever anything happens, whether biological and sometimes not, they will point to U.S. biolabs as being the culprit behind it. And so as part of our resilience building efforts, we were trying to understand how foreign actors have used that narrative over time. And so we starting back in the AIDS crisis back in the 80s, the Russians were using that. Usually they're saying that Fort Detrick or some other kind of U.S. Entity is a biolab, and that's where whatever it starts. We saw this with COVID, we saw this with monkeypox, we saw this around Ukraine. And so again, just helping people understand that a lot of these disinformation narratives are recycled over time for different issues is a way to help build resilience.
How about racial justice? Are you doing anything to address misinformation about racial justice issues?
CISA has not, to my knowledge, done anything related to racial justice.
How about other DHS components? Do they do anything on that?
Not that I'm aware of, but I obviously don't know everything that they do.
How about U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan? Does CISA work on that?
Not that I'm aware of.
How about other DHS components?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I'm not aware of what other components are doing.
And then the nature of U.S. support to Ukraine.
So there was the department stood up what's called the Unified Coordination Group when Russia invaded Ukraine to coordinate DHS activities related to the crisis. As a part of that, there was a MDM component, and a member of the MDM team was detailed to lead the MDM component of the Russia-Ukraine work. I believe it lasted about 2 months.
What did they
do? The Unified Coordination Group, sorry.
What did that group do?
So most of it took place while I was out. So I don't have a super clear understanding of everything, but generally speaking, they provided, they would monitor open source researching. So we talked about third-party researchers who put out reports and things like that, and they would provide situational awareness. At least from a CISA perspective, they would provide situational awareness up to the MDM component of the Unified Coordination Group.
Who at CISA participated in that?
So Rob Shaw from the MDM team was detailed to the Unified Coordination Group, and then several members of the team would have been monitoring open source. So when I say open source reporting, this is third-party research reports, things like that, to pull any information to just make leadership aware.
Did that group communicate with social media platforms about disinformation relating to Ukraine?
By that group, you mean the Unified Coordination Group?
Right.
I don't know.
Rob Shaw would know that.
He led the team, so I suspect he might.
Do you know if that team communicated with social media platforms at all?
I don't know. There was a call at some point between critical infrastructure owners, and I believe some social media around that, but I wasn't around for that call, so I don't really know the nature of what was discussed or anything along those lines.
There was a call between, and I'm sorry I couldn't hear clearly what you said. There was a call between social media platforms and who?
So I believe the way I understand the call is that the facilitated a call with critical infrastructure, the critical infrastructure community. There will be private sector companies, sector risk management agencies, folks that are involved in critical infrastructure security, I believe, my understanding is that call did include some social media platforms.
But you don't know what was said in that call?
No, I wasn't back at CISA yet.
You know when the call occurred?
It would have been in probably the February time frame, I would think.
February 2022.
Correct.
I'm putting exhibit 31 on the screen share. You should have it in front of you.
Okay, I got it.
Here's a report from the Office of Inspector General entitled DHS Needs a Unified Strategy to Counter Disinformation Campaign. Do you see that?
I do.
Are you familiar with this OIG report?
Loosely familiar with it, yeah.
Were you aware that you know what the data report is?
So August 10th, 2022.
And I take it this report is recommending that here in what we have found, DHS needs a unified strategy to address disinformation, right? Right here it says DHS does not yet have a unified department-wide strategy to effectively counter disinformation that originates from both foreign and domestic sources, correct?
I'm trying to find that.
Here, you're on the...
Okay.
Yeah.
DHS does not yet have a unified department-wide strategy. Correct, yeah, that's what's written there.
Do you share that view? Do you think DHS lacks a department-wide strategy?
Yeah.
Do you think that different components of DHS are engaging in different sort of MDM-related activities without coordinating with each other?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
And were you aware that this recommendation was made for DHS to do internal and external coordination better?
Was I aware that this report was saying that DHS needs to do better internal and external coordination?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what it says. Is there a page in here where that recommendation is? Are those recommendations?
Let's go to page 7.
Is this PDF 7 or document page 7?
The question is PDF 9.
PDF 9, okay.
It's that here underneath the graphic novels, images, there's a paragraph that begins more recently. Do you see that?
Yep.
It says, in January 2021, CISA transitioned its Countering Foreign Influence Task Force to promote more flexibility to focus on general MDM, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what it says.
Yeah, that CISA's got 15 dedicated part and full-time staff. Is that still true?
No.
I mean, sorry, the MDM team has 15 staff. Is that still true?
No.
How many does it have?
Right now we have 5 full-time staff plus 1 on maternity leave, so 6. And then we have 2 contractor support. No, 3 contractors supporting us.
Did it sometime you have 15 people working on this? On the MDM team?
I suspect it's at the height of the team, if you added all the contractors in, it probably got close to 15, but I'm not sure the exact number.
What was the height of the team?
Staff plus contractors was probably, good question, when was the height of the team? We didn't have much contract support in 2020, so I'd probably say 2021 while I was gone.
It says the MTM team focuses on disinformation activities targeting elections and critical infrastructure. According to a CISA official, the MTM team counters all types of disinformation to be responsive to current events. Is that right?
That's what the document says. Yep.
Is that true that the MTM team counters all types of disinformation to be responsive to current events?
We, again, try to build resilience and reduce risk to critical infrastructure. So, if the event could impact critical infrastructure, that would be something we would consider addressing.
Does critical infrastructure include cognitive infrastructure?
Not through national policy.
Let me go 2 pages further. Paragraph, page 9. It says, for example, according to an ODNI official, prior to the November 2020 elections, CISA and INA joined in weekly teleconferences to coordinate intelligence community activities to counter election-related disinformation, correct?
That's what the document says, yes.
Were you aware of those calls? That's a coordinating call between CISA, INA, and ODNI?
Yeah, that was a court, so yes, I'm aware of the calls. But the calls were DNI-led coordination calls of the intelligence community. CISA was there mostly from an observer standpoint, due to our role as election security lead. But it was an intel community focused coordination and conversation.
Who from CISA participated in those calls?
I think it was just a random mix. Jeff and Matt did not generally participate in them. I didn't generally participate in them, although I think I did maybe once or twice. Normally somebody at the staff level. So we have an intel office in CISA, so I suspect that at least somebody from the intel office was on the call, but I think it was just, who was available at the staff level would go participate at that time.
Was disinformation, how to combat disinformation on social media, is that discussed in these calls?
Action, culture, speculation, lack of foundation.
My recollection of the calls, at least the couple that I was on, it was generally the intel community talking about what products they were developing, what analysis they were doing, things along those lines.
The next sentence says the Office of the DNI official stated the teleconferences continued to occur every 2 weeks after the 2020 elections and were still taking place as the time of this audit in August of 2022. You see that?
I do.
Yeah. What are those calls still going on today? Every 2 weeks?
I don't know. That they're still continuing to November of 2022 is news to me. So, I don't. As far as I know, we weren't participating in them. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some calls going on, but I don't recall. The intel community does intel community things, but they don't always. We're not always involved in that.
Let me email you another exhibit. 7.
Hey, John, if you just spoke, I couldn't hear you. I saw your lips moving, but sound wasn't coming through.
So, yeah, actually, I'm gonna skip that one. I'm at exhibit 23, which I'm now emailing you.
So we should ignore 27?
You made 27 ought to look familiar to you. We talked about it already.
Oh, okay. So, sorry, just to be clear, are we talking about 27 now or a different exhibit?
23.
Okay, don't have that yet, but as soon as we do.
And I'm putting up in the screen share too. Here's a November 2021 report on public comments by Director Easterly in the Hill. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says, the title is Cyber Agency Beefing Up Disinformation, Misinformation Team, correct?
Correct.
And in the first paragraph says, CISA is beefing up its disinformation and misinformation team in the wake of a divisive presidential election that saw proliferation of misleading online information, correct?
Yeah, that's what the article says.
Were you aware of efforts to beef up the misinformation team in November of 21?
No, not specific efforts. I was over at the National Security Council at the time.
When did you come back from that detail?
The detail officially ended in early March, and then I took some leave and started back at CISA in early mid-April.
And the director says in the next paragraph, I'm actually going to grow and strengthen my misinformation and disinformation team. You see that?
I do.
I know you were on detail then. Are you aware of efforts to grow and strengthen the team, for example, by adding new people?
Again, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, my understanding is there was some budget increase that was proposed. I don't know if that moved forward or not from the department.
Do these remarks coincide with what you said was kind of the high point when you had 15 people on the MDM team? Was that around, November 2021?
It's hard to say for sure. I'm not sure how they're counting positions, so I don't think we ever had 15 federal employees. So there's, it seems to me like they were probably counting contract support. So it's hard for me to say exactly when that would have been.
You say there was, in this time frame, some attempt to get budget authority to add people to the MDM team.
My understanding is there was a request for additional funds and votes made to the budget. But again, I don't know. The budget process is a little bit of a mystery to me, so I'm not sure what exactly happened along the way, if it ended up in the, in the budget request or what.
The next paragraph says that Easterly noted that earlier this week she had a meeting with 6 of the nation's experts in the misinformation and disinformation space. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know who she met with?
I don't.
You know who are 6 of the nation's experts in disinformation and misinformation?
I mean, I could come up with a list of experts. I don't know if that's who she met with.
She stressed her concerns around this being a top threat for CISA, correct?
That's what the article says, yep.
It goes on to quote her saying, one could argue we're in the business of critical infrastructure, and the most critical infrastructure is our cognitive infrastructure, correct?
That's what the quote says, yep.
Does the MDM team view protecting our cognitive infrastructure as part of its mission?
We look at the national policy, there's 16 sectors, and those are the critical infrastructure sectors we look to protect, so we wouldn't include cognitive infrastructure in that list.
One of them is election infrastructure, is that right?
election infrastructure is actually a subsector of the government facilities sector.
So if someone posts information on social media implying that, ballots were being shredded by poll workers, what infrastructure is that a threat to?
Objection calls for hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer hypothetical.
You have no instruction not to answer. Please answer the question.
Same objection.
Yeah, I'm not answering hypothetical.
Please answer the question. If someone posts on social media.
Can you give me an example of a post?
Yeah, we can look at all the posts we looked at earlier in your emails where, for example, suppose someone posts the Hammer and Scorecard conspiracy on social media, and Director Krebs tells you to reach out to social media platforms to see what they're doing about it. How does the posting about the Hammer and Scorecard narrative on social media threaten critical infrastructure?
So generally speaking, this amount of information threatens critical infrastructure in a number of ways. It could be operational impact. So in the case of the elections, disrupting election operations, things along those lines. It could be human impact. So again, to use election examples, there was a lot of threats of violence made against election officials, making it harder to do their jobs. So there's a multitude of ways that disinformation could impact critical infrastructure. Like I said, there's financial, there's reputational. There's just a multitude of ways that disinformation could affect critical infrastructure.
Does infrastructure have a reputational interest?
Does infrastructure have a reputational interest?
Objection made.
Yeah, could you be a little more specific?
You just used the word. You said there's financial, there's reputational. What do you mean by that? What is the reputational threat to critical infrastructure from social media postings?
Well, I wasn't saying specifically from social media postings. I was saying broadly from this amount of information. A reputational risk could come about if the integrity or the public confidence in a particular sector was critical to that sector's functioning. So I think the financial services would probably be a good example. So if there's a loss of confidence by the American public in financial services, financial system of the United States, that could create national security concerns.
Explain that to me. How would a loss of confidence in the financial system create national security concerns?
Lots of ways. You could have runs on banks, threats to banking. You could have, other sorts of issues related to that. So there's, if there's a loss of confidence, if there's a run on banks, if there's a run on the financial system, those sorts of things can create physical harms, operational harms. So again, if we go back to the list of potential harms, the reputational could lead to operational, right? So banks could be overwhelmed with people showing up trying to take money out. They could be overwhelmed with people showing up elsewhere at other facilities to disrupt their operations. So there's a full range of potential risks. A lot of these are cascading.
So is it part of the MDM team's job and CIS's job to counter disinformation that creates reputational risks to, for example, the financial services industry?
So again, our mission is to build resilience. And so we would work, if the financial services sector wanted us to work with them to develop products to help them understand how this amount of information could impact their sector, we would work with them on that, yes.
What sorts of disinformation information might undermine confidence in financial services?
I don't know. We haven't dealt with that. We're not financial services experts, so we generally defer to the department or agency. So in this case, Treasury is the sector risk management agency responsible for the financial services sector. So our expertise at the MDM team is understanding MDM and potential ways to mitigate risks and to build resilience. And so we wouldn't be the experts on actual financial services MDM.
So everything you just said about financial services was a lengthy hypothetical.
Like I said, I don't like getting into hypotheticals.
You sure did for a while there. Scrolling down in the same document, it says, there's a quote from Director Easterly where she says, "We now live in a world where people talk." Sorry.
Excuse me, I couldn't quite hear you. You're fading.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Quote from Director Easterly: "We now live in a world where people talk about alternative facts post-truth, which I think is really, really dangerous if you get to pick your own facts. And it's particularly corrosive when you talk about matters of election security," right?
That's the quote, yeah.
And is that kind of consistent with what the MDM team does? It tries to prevent a situation where Americans get to pick their own facts.
Objection made.
That's not consistent with what we do.
So that's not, you don't think Director Easterly's description is very fair?
Objection mischaracterizing the witness's previous testimony.
Yeah, if I understand your question, you said that this a photo in alternate facts, post-truth, and things like that, and CISA does not do that sort of thing.
I'm sending you a few more exhibits by email. You should be getting 2 emails, the first one with 3 attachments and the second one with 1. It may take a minute, it's loading slowly on my end. Okay, I'm opening exhibit 49 and I'll put that on the screen share. Did you give an interview to the Berkman Klein Center on June 18th of 2020?
I don't recall the specific date, but I did give them an interview, so it's probably about right.
This is an interview by The Breakdown. Do you recall doing this interview?
I do.
On the 3rd page of the document, you say, for us in particular, oops, well, it didn't highlight well. For us in particular, if you see here, it's the second folder. For us in particular, we're trying to reduce the amount that Americans engage with disinformation, right?
Yes.
Is that, to your mind, is that a good summary of what the MDM team does? It tries to reduce the amount that Americans engage with disinformation.
That's the general idea behind resilience building, yeah.
What is engaging with disinformation?
Amplifying it, retweeting it, resending it, things like that.
How about liking it on social media? Is that a form of engagement?
Yep.
not just reading it. Is that a form of engagement?
No,
So you're reading disinformation is not engagement with it.
correct.
Yeah, but so engagement is taking some affirmative step further, like you say, amplify, like, repost. That's kind of disinformation, and that's engagement, correct?
Yes.
And it's part of CISA's or CISA's job to try to reduce the amount that happens, right?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I would say the ultimate goal of building resilience is that people are less likely to amplify mis and disinformation.
And that's what you're trying to do at the MDM team, is reduce the amount that Americans engage with disinformation.
Yeah, through public awareness and public engagement and things like that, yeah.
On the last page of the document, you say, there's a paragraph where you say, the question is, we have people calling for more monitoring of speech on platforms. And then you go on to say, we have to tell the platforms that this is a lie and they need to take it down. Or we're asking the platforms to do that, right?
Yeah, that's what the quote is, yeah.
Is that in fact what the MDM team was doing, or I guess it was the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force team was doing in 2020 when it was routing disinformation concerns to Facebook? Were you telling them for?
No.
Go ahead.
No, essentially what this quote is saying is that in the general conversation about how to address mis and disinformation, there are a lot of people saying that we should, the government should be the ones taking things down, or the government should be asking the platforms to do certain things, and that's not necessarily the right spot for government to be.
So when you say we have to tell the platforms that this is a lie and they need to take it down, you're attributing that view to other people, not yourself.
Yeah, that's generally what we hear a lot, right? You go out and you talk to different groups about disinformation. It's just a common thing you would hear from people that we should be doing. And as I mentioned in the rest of the code, it's just not a question of what we should be doing, right? There's lots of issues and things like that there. So that's what I was trying to get across here.
Exhibit 52.
52, we got it.
How long have we been on the record?
So I have an unofficial tally of about 6 hours and 32 minutes.
Okay. Exhibit 52. If you go in this email, excuse me, there's an email from Lauren Pretentis copying Allison Snell and Jeff Hale and Rob Shaw to a contact at Google. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And she says, this is in February 17th of 2022. You see that?
I do.
And she says, hi, Richard. I hope this email finds you well. The Department of Treasury has asked our team for appropriate POCs, I assume it means points of contact, to discuss social media and influence matters. We'd like to make a connection to Google if you're amenable. You see that?
I do.
What do you know why Treasury reached out to CISA to get a contact for at social media platforms to discuss social media and influence matters?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I don't know why Treasury reached out, but CISA obviously, as we discussed earlier, has points of contacts in various social media companies.
Does that happen from time to time that other agencies would reach out to CISA and say, can you put us in touch with a social media contact?
It's happened a couple of times. I don't recall how many, and it's been a while, I think, but so if that qualifies as time to time.
You know what Lauren Protentis meant when she talks about social media and influence matters. Do you know what that means?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know what she means.
Were you on detail when this email was sent?
I was.
Do you remember any discussions with anyone about Department of Treasury reaching out to discuss, wanting to be put in place in contact with social media platforms?
I don't know.
There's a follow-up email from Ms. Protentis saying, apologies for the second email. This is somewhat time sensitive. Do you know why Treasury was raising a time sensitive concern?
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know.
Do you know if Treasury ever connected with the social media platform?
I don't know.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 46. It should be in the second email I sent you a moment ago.
I got it.
Here's a draft report to the CISA director dated June 22nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
This is from the CISA Cybersecurity Advisory Committee, correct?
It appears so, yep.
I believe you said in your interrogatory responses that this also has an MDM subcommittee. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You participate in those committees, either the Cybersecurity Advisory Committee or the MDM subcommittee?
I don't.
Who participates from, does anyone participate from the MDM team in those committees?
Not from the MDM team, no.
So no one on the MDM team participates in the committees?
No.
From CISA participates, do you know?
Kim Lyman is, as I mentioned earlier, I think that was one of her responsibilities. And then Jeff Howell participated.
And then who else from outside CISA participates in these meetings?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I don't know who's in the participant list. I believe it's all publicly available online.
Reading the second page of this document.
Okay. Recommendations?
Yeah. First bullet point you see there, it says CISA should focus on MD. I assume that's mis and disinformation.
Is that a question?
Yeah. Is that?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Does MD refer disinformation?
In the context, I would say that it does, but I don't know what they meant by it.
It says CISA should focus on MD that risks undermining critical functions of American society, including sub-bullet 1, MD that suppresses election participation or falsely undermines confidence in election procedures and outcomes, correct?
Correct.
The advisory committee is recommending that CISA focus on election-related disinformation, right?
Objection, lack of foundation.
That's how I would read that sentence, correct?
Okay. Second bullet point says MD that undermines critical functions carried out by other key democratic institutions, such as the courts, or by other sectors, such as the financial system or public health measures, right?
That's what it says, yep.
You talked about the financial system earlier, and interestingly, that's raised in this recommendation. Are you aware of CISA doing anything to address MD that undermines the financial system?
So we've, as I mentioned earlier, we're working with Treasury to develop a product to help the financial services sector understand MDM risks to the sector.
What risks have there been to that sector? I don't remember any runs on banks, recently. What risk is?
So again, as I mentioned earlier, we're not the experts in financial services, so we depend on the financial services sector to kind of work us through, help us work through what those risks are. We're pretty early in the process, so we're still kind of working through those sorts of questions.
You know what was the impetus for doing that product in the first place? Was someone worried about the MDM that would undermine financial services?
I don't know why Treasury reached out to us to discuss that. I don't recall.
Is that unrelated to the last email we saw where they wanted to talk to social media platforms about social media and influence matters?
Objection, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the two are connected.
At the bottom of the same page, there's a bullet recommending that CISA should consider MD across the information ecosystem, right?
Yep.
And it goes down in the second sub-bullet there, it says, CISA should approach the MD problem with the entire information ecosystem in mind. This includes social media platforms of all sizes, mainstream media, cable news, hyper-partisan media, talk radio, and other online resources. Do you see that?
I do.
Has CISA been taking steps to consider or address misinformation in these other venues besides social media? For example, mainstream media?
No. What I would say is that generally speaking, we believe there's generally too much of a focus on just the social media platform and MDM that kind of flows through social media, when potentially there's MDM that flows through all different sources of and mediums of communication. So that's kind of how we think about it. We try not to just focus on MDM, but we don't do anything to counter, to your point. Again, we build resilience, helping people understand what's going on and how to mitigate the risk.
Do you try to build resilience to MDM in cable news?
I mean, generically speaking, all of our resilience activities would be useful regardless of how we try to make it as broad as possible so it's applicable anywhere that somebody may come across MDM.
How about hyper-partisan media? What does that mean, you know?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I don't know it's meant in this context, but again, we try to be general enough in our kind of guidance to help people understand. We're essentially agnostic of where it's coming from. We just want people to be able to understand what it is, how it works, and things they can do to mitigate those risks.
I take it then the MDM team would agree with this recommendation that CISA should approach the MDM problem, with the whole information universe in mind, including mainstream media, cable news, hyper-partisan media, talk radio, and other online resources.
Objection, or
what I would say is from a resilience building standpoint, we generally don't try not to hone too much in on any one particular medium for communication. There's obviously tactics that kind of fall across multiple, but we don't generally try to hone in on any one in particular.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 59.
Okay.
And then here's a Cybersecurity Advisory Committee email to a group. I assume it's the committee members. Does that look right to you, or do you not know?
objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know who all the members are, so it would be hard for me to say that that's the case.
Here's some people that are copied on this email from the CISA Cybersecurity Advisory Committee email. The first one's Kate Starboard, right?
Yes.
You know who she is?
She's a professor at the University of Washington.
She was involved in the election integrity partnership that we talked about earlier, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Next one is Vijaya Gaddi or Gotti. Do you know who she is?
I don't.
Was she a senior official at Twitter at the time, you know?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I don't know.
I see you've got Kim Wyman and Jeff Hale on this email. They were the two that you testified earlier are involved in the Cybersecurity Advisory Committee for CISA, right?
Yep.
And then lower down, there's a list of, we have identified a list of potential subject matter experts to potentially brief at our bi-weekly meetings. Bios attached, you see that?
I do.
So, and that's a list of, I take it, experts who would provide briefings at this advisory committee's meetings. Is that how you read that?
Action, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
So the paragraph reads, identified with the subject matter experts. Please be prepared to provide your feedback. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
Let me ask you this. The third expert on the list is Renee DiResta, right?
Yeah.
And she's at Stanford Internet Observatory, right?
Correct.
You were involved in conversations with her because she was part of the Election Integrity Partnership, right?
She was at Stanford Internet Observatory. We were certainly involved in conversations with her, as I talked about earlier.
And those conversations related to the commencement of the Election Integrity Partnership, right?
I don't know if she was involved in the early conversations before it stood up. I know Stamos was there. I don't know if Renee was in those early conversations.
Was she in some conversations with you about the EIP?
As I mentioned before, she briefed us about the 2022 EIP work. I don't recall conversations in 2020, but again, it wouldn't surprise me if she was involved in those.
Let's go off the record.
The time is now 5:46 p.m. We are off the record. The time is now 5:53. We are back on the record.
Are we back on the record?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Exhibit 19. I'll put it on the screen share. Here's a proposal from CIS, Center for Internet Security, to create an elections misinformation reporting portal. And it talks about the benefits to election officials of a single place.
Excuse me. Somebody coughed and you were speaking, so it cut out. It talks about the benefits to election officials.
Yeah, being a single place for reporting mis and disinformation across multiple social media platforms. Do you know if this proposal was ever implemented to create a single elections misinformation reporting portal?
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know that I've seen this. Maybe I've seen the proposal. I don't know if I've seen the proposal before, so I'm not certain.
So you don't know.
It sounds like what they were trying to do that we discussed earlier, but I don't know to what extent it was, to your question, to what extent it was stood up or established.
You don't know to what extent that CIS managed to implement this proposal for an elections misinformation reporting portal.
Yeah, or if they did it at all.
Exhibit 21. Also on the screen share. This is a CNN article from September of 2022. If you go to the fourth page of the document, in this report, it says, while the anti-doxing and foreign influence parts of the proposal remain stalled, work on the online, quote, portal for election officials to flag misinformation to social media platforms predated the proposal and continues today, according to people familiar with it. So are you aware of ongoing work, at least as of September of 2022, to set up an online portal for election officials to flag misinformation to social media platforms?
So So I think as I testified to earlier, my understanding is that CIS did do something along the lines. I just don't know the extent of it.
You don't know whether or when it might be completed.
Correct.
Exhibit 24. Here's a bulletin that's on your website called Missing Information. You go to the third page.
Right.
Are you familiar with this bulletin?
I actually think this may be our website. I'm not sure if it's a bulletin.
It is on your website. I don't know if it's a bulletin either. Let me ask this. Here on the third page, it says Bridging Election Stakeholders in Social Media. And under there, it says the M team serves as a switchboard for routing disinformation concerns to appropriate social media platforms and law enforcement, correct?
It does, yep.
You guys refer stuff to law enforcement too?
Yes, if it was, particularly if there's violence, promoted in whatever was sent to us from an election official.
Anything else involved in that would be reported to law enforcement other than threats of violence?
So we would generally share whatever we receive from the election officials with the FBI in case there's an ongoing investigation related to whatever it was that we forwarded to them.
And is this still true? I mean, it's on your website today. Is it still true that the MDM team serves as a switchboard for routing disinformation concerns to appropriate social media platforms?
No, like I said earlier, we didn't do this in 2022, so we should change that to served. Thank you for finding that.
And I take it you testified earlier that decision was made in late April or early May of 2022.
That's my recollection.
You know why the decision was made?
I don't, but as I also mentioned, it was something that we were comfortable with from the MDM team perspective because of the heavy burden on our resources.
Do you anticipate serving as a switchboard in the future, or do you not know whether you will?
That's not my decision to make, so I don't want to speak on behalf of the director or future directors.
You don't know what the director's plans are for the future when it comes to serving as a switchboard for routing disinformation concerns?
I don't know what Director Easterly's position is, and obviously I wouldn't know any future directors' positions on that either.
Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Here's a public comments by Renee DeResta about the election integrity project. Yeah, let me put it on the screen share. On the third page, which is called page 2 of the transcript. She talks, it's quoting Alex Stamos saying that the EIP started with our team at Stanford sending a group of interns to work with CISA, right? You see that?
Yep.
It talks about some sort of stuff. We talked about the gap earlier about how there's a lack of capability about disinformation, but Stamos says they lack the funding and legal authorizations to do the kinds of work that would be necessary to truly understand how election disinformation was operated, correct?
That's what he says, yep.
And he goes on to say, our partners in government, most particularly those in CISA and DHS, but also state and local governments who we worked with, correct?
He says that, yes.
Were CISA and DHS partners of the EIP, in your view?
We generally describe any external organization that we have a relationship as a partner. So I think that probably, so yeah.
Okay, so in a sense, you were a partner of the EIP, fair to say?
Again, we would say that of any external entity that we have a relationship with.
On the screen share, I put Exhibit 7, which is now public comments from Renee DiResta about the EIP. Do you see it up there?
Sorry, on Exhibit 7?
Yeah.
Yep.
If you go to page 2 of the transcript, which is page 4 of the PDF, it quotes Renee DiResta again talking about the students from Stanford doing a internship at CISA and identifying a gap, right? That was the word we used earlier. It talks about how there was no clear federal need to coordinate and it wasn't prepared to identify it, correct? It says now that gap has components. The federal government wasn't prepared to identify and analyze election mis and disinfo, correct?
Correct. That's what she says, yeah.
And she says there was no clear federal need to coordinate the work and so forth.
Correct.
And she says there were unclear legal authorities, including very real First Amendment questions, right?
That's what she says.
That's a reference to the federal government taking the leadership role in analyzing and responding to election mis and disinformation, correct?
I'm not seeing that in here. Is that a sentence? So you asking me to interpret what Renee is saying?
Yeah, interpret. Is that how you read it? That's how I read it.
I'm sorry, John, will you please re-ask that question?
Let me ask you this. Were there any discussions of that you're aware of relating to the EIP that related to unclear legal authorities, including very real First Amendment questions when it comes to direct involvement of the federal government?
I'm not aware, but in general, conversations about MDM First Amendment comes up.
Did it come up with the CISA interns who originated the idea of the EIP?
I don't recall that being the nature of the conversation. I think it was really mostly around gaps for election officials, but as you probably picked up, I don't remember the details of the conversations that long ago.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Well, the government has no questions. We just again reemphasize that the witness will re-sign.
This concludes the deposition of Brian Scully. The time is now 6:04 p.m. We are off the record.